This is Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, where every game can rock the standings. After 3 days of incredible drama, the standings just won't stand still. Who will rise? Who will fall? This is day 4.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs, and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. It's one Carlsen wins more often than not. And 2024 was no exception, his 5th title in the last 6 years.
Congratulations on winning 2024 Norway Chess.
This year, 5 of his fellow top 10 players are trying to take it down. The reigning world champion, Gukesh Dommaraju, 2023 Norway Chess champion and Carlsen's fiercest rival to date, Hikaru Nakamura, Carlsen's toughest world championship opponent ever, Fabiano Caruana, India's second ever 2800 rated star, Arjun Erigaisi, China's #1 rated player, Wei Yi. Another world champion, Zhu Wenjun, took home last year's women's tournament. Trying to stop her this time, our former world championship challenger, Lei Ting-jae. 2 of India's best, Koneru Humpy and Vaishali Ramesh Babu. 2024 candidate, Anna Muzychuk. And Spain's top woman, Sarah Khadim. Will Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Hello, and we are live here in Stavanger, ready to take you through all of the action. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I am here with absolutely amazing couplets. International Master Tanya Sajdev and Grandmaster David Howell. What's up, guys? How you doing?
What's up?
Super excited about today, Ivanka. I mean, we've had 3 rounds of fireworks and, it's dramatic at the top every time. The leaderboard keeps shifting, whether it's the classical clashes or the crazy Armageddon. Norway Chess just seems to bring out the Viking in every player, and I'm ready for all of that and more today.
Yeah, there's some great matches today. We're matching as well, Ivanka, and I can't wait to get started. It's the first rest day tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'm more excited about, the games today or the rest day, but either way, normally that means the players are prepared to put all of their energy into this round. They know they've got 24 hours off, so here is where they really try and build some momentum.
Yeah, you heard it here first. As David says, the players are looking for a fight. So let's take a look at the pairings in store for us today. And there are some big ones. We have Magnus Carlsen facing off against Arjun Erigaisi. And incidentally, it's Gukesh's birthday. And as a reward, he has white against Fabiano Caruana. And then I'm going to ask the rest of you, what do you think? Which one of these takes your fancy?
Yeah, we can see across, right, that center row, that all the matches are pretty close. It's going to be a closely contested battle. I only see a slightly lopsided and surprising result in Norway Chess Women, Zhu Wenjun against Koneru Humpy. That's a 2-5 lead for Humpy. Pretty impressive against the 5-time world champion. The other thing, as you mentioned, the birthday boy, he just turned 19, wakes up, walks straight into a clash against Fabi with a 2-1 lead. And those two victories, they come in their last 2 matches in the very, very important Olympiad. And I think Gukesh, very happy with the gift he got yesterday and looking for another one today.
Yeah, he got an early birthday. Well, not surprised, but a wish when he defeated Hikaru Nakamura. But the players are arriving to the building. They are making their way into that beautiful playing arena where they are going to enjoy.
And one of the stars of yesterday who took down Magnus Carlsen in Armageddon. No easy feat. Wei Yi there. Maybe we should call it Norway Chess. And he looks very calm. He looked over the moon yesterday with that result.
It was a day of many firsts, right? Wei Yi, his first ever win against Magnus, as well as for Gukesh, his first ever win against Hikaru. And we can see Wei Yi with that big smile. You know, you gotta love the guy. Yesterday when he came after his matchup, that big smile on his face, just how much it meant to Wei Yi to take down the world #1.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a big deal, right, when you beat the world #1, one of the GOATs of chess. And here we do see Fabiano Caruana, tournament leader, leading by 1 point with 6 points. He's making his way in, not pausing for any autographs, just getting straight to business. Do you think he'll stop for interviews?
Yeah, it's less windy inside. Outside, he just wanted to get out of the brisk weather there. But no interviews, not yet at least.
And that's his second right there, Grandmaster. Arjun right behind. I think Fabi completely locked into the battle that's coming up. And after that first round painful loss against Hikaru, what a comeback he's had, right? Winning against Wei Yi and then taking down Arjun. 2 fabulous games. And we've got some fabulous scenes coming in from the playing arena. I mean, this is pure joy to watch these young kids wait for their idols to arrive.
Exactly. Are they getting ready to make the first move, do you think, for our top players? They are waiting in anticipation. And, of course, as always, it's Norway Chess, where we have the best players in the world, both male and female, just battling it out for those all-important points. No draw without a fight. And here is one of the superstars of the game, 5-time Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun. Yesterday, she won her Armageddon game against Vaishali in quite an instructive, short but sweet manner. And she's always coming into the game with a smile, perhaps got some surprises up her sleeve as she faces off against an old rival.
And we had the day ending with 2 big Armageddons, right? It was her miniature against Vaishali and a completely different one with Wei Yi and Magnus. And what a fight that was. Wenjun has won every single match here in the Armageddon. She's yet to score her first classical victory here. She's against Humpy, who's one of the co-leaders. And Humpy is the one player, all her 3 games have been decisive.
Absolutely. And Humpy, yeah, as you mentioned, there are 2 classical victories. She's also a joint leader and also someone that Ju Wenjun respects heavily. You can tell that because whenever they play each other, they don't play out those long-winded draws. They just agree a draw.
But Jovanka, do you think when you're playing against someone you have a 2-5 score against, it's a good idea not to respect them so much over the board?
Yeah, definitely. And here comes world #2, Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru suffering a defeat yesterday at the hands of Gukesh. Today, he has Wei Yi. Maybe he will be looking for a way forward.
Yeah, and for Hikaru, it's not just about the fact he lost. I think winning this tournament would be a nice bonus, but he is more focused on his rating right now. That is his main path, his clearest path to get to the candidates tournament next year to challenge for the World Championship. And yesterday did cost him over 5 rating points. We should mention Arjun Erigaisi losing as well. Maybe helping him there. He mentioned Arjun was his closest competitor in that race for the rating spot. But yeah, he's very, very aware of rating damage here. He will want to stabilize. A loss today for Hikaru, almost unthinkable.
He has the white pieces, though, against Wei Yi. Do you think he will play it safe or go all out before the rest day?
One thing is, Hikaru never goes all out at the beginning. He doesn't try to mate his opponents anymore. He doesn't try to crush them straight from the start. He often favors longer battles. So I think we'll see a slightly risk-free opening and hopefully some pressure along the way for Hikaru.
I think Hikaru also took a lot of risk yesterday against Gukesh, just simply playing the player that he was up against rather than what was going on the board, you know, feeling that he has that psychological edge over Gukesh, who felt like he was struggling in the first 2 rounds. And that perhaps prompted Hikaru to take some less than ideal decisions. And I think today he might have a more cautious start against Wei Yi, because it's just important to go into a rest day with positive feelings, you know, whether you get it done in the Armageddon or the Classical.
Exactly. And even a draw will guarantee you 1 point. And here we have another tournament leader in the women's, Anna Muzychuk. She's got the black pieces against Vaishali. Yesterday, she emerged triumphant in the Armageddon against Lei Tingjie. And today, she has another tough challenge ahead of her.
And who's in this one?
Yeah, this is the question.
Ooh.
Wow.
I saw his dad in the front. And Gukesh rushing past all the fans here. He's very determined with his walk. He's always so focused, locked in already, wants to sit down and get the game going.
You know, the other thing I noticed about Gukesh, and he does pause for just a quick word with Swara there as he's walking into the hall, so definitely not in the mood to socialize right before. right after those two losses, he, again, with his power walk, just left the building. But yesterday, after his first win at Norway Chess, he stopped to meet the fans, signed every single autograph. You could see just how important that win yesterday in round 3 was for Gukesh.
Yeah, it came at the right moment. 2 tough losses, but then 1 important victory with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. Well, today, he has the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. Can he take down the tournament leader? He for sure will try. He's ambitious as anything.
One thing I want from Gukesh, though, more sound bites, more interviews. He didn't stop for any words there. He didn't stop for any words yesterday after his game. We want to know more. What's going on with the world champion? As world champion, you have a bit of a responsibility to kind of grow the game, to kind of to push the image of chess. And he doesn't, I don't know, he doesn't do that. He was so focused, so locked in. It's very impressive. But I actually think visiting the Confessional, talking to interviewers might help him kind of alleviate some of the pressure.
And I think we might see that, now that he's got that first win in, you've settled into the tournament, so much noise, expectation, pressure around him. He's got to be feeling better about everything after yesterday's win against Hikaru. So we might be seeing him in the Confessional, giving more interviews for the newly turned 19-year-old. It's straight from his cake to a high-stakes match. And today's not going to be a cakewalk against Fabi.
Do you think he's celebrated? Is he so professional that he won't have celebrated at all until this evening?
I would say he's probably just stuck to routine, slept at the time that he usually does, kept everything. And I think he did give a small soundbite to Chess Base India where he said, yes, it's my birthday, but during a tournament, it's so incredibly hard to think about that.
Well, as we see there, it's interesting stuff to play on your birthday. Well, early on, we saw Hikaru. Now, let's hear from him.
Hikaru, how are you feeling today?
Same as always. Everyone's acting like someone died or something. You show up, you try to play good chess. If you don't play good moves, bad things tend to happen. So yesterday was one day, but today is a new day, and we'll see how it goes.
But I think everybody kind of shows up like that because a lot of chess players do react quite strongly, and it seems to last for a while. Do you feel like you've gotten more experienced? You've also gotten better at handling that chess goes up and down from day to day?
Well, I think there's one very important thing that players of my generation, so I would say players like myself or maybe Fabiano and Magnus are only a couple of years younger than me, which is that I would say when we were younger, you would have a lot more of what I would call clean games, meaning that you would have a game that was very one-way. There's, of course, the famous Magnus interview with Maurice Ashley, which everyone is aware of. So I think because of that, the general view is that, if you don't play a clean game or you make mistakes, it's a big issue. But I think as I started to realize, especially as I got older, the players are also good now that they're never going to be these smooth games that are one way, all the way. And, mistakes are going to happen. So it was unfortunate what happened yesterday, but, it's a long tournament. There are many more games.
What have you planned for the opening against White today?
Well, I guess you guys will see.
We look forward to that. Thank you.
Okay.
I tried.
Yeah.
Hikaru keeping us all guessing with his opening choice. He can open with any move. But meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen has entered the building, stopping for a few words from Sverre and going through the necessary security checks with Lasse there.
I gotta say, that was a very smooth interview by Hikaru, giving us some insights, some cool stuff there. And like you said, players like Magnus and Hikaru, it's so good to see them sort of push chess, get it to fans with sort of stopping and understanding this responsibility as a world elite player. You need to grow the game, you need to do this.
Yeah, exactly. It's great for the tournament organisers as well. They're much more appealing to invite players who are going to stop by and help you push the tournament, push the game. Magnus in good spirits. I think Magnus and Hikaru, maybe because they're at certain points in their career, they feel the pressure is off. They've achieved so much already. But in the meantime, the players down at their seats. Magnus, the last to arrive, the least shocking event of the day so far. And it looks like handshakes any second now once those ceremonial first moves have been made.
And I do like the camera view with all 6 boards on display there. And I do like the fact that it is young children that are going to be making the first move, because that is so important, right? That this current generation is the one that's going to inspire the future champions.
Yeah, this is the bird's eye view we want to see. Yeah, moves going to begin any moment. Too early to talk about our prediction game with the Armageddon, but prediction game as to which will be the most exciting of the round. I was wondering this today, looking at the pairings. Where do you think the fire will be? Because every day we've had a lot of exciting ones.
I think Magnus Arjun is a good pick for that. You know, Arjun's once again his style of chess, and Magnus just his mindset coming into this. Straight out of 2 Armageddon losses, he's got to be feeling, the desire to prove, to reassert his dominance on the board. It's handshakes as we see, and Jovanka, we're about to get our first moves.
Yep, and handshakes all round, and the clock has been pressed, and off we go. You know, I was thinking about this excitement question, and I suspect it might be between the birthday boy, Gukesh, and Fabiano Caruana, and also Leitingje and Sarah Kadem. Leitingje has a very aggressive style when she wants to. And, Gukesh opening up with the queen's pawn. And there we see a challenge immediately, and e6.
And you know, Jovanka, before we went live on the show, we were talking about opening predictions, and I think all of us said this starts with a king's pawn opening, and you were the only one who said that Gukesh will play 1d4, will start with the queen's pawn opening. You've got it there.
Well, that's the only thing I've actually gotten right in terms of prediction. I failed on the amount of Armageddons.
It's early days in the tournament. We're not at the halfway stage yet.
But we will point out that I'm leading.
Armageddon.
Okay, back to the games. And in this one, it started as a Queen's Gambit, declined. This could transpose to the semi-Slav now, where Black has actually built a wall of pawns, the triangle, they call it sometimes, all on the light squares, and Gukesh at a crossroads. The 2 main moves in this position are pawn to e3, just pushing a pawn forward, defending the Queen's Gambit pawn on c4, or bringing the bishop out. And that tends to lead to much more fiery positions.
You know what's my favorite move in this position as white? Neither of those two.
G3.
Yes! How did you know?
Because it's such a trendy line, right?
I've loved playing that. I've been playing it for a few years, and it comes with a pawn sacrifice, a gambit on c4, where you try to get space in the middle of the board, develop your pieces, push that e-pawn eventually, plant your knight on e5. So you said e3, bishop g5, g3. What about you, Jovanka? Do you have a move that you prefer here? He does go for a more solid approach.
E3 is my choice. I did experiment with your g3, but after I allowed a protected pass pawn on the 3rd rank, I thought I'm never touching this opening again.
No, fair enough. There was also Queen d3, c take d5, plenty of other moves.
I've done that as well. Yes.
Yeah, but okay, Fabiano very well prepared, of course, and I wonder who's going to land the big surprise of this game. Surprise factor in the opening we've been talking about a lot this week, and it's all important at this high level.
Oh, and okay, well, here comes a move I've never seen before, because traditionally in this particular opening you don't play your pawn to h3. You go queen c2, you go bishop d3, you can even make other moves like b3, which is a little bit more tame, but h3.
It's not in the top 10 most played move according to what I have in front of me. I mean, you've got queen c2, bishop d3, you've got bishop e2, you've got b3, a3, pawn takes pawn at the center of the board. Pretty much every single move except h3. Do you have some super GM insights into this one, David Howell?
I have 0 insights into this one. It's a surprise. What I will say is that Fabiano looked away. I think this will be a surprise for Fabiano as well. h3, it's a waiting move. You're kind of waiting for Black to capture on c4 so you can develop your bishop in one go. And I will mention as well, Gukesh, this is his trademark in recent times. I think inspired by working with the likes of Vincent Keimer for the World Championship match. In the World Championship, he was looking at h3 moves. He was playing a3 moves in several variations very early. Lots of waiting moves, giving them kind of tempo back to the opponent. Even in the Queen's Gambit, he had some ideas similar to this. So I'm not totally shocked.
And it's really interesting. These little moves, they come into play in the middle game, right? You might not understand the real reason of it just about now, but a few moves in, you realize that it's actually a very useful move for white. But Black is the one who needs to decide what is it that works for them across variations. Kind of think that what is the subtle difference with this little move. So never an easy one to respond. With the time control, getting the first birthday surprise in by Gukesh. That is exciting.
It's
news for us.
Exciting because I love it when the game goes into unconventional territory. But going to the bird's eye view, there we can see at the top, that is the open, and the 3 games by the women are at the bottom. And, well, there's so much progress happening in some games. There on the top right between Hikaru Nakamura and Wei Yi, that's already like a queenless middle game. the queens have come off the board. And then the game between Magnus Carlsen there in the top middle, that's kind of developing a little bit more slowly. And I also see a lot of action happening in Vaishali's game, and also big choice in the game between Lei Ting-jae in the bottom left, between Lei Ting-jae and Sara Kadem.
So what cuisine are we in the mood for? Are we in the mood for Italian today? Are we in the mood for Catalan food? Are we in the mood for English? Lots of different openings. So there's as far as
Making me hungry.
So 2 Catalans, 2 Italians, an English opening, and a Queen's Gambit declined.
And I just realized the center board, the Magnus Arjun matchup, until that very last move, it was actually copycat chess by both these players, right? Very symmetrical moves played in that one. David, tough choice. So going to throw the ball back to you, or perhaps Jovanka, you can pick which one seems and looks most exciting to you guys.
Well, the one that I feel like is brewing big time is going to be Lei Ting-jae against Sara Kadem there in the bottom left, because, well, White has done a very trendy move, developing the dark square bishop out, and it's a question whether Sara is actually going to take the bull by the horns and, you know, drive that bishop back even further.
G5, H5?
Yeah.
Want to see that on the board.
G for go, let's go. And let's go over to that game. That was the red board there. And the one thing we should mention, Sara Kadem, she's been solid in certain moments, but the openings in her 3 games so far haven't quite been up to scratch, maybe. I think she'd be the first to admit that. She doesn't spend as much time on openings as she used to. And yeah, 3 games, she's been worse in all 3 of the classicals straight from the opening. So just a quick backtrack to move 1 in this one. We saw e4, e5. The knights come out now. Bishop c4 is the Italian game. Some pressure on this diagonal, potentially. The black bishop does the same. And it's the Gyokyo piano, which is signaled by White just putting pawns on this square. It becomes a quieter game. Piano meaning quiet, I think, or slow in Italian. I pretend I knew that. Piano. Bishop out to g5, as Jovanka said, super trendy. On this move, on the next 3-4 moves, whenever you play it as White, it comes with risk, especially when Black hasn't castled, because if Black's castled, it becomes far less appealing to push the pawn forward to g5 with the king committed to that flank, the king a bit weak, maybe even some sacrifices on that square on g5. But here, it is very much the principled move, if not now, then on the next few turns. What they normally do as Black as well is they can wait, they can put a pawn on a6 or a5 to create a flight square for this bishop to retreat, which often gets attacked by one of White's pawns, the B or D pawns. Often Black even waits in this position. You can drop your bishop back, you can play g5 immediately. So much choice, and I do fear if you haven't studied this in detail, then this is a hard position to improvise.
The one thing I understand about these structures, and David, Jovanka, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you really want to play g5 at the moment where White has already castled and you haven't. That would be the dream way to do it, because you get such a push on the king side. So, because I've played the Italian with the black pieces a little bit myself, like I would want to go for that a6 slower approach, wait for White to go castles and then push the g-pawn. Going g5 right now, the bishop falls back. Because the rook is still on h1, there are always these ideas of h4 that are then possible.
Yeah, exactly. And
ooh, she does it though.
She has done it.
Brave Sara.
Yeah, exactly. She did have, as we saw earlier on, a positive score against Lei Ting-jae. So why not play nice, aggressive chess? I mean, I had breakfast with her and she just said that she was feeling in a good mood. She was so excited about being here in Norway. And often that's exactly what you need to have a great tournament. You just need to have that kind of gratitude attitude. What is this, attitude or gratitude?
An attitude of gratitude. Love it. But I think that is actually the most important part for a chess player, and especially when things are not going your way, right? She's at the bottom of the board right now, but Sara understands exactly how difficult this field is and how long the tournament is. So to keep that positive mindset is absolutely key, because otherwise you just end up going into a spiral, into a tilt. And with this last move, g5, I think she says, I'm ready for a fight. But David, I'm just wondering, is Ting-jae, with Sara's performance, is she again trying to play the player, sort of make her play these provocative moves that give Ting-jae all the chances in the world? You pull your opponent into that forest of complications early on.
Yes, definitely. As Jovanka said earlier, it suits her style as well, Lei Ting-jae, to kind of get these dynamic positions. And she's facing someone who maybe hasn't shown the best form so far. So yeah, we'll see. It's a very sharp position. As far as I know, you really need to do something with this black bishop in the next few moves, because otherwise you just get to kind of push back. White, now that black has kind of shown her hand on the king side, white now is going to start advancing on the other side of the board. And if you allow this bishop to get hit, drop back, white continues pushing with gain of time, gain of tempo, d4 as well, big threat in the position. In certain moments, the position will explode. I'm actually expecting Sarah to spend a long time in the next few moves, unless she's well prepared and just trying to choose between variations. But yeah, this is known as a winning attempt, a very ambitious attempt for white.
Well, that's going to be excitement ahead. It's Norway Chess. I love that. Lots of fighting chess guaranteed. So let's go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at some of the other games. So that was my pick. Learning. It did not.
I definitely said quiet, didn't I?
I think you'll find, David, that you said slow.
I think I said quiet or slow, and then I was like, because I doubted myself, but it's definitely quiet, as the producer shouts to me. I remember when I did learn the piano, and then like you learn to read musical notes, right? And then at some point it's like, piano, you got to play piano here, and I was like, piano? And my teacher was like, no, piano, like slow, like quiet, like softly. Yeah, apparently, as we saw in the bottom right of our screen there, Gyoko piano translates to the quiet game. Gyoko pianissimo is a whole nother matter. That's extra quiet. And okay, yeah, the Italian, it's always been my least favorite opening. So let's.
Despite being a quiet opening, it's so sharp and so complicated. It's like false advertising, that opening.
Only in recent times. It's only been in the last 10 years that it's really burst into life. Like before 2015, 2016, when Kramnik started playing it all the time, it was frowned upon. Like I was playing it as my main weapon with white, and I was getting so much criticism. People were like, oh, he's so lazy. He doesn't want to learn opening theory. And I was like, but it's so rich, it's so complicated, it's so fun. And I remember, journalists in England, they were like, he's never going to become a strong world-class player unless he learns a real opening. And now all the top players in the world are playing it.
Yeah, I think it's the most played opening when it comes to elite chess, right? And that Levon interview on what makes the Italian and the Gyoko piano so rich is incredible, because it's so studied, so many games, and yet every single game at the top level, it turns out to be an adventure for the players, because these subtle differences that happen with one pawn move on the king side, does white expand on the queen side, how does black react? So despite the structures being similar, it's still got so many possibilities that the more you know, you feel the less you know about the Italian.
Exactly. This is the thing. You know, I tell you, Tanya and David, I have asked every grandmaster, not every David.
There's a lot of Davids out there.
There's a lot of grandmaster Davids out there. There isn't actually.
David Navarro.
Okay. Well, but anyway, I've asked every grandmaster, like, tell me about the Italian, because that is my nightmare. There's so many pieces on the board, so many breaks, so many move orders. Tell me, like, what is some key takeaways? And every single one of them goes, oh, complicated. Makes no sense, not even to me. So
trust me, Magnus says the same.
Yeah. And he said it in his interview earlier as well, right? When you want a game, you want a long fight, you just play this, and it becomes really active and sharp once one of the players gets that central break going. But we've got action, we've got sharp play all across, I want to say. And especially the Vaishali Muzychuk board also catches my attention, because Anna Muzychuk, one of the tournament leaders in the Norway Chess Women Jovanka, has managed to get one of her pawns on d4, which means that it's not so easy for Vaishali to complete development in an ideal way. And it's also an extra pawn.
Yeah, and Black's last move in that game was, I'm going to say, very cool, very counterintuitive as well. Let's go back from the start, and then we'll wrap up this last move where we'll try and break it down to explain to those of you at home. This is a hard move to explain. I've got to say, Black's last move, bringing the bishop back to c8. But this game started as a Catalan, and one of the main lines here. So the Queen's Gambit was declined, Black holding onto the pawn in the center. Knight's coming out. g3 is the Catalan, fianchettoing the bishop on the long diagonal. And the variation with c5 is known to be an attempt at direct equalization. You're just trying to liquidate the center, blow open. I mean, often these three pawns disappear. It's symmetry, it's roughly level. But what Vaishali has done here is very, very ambitious. The two other main lines here would be to trade pawns and allow the queens to come off. This is known as very safe for white. Or you bring your queen out to the edge of the board, also leading to symmetrical positions. But knight e5 is a pure pawn sacrifice, because once the black bishop comes out, you don't really have time to go back and win this gambited pawn without giving up your central pawn. That's actually what she did now. Vaishali, still one of the main moves. And in this position, we see the blue arrow appear already. The only way to justify your sacrifice is to bring the bishop out. And I must admit, this move is totally new to me. Bishop back to c8. Just going to check. It has been played on the chess.com database, but bishop to c8, I'm going to try and suggest that it is because white is threatening the move knight to d6 check. If black, for example, plays knight to d5, which is the move I've seen before, after a check, black loses the right to castle, at least temporarily, loses the bishop pair as well. So we see the theoretical battle continue. Bishop back to c8, undeveloping, looks wrong somehow, but knight to e5 and bishop d7. Ooh. Is this an early draw offer if Vaishali brings her knight back to the c4 square?
Oh, well, that would be the quickest game of the tournament so far if we did see a repetition.
But for Vaishali, it's also a ghost of the past, right? Because she's gone into these Armageddons at Norway Chess this year and lost all of them. So I don't know how confident she would feel taking it into that fight. And for Anna Muzychuk, she is happy if Vaishali, I think, plays on as well, yet to find her rhythm. Anna Muzychuk completely in form. So very interesting decision here. Does Vaishali want to kind of just keep it solid, take it straight? But knowing her, and I do know her a little bit, I've played alongside her, I've played against her. She's a fighter regardless of the way the tournament's going. With the white pieces, you know, she wants to have a full game. So it will surprise me if she decides to have an early repetition. Well,
I agree in principle, but the thing that makes me think that maybe she might do it, and by might I'm saying a small chance really, is that she's a pawn down. And it's a protected pawn, right? So how else do you kind of maintain your momentum? And if you don't know your theory that well, then I can see her just going, whoops, didn't work out well, and let's take it to Armageddon. And then after the free day, I'm gonna come back stronger.
Yeah, very possible. You know, you kind of take a pause from the tournament. I would still bet on Vaishali playing this on. I don't know what's the path forward. You know, you've got your knight on e5. How do you continue fighting for this compensation down upon? But David, maybe you'll tell us how she can continue the game. But just from a player perspective, I think Vaishali's style is to play this on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to my eyes, I mean, other than dropping your knight back and repeating, which, according to the chess.com database here, is the only move that's been played before.
Oh, wow.
Which, white actually didn't go for the draw. White played something else after the bishop dropped back to c8. But the other moves, I would say, are natural to my eyes. Bring the white queen out. This is very typical in this type of position. It's actually a reversed Grunfeld, we should mention. This is almost a direct transposition to some of those lines for the Grunfeld defense, but we're reverse colors, you're a pawn down, but fantastic bishop on the long diagonal. This pawn undefended, so bringing your queen out looks very strong, or at least very natural. The white knight often comes out to a3 in these variations, although here it would allow black to just take that knight and develop for free, get castled with gain of tempo, so I'm skeptical about that. I guess the white knight could also come out via this path and try to hunt down the extra pawn that black currently has. The rest of white's position is very, very kind of fluid, very nice looking. So despite the fact you're down a pawn, I don't think you're risking too much by playing on. And I would also be shocked. Vaishali, I've never seen her take a quick draw either. And her brother, they're fighters. They want to win. I think there's something about it, especially in an invitational tournament.
Yeah.
Taking a quick draw with white. It's just frowned upon.
Exactly. And the chess gods tend to like...
frown upon you.
Yeah, exactly, and you end up losing something you shouldn't lose.
She'll lose the Armageddon if she takes a draw here. It's just chess karma.
I completely agree. No, but I mean, if there's a clear path forward, and I think I've seen Vaishali play the Grunfeld with the black piece.
Yes,
but I be familiar.
It comes to so much about what mind space that she's in, right? Having lost all her matches, yes, 2 of them in Armageddon, but still, you know, you're not feeling as confident. But I will remind everyone of the 2024 candidates, right, where she had 4 losses and then went on to win the final 5 games. So she definitely has it in her to turn things around. Like you said, both her and Prug, absolute fighters on the board. So big moment, but I think Vaishali will take her time here.
Okay, we'll update you if Vaishali retreats her knight back to c4 and the black bishop goes back to c8. We might jump back to this game to see the handshake, but unlikely for now, and probably a long think for Vaishali as she mulls over how brave she's feeling and her options. Okay, we've covered 2 of the 3 women's games. Should we briefly touch in on the other one?
Yes, let's make it a full house.
Yeah, I say briefly because it's another Italian game, and it's an even quieter one as far as I can see. So let's go to the game. Zhu and Jun against Humpy in this one. And I don't know, should we go back to the start very quickly, or should we?
Let's take it from the top.
Okay, let's take it from the top, because here, according to chess.com, it's the Gyokyo Piano game, Gyokyo Pianissimo. So extra quiet.
Simo. Got it.
Pianissimo.
Gotta do it the right way, David.
Oh, sorry, I don't have any Italian heritage, unlike you, Tanya.
Of course.
And, okay, bishop c4. We've seen this one before in the other game. d3 played this time, and rather than putting a pawn on c3, the knight coming out. This is also very trendy. This happened in the World Championship match between Ding and Gukesh in one of the games. And the whole idea is to try and hunt down this black bishop, which now lacks a retreating square on a7, since the move a6 was not played. Drops back, will be snacked upon soon. The bishop will be captured, traded off for a knight. But right now, I understand why this pianissimo extra quiet, because white's played a3, white's played h3. It's going to be very slow, very quiet for a long, long time.
But it does look like Vengeance about to create the first imbalance very soon, right? Getting that bishop pair. You can't really hide it anywhere because Humpy hasn't made that a6 move. There's no escape route for it. But you don't have to rush with it because bishop a5 will always be met by b4. So it looks very quiet. And you're right, I do have Italian heritage. My middle name is Tanya Luigo Sachdev.
I knew it.
I just had to put it out there. But this one, I think, once again, classic Italian, right? It starts slow. Yeah. And then there's a central break and things just blow up.
Yeah, totally. And unlike you two, I do have Italian heritage.
What do you mean? Tanya does too.
No, like seriously, I do. Like genetically, I'm like mainly Italian, but
oh wow!
But I have no knowledge about the Italian.
What's your favorite pizza, Jovanka?
Like I'm betraying everything. I don't like pasta. I don't like.
Oh my God! Then Jovanka, no. Then I'm not buying the story at all. You cannot be Italian if you don't like pizza and pasta.
Like, I sometimes feel like I'm the worst Englishman in the world because I don't drink tea. Like, sorry, but worst Italian in the world, not drinking and not eating pizza. Or
what is your favorite pizza?
Just all of them.
Just pizza.
Meat feast.
Yeah, I love me a diavola. Oof. Diavola.
Nice. Okay, this Italian. Before we move on, I'm just going to say that Black's normal plans, I'm going to say there's two of them. One, you can trade off bishops because you're about to be facing the bishop pair. And, okay, she goes for the other plan I was about to mention, not bishop e6. Maybe that will come later. Trading off one bishop makes you feel a bit better about life, especially now that the b6 bishop will be traded off in the next move or two. The other plan is because the black knight on c6 in all Italians often ends up dominated by pawn on c3, can't move forward. You tend to want to get that knight out of the way. You want to park it in front of your king on g6. The c6 square newly vacant will be used by a pawn in order to support a push in the center. And yeah, very logical move. I think very healthy position for Humpy here, very solid. And yes, she's down on the clock, but that is not the most important factor right now. Very quiet, that Italian game.
Yes, okay, so we're seeing a real mixture of positions, something sharp, something quiet, and something solid, I would say. Now, let's go on to the top row. And all sorts of things are abound. So we did have that, not novelty, but creative idea from Gukesh Caruana. That is the top left. Maybe we check in on which one? We have a choice between the middle board, Carlsen and Arjun, or Nakamura.
I find it very interesting that Magnus has been in a bit of a long think in this last move. What did I miss?
It was just the camera work. It's pretty nifty.
Camera roulette. It landed on Magnus. Oh, did it? What does it land on? There we go.
Okay.
Sorry, carry on, Tanya.
Well, the roulette has decided. Maybe we just go in and a position in.
The Wheel of Fortune.
I mean, when so early on, the world #1 goes into a think tank, I think it's a good time to check in on him. Arjun's last move, a5. It's easy to understand the idea, right? He stopped Magnus's advance on the queen side. But why do you... It also leaves behind a big square, though. The b5 square, beautiful spot for the knight to eventually jump into. What's making Magnus pause here and just instead of just continuing with natural developing moves like knight f3?
Yeah, these positions are very hard for me to understand. I think for everyone, these symmetrical positions, because it feels like with white, you have some kind of expectation that you're the first to do something. I'm just going to put that move on the board while we have the analysis board up. Knight to f3. often it's a bit of a waiting game. Now d5, I'm not sure whether it's strong or not, but it is possible for black because you've closed this bishop on g2. And after a trade in the center, it's black who's going to get a bit of a bind. This c5 pawn and a5 pawn clamp down on b4, as you said. C5 pawn clamps down on any d4 breaks. White can't really kind of step forward with even d3 here because of the trade of knights. C3 is a bit weak. It's very hard for white to push either of the b or d pawns without some exchanges, and I don't really see white getting any advantage here. And Magnus might be considering whether to kind of park his knight on a different square. We should mention that he can't play d4 himself. His knight's not on f3, so it's a bit of a waiting game. Often what they do is put a pawn on e3 instead, put the knight on e2 and try to build for d4 in that manner, now that d5 is still under control of the white bishop. So Magnus not rushing. Arjun would love to break in the center himself. And I think a5 is just to slow white down, make this rook b1, a3 moves look a bit useless, but yeah, weakening in the process.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that Arjun's opening choice has definitely come as a surprise to Magnus. So if we kind of rewind it all the way back to move 2, Magnus spent already 2.5 minutes after Arjun's response.
Yeah, c4, c5. So this is the English opening, the symmetrical English, and I found it's so tricky for both sides. Magnus has a lot of ideas here. Often you can play knight f3 and a quick d4, but if you want a slower game, which he seems to want to do, I think it's a stylistic thing, then g3 is the move you play. It just becomes very symmetrical, and Magnus has given us a answer if we catch up. These are the moves, just a quick action replay. d3 was his choice, very, very flexible. And maybe he's going to bring his bishop out to the d2 square and maybe move the knight out the way later, power through with b4. Maybe he's just waiting for Arjun to castle. He can still play the Botvinnik setup, pawns on e4, c4, lots of choice.
And I think it was a choice between these two approaches, right, by Magnus, to start with d3 or the e3 knight e2 plan. And while you were talking, I was thinking about it, that if white did do that, if we just back up one move and went for e3, the drawback is that the bishop on c1 stuck, and perhaps Arjun would be in time to get that d5 break regardless with e6 and then pushing that pawn 2 steps forward. But now let's compare the difference, what happens after d3. I don't think it's as easy for Arjun to play e6 anymore, because the bishop comes to f4, it's opened up, and next the knight jumps to b5, and you can see all kinds of deadly ideas here.
Yeah, terrible weakness there on the d6 square. Yeah, I mean, also there's so much flexibility in this type of position. It's such a tense game. I call it baseline chess, right? And it's just because here, you know, black has so much choice. You castle, kind of are you playing for d5, as Tanya indicated? Are you going to go d6 and try to copy? Where are you going to develop the light square bishop? I mean, there's so many issues here for both sides. And what is the pawn break? This is something that's continuously tormenting me when I play chess. What is the pawn break? How do I open up the position? How do I go forward? And these are actually questions that are raised in the middle game. And no pieces have been traded, so it gets really complicated.
To me, the standout point in this position, apart from waiting for those pawn breaks, is that b5 square that has been just weakened for the rest of the game. And you just never know when it will come into play for white here. But David, still very early days in this one, right?
Early days. I'm going to predict something. I think Magnus is waiting. If Arjun castles, I think Magnus might play the move knight to h3. I think he wants to put it on f4. That's something Magnus loves to do. He once tried to do the same as black in a symmetrical English against English Grandmaster Luke McShane, and it didn't actually work out so well. But if white had played knight h3, the last move, black would have played h5, h4 with the rook on h8. So I think he's just waiting for black to castle. That's very Magnus-esque. But either way, I think Magnus has been watching Arjun the last few days. Opening prep against Gukesh, super impressive. Opening prep against Fabi, okay, it backfired in the end, long term, but still very impressive, very deep. And I think he just wants a game. No opening prep involved at all here.
You know, that's a very interesting line, and this might be too deep, but I'm just wondering, after shock castle, knight h3, is d5 possible?
Yeah.
And that's going to be the big question, right?
Huge question. Maybe we just put it on the board very quickly.
Just for fun.
Just for fun. If black castles, knight h3. We actually still see, for everyone at home, it's not an eval bar you see at the left of the board now. It's the opening percentages. So white has won this position 38% of the time, 42% draw. Black has won 20%. Those are really cool stats. So any of you wanting to learn openings, putting moves on the board often helps. Knight h3, that suddenly disappears. So not so theoretical. And d5, the move Tanya mentions.
Ooh, and the boss kind of stays.
Says it's fine. Yeah, pawn takes pawn. And now black has options. I'm not sure whether you take in the center first, or at the very least, you You can kind of give away your bishop and take on d5. And this is actually what happened with reverse colours in that McShane versus Carlsen game all the way back in 2010, I think it was.
Was this the famous game?
It was a famous game. Luke McShane won.
Oh, he won?
He won against
Okay, it
Magnus.
wasn't the one where... No, that definitely was a different game, where Magnus was not at his best at the beginning.
Yes, that was... I think Luke McShane's only win against Carlsen.
Why are you
so that
guys
was
talking in riddles? Why do I not know about this? Can you enlighten all of us
London
about...
Classic many years ago.
There was one where he'd gone out the night before.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if that was the game.
Yes.
He was the one that, and he...
Had a long, late night.
Yeah, it's difficult to sleep sometimes,
Yeah.
especially when you're in London.
It's a great city.
Yeah, and he was like falling asleep at the kind of the announcement, and then at some point he got a terrible position, and then at some point it wasn't that bad for him. I think Magnus turned it around and won.
As he usually does.
That might have been another year then.
I mean, it's very crazy. So apparently it turns out the strongest player in the world, Magnus Carlsen, the second strongest player in the world, a sleepy Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he's not too bad. Not too bad at chess. He knows how the pieces move. Either way, that game, very quiet for now, but could heat up a bit later, that symmetrical English opening. I think we go to the Hikaru game next, just because that one, queens are already off the board. Some theory, we've already seen another Catalan. It's slightly reminiscent of the Vaishali against Anna Muzychuk game. And a theoretical battle here, Hikaru playing another move very, very quickly here. Although I just noticed he is 24 minutes down on the clock. So a quick action replay of how the queens got off the board on this one. We'll fast forward. We saw the Catalan a bit earlier, so we won't linger here too much. Just to mention that Magnus against Wei Yi in the classical yesterday played castles. So Hikaru guaranteed predicted this position, and he prepared a small surprise, or what he hoped was a small surprise, knight c3, one of the other main moves, a capture here, knight to e5. The downside is with a knight on c3, you can't go queen c2 and capture this pawn, so you have to do it with the knight. The other downside is after c5, when the center opens and the queens get traded, no kind of pleasant way to capture this queen. If you take with the king, your king is misplaced. Taking with the knight, you lose a bit of time, but that's what Hikaru did. If you had castled, for example, the white rook would land on d1, and that was very, very nice. So some move order tricks. Bishop takes pawn. The knight comes out, one of the many main moves in that position for white. The black knight challenges white, a capture. The black rook moves. The problem piece, we talked about it yesterday, is always this black bishop, which struggles to compete with its counterpart on g2. So we're getting ready now to push b6 or b5 to get this bishop out. And Hikaru says, I'm going to try and lock that door. If you play b6 now, the white knight comes in. This looks fantastic for white. And Wei Yi says, I'm still in prep. I'm going to cover that square with my knight. Still ready to play b6. And fascinating kind of dynamics here, because white still hasn't castled. Although engine, we see the eval bar still slightly preferring white.
And that's very surprising to me, because I look at it, and after you get b6, push that knight out, and you're able to trade the light squared bishop, it feels as if black sort of neutralized all of white's opening edge. With the center completely liquidated, I have the feeling that black's not too far away from equalizing this position. So giving that edge, what do you think about? Where is white's chance here?
Well, there's still some play left in the position. By the way, Tanya, I always think of the Catalan in very black and white terms. Like it goes like this. If black manages to get the c8 bishop out,
it's fine.
It's fine. If you don't,
that or the
it's
c5
bad.
break.
Yes, yeah, it's bad, right? So that's exactly right. David, thank you very much for that skull and crossbones. But
there's another emoji that I really like for this. If you scroll down,
My scroller on my mouse doesn't work. Sorry, Tanya.
but I think chat would know it's that really funny face with a big smile. Yeah. But once that bishop's out, that's the emoji that it becomes.
So there's definitely an onus on Hikaru to do something, right? He can't just let b6 and then the bishop come to b7, and then I think everything will be completely level.
Just getting carried away here, sorry.
That's a great mustache, though. But completely agree with you. Like, timing is so important for white. Give black 2 moves, bishops off the board, equal endgame.
Exactly. So I think that everything is going to hinge on destabilizing that knight on e5. So, you can do it in a few ways. You've got bishop d2 to bishop c3, go on the counterattack. You can also Now, this is a Yovi move, which is a reckless pawn move, would be f4.
I knew it. I knew that was coming, Ivanka. It's not necessarily bad. It's just...
It's just the way I analyze, David. I'll have you know, I'm a lot quieter as a player. I would be a lot more reticent about playing.
Yeah, played against you, and I feel that. I feel like when we played a couple of times, right?
Yeah, it was like back in China, a long time ago.
But I feel like we were analyzing after, or maybe somebody else's game, and Ivanka has these most creative ideas on the board which are tactical, but on the board, it's a bit slightly more
restrained,
less risk-free.
You need to unleash you, Ivanka.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? When you're a commentator, you can literally like abandon all sense of caution, and you go, well, you know, f4, you know, it was a bad move up. Well, let's not do that to the white position. Let's take it back. Whereas when you're playing, every move has a real consequence.
I mean, I'm going to say it, I kind of like f4 once Ivanka mentions it, and I'm trying to think, well, how does black respond to this move?
It would be knight g4 would be my move that I would be immediately calculating.
And then you've got this f2 e3 square coming in.
know.
And bishop b4 check ideas.
Exactly, and like the whole maxim of like, you know, pushing your pawns, leaving behind weak squares really are apparent here.
I like the kind of second idea, though, bishop to d2, just kind of coming to hit this knight. Yeah, I mean, of course, castling is always on the radar, although in queenless position, sometimes you feel that you can leave your king in the center for a long time. I'm kind of predicting castles, like something like this. Okay, sorry, attacking the knight. Now you come back, attack the bishop, and just a position where, I mean, computers always say this is level. It probably is just level, but I remember being shown lots of Ulf Andersson games when I was very young, and he somehow wins this with white by later getting a knight into the c6 square. So, yeah, I think this is Hikaru just with his safety belt on. He wants to not take too much risk today in the classical.
I feel like Ulf Andersson somehow wins this with black as well.
Yeah, just...
Just slowly and steadily, 100 moves and you're winning. But yes, the time also tells a story, right? The clocks in this situation. I mean, Hikaru keeps on thinking, so it's exactly the problem that you mentioned. He knows he's got just the next move to make sure that black doesn't get the ideal setup. I'm still going to make a prediction on this. I think very likely this goes into an Armageddon. It just feels like you might not have enough, even if you find the right way to get a little bit of edge.
And also, the thing that makes me also convinced that you're completely right is the fact that Wei Yi is barely using time on the clock. So definitely a slow build middle game, queenless middle game there. Maybe you go back to the bird's eye view, because I am drawn immediately to the game between Gukesh and Caruana, because that is just confrontation on the board in the center.
I mean, this has got to be the most exciting position, right? And perfect game to get that on, because you've got the tournament leader against the world champion who won his first game against Hikaru yesterday. And what an opening, David.
And I've just seen the cutest little boy, by the way, wearing a Gukesh t-shirt.
We need to get him on.
Literally a picture of Gukesh on the front of his t-shirt. He's just in my eye line over there by the bar. But okay, I got distracted. Sorry, everyone. This position, anything but cute, because Gukesh has got a big threat in mind. He wants to play pawn to e5 and fork two of the black pieces. Sorry to distract you as well.
I'm very distracted. I'd love it if we could just have him say hi to the camera.
Someone needs to grab him, bring him on, special guest. But either way, let's do a quick action replay, because we were last here and it looked far quieter. Gukesh had just surprised Fabiano by playing this very innocuous-looking move, pawn to h3. Looks like it doesn't do too much, but he was just waiting for the black bishop to land on the d6 square. Bishop comes out to d3. Only now note that the white bishop has moved. Then Fabiano decides to capture, forcing the bishop to lose time, to take again on the c4 square. Good time-saving tip for anyone at home. b5 is often the antidote here. You kick the bishop back, third move by that bishop. Now you kick the white knight back. Fabio's moves here, very energetic. And here, c5 as well. Just like Ivanka was saying with the bishop in the Catalan, it's often black and white. If you develop that bishop, if it gets out, you're fine. Often in these types of positions, if you get c5, you're fine. But here, Gukesh says e4. Good luck deciding what to do next. And I'm wondering what happens if the immediate captures on d4. That looks like the most natural way to stop the threat. maybe you can play e5 as well or move your bishop back, but c takes d4 has to be the acid test of white's idea.
And it just feels like it gives Fabi enough time that once the recapture happens to put the bishop on the ideal spot, right? You not only stop knight c6, but with bishop b7, you're also attacking that central e4 pawn. It looks like the ideal response, but Fabi, he's taking his time to figure this one out. Gukesh with a little lead in his clock situation, queen e2, reinforcing the idea of e5. I wonder if at some point, Fabi will have to replace his bishop on d6. Again, tough to see where it goes. c5, c7, e7 all have their own pros in the position. A tough decision to make, but I think this could be a likely outcome over the next few moves.
Yeah, I definitely think that. And even though the center has more or less been liquidated, if those exchange of pawns occurs, it's still incredibly dynamic. You know, the rooks will swing into the middle, though, you know, white will just position the pieces in the most active squares possible. So it's really, really complicated because I've had the experience in this type of position and I can tell you it's not easy. And I'm talking actually about positions where white hasn't gone h3.
Yeah. And add to that, I'm just wondering, Ivanka, what is the psychological tone of this match as well, right? I mean, these two have a bit of history between themselves. They've had 3 classical games. The first time they played, Fabi took a win. The next 2 times they've played have been incredibly important matches for Team India at the Olympiad. First at Chennai and then in Budapest. The win in Budapest pretty much sealed India's gold medal. And Gukesh's win against Fabi was an absolutely key one. For Fabi, a little bit of a grudge match as well. You know, when we are talking about what happened at the candidates in 2024, we were talking about Hikaru being a front runner along with Gukesh, but Fabi also huge in that mix along with Jan Nepomniachtchi. Do you think for Fabi this is also a bit of a grudge match? I mean, it's a clash of generations and it's, you know, youth versus experience. But how much of a motivation is revenge for Fabiano Caruana today?
Yeah, I'm curious as well. So I'm going to ask our Grandmaster, David, are Grandmasters like elephants? Do they always remember?
They always remember. I've also listened enough to the C-Squared podcast with Fabiano and his good friend Christian to know that there's a little bit of like regret about the candidates of especially the Olympiads as well. Like those were the 2 big matches, like USA, India. They always kind of define the Olympiads these days, and to lose for your country adds a bit of extra spice. We shouldn't forget, history could have been so different. With one accurate move, Fabiano would have beaten Jan Nepomniachtchi in the final round of the candidates, and he would have qualified for a tiebreaker, a playoff against Gukesh. And there it would have been 50-50, maybe Fabi the favourite, actually. So, yeah, just he'll feel like it's on his mind. He is in a kind of rich vein of form just this last couple of days, 2 in a row. He wanted to keep it going now.
Okay, it's like almost like a sliding doors moment, right? But, okay, as we see, it is a big matchup and also it's a complicated position. And we'll see how both of those players handle all of those complexities later on. And there we do see on our screen Sarah entering, the players arriving to the games, and of course they have to do the usual. They have to sign the autographs for the fans, and Gukesh walking in. Which one has the most impressive swagger going in?
I think today it's got to be the Norwegian wind. I mean, I could hear it on my earphone, you know, when the players were walking in there. And I wonder if that's sort of setting the tone.
Yes, and on that tone, we are going to go on a very short break. And when we return, we're going to have a lot more of the action to come.
Du så ut som du ble sittende litt ekstra i bilen. Var det siste preppen?
Japp.
Hva har du tenkt på, Arjun, i dag, da?
Vi får se, jeg vet ikke.
Han forsvarte seg veldig bra i går mot Fabi. Hva tenker du om formen til Erigaisi om dagen?
Jeg synes han spiller bra, ja. Så det blir en vanskelig motstander uten tvil.
Men du føler deg bra?
Jeg føler meg fin. Og så er han ikke nødvendigvis typen som spiller mest solid heller. Kan dere ta den? Ja. Ja, selvfølgelig. Hva skal jeg si? Så det blir som regel spennende partier. Så jeg ser frem til det.
Vi gleder oss. Hi, Ju. You always have, it seems, a routine before you go into the games where you have to complete your music. Is that a pre-game routine that you have to follow?
Okay, these two games I did some music before the game, and I just try to relax, and because sometimes I just want to have a just to be clear mind. Yeah.
What did you listen to?
It's some like Chinese pop music. It's about it's some J Cho's music. Probably you don't know it, but okay.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Vaishali has had a bit of a tough start to this tournament. She's white today. Do you expect something very aggressive from her?
Normally she's quite an aggressive player and she's playing with white pieces. So yes, I may expect a little more sharp. Yeah.
Do you like that? Do you like to respond to players who choose an aggressive line?
I am used to it because there are players of different styles. So we have to kind of accommodate to each game.
We hope it's going to be a fun game. Good luck.
Thank you.
are back with day 4 of Norway Chess, and the opening moves have been played. The middle game is now in full swing, and let's check out the bird's eye view because we have a prediction game to play. And whoa, as we see, 1-1. Your girl was correct.
She was indeed. I mean, Yobi, you said it, that it's perhaps wise for Vaishali in that moment to repeat the position if she's not familiar with the opening. I was expecting a bigger fight from her, for her to continue the game, but she decided in that moment she wants to take it to the Armageddon, plays with the white pieces. Is the goddess of chess, Kaisa, going to be happy with that or not? We will find out. But guys, that's one Armageddon in the books. We got to get our prediction game on, right? But let's remind everyone, and David, perhaps you can remind everyone who's winning the Armageddon game, because I can't remember. My memory just fails me right now.
Look, it's like...
I don't remember either.
I've got a bone to pick with both of you here on this Armageddon game, because David won by predicting 3. And then you just jumped on the bandwagon
No,
and went 3.
I did not jump on any bandwagon. I calculated and navigated my thought process. You know, that meme with all those maths figures going on happened in my brain. And then I said 3, and then I said 3 the next day as well. It was all calculation, part of the bigger plan. But guys,
Wasn't luck at all.
of course not. I just knew it. I saw it. I saw it in the future.
Who's saying 3 today then?
So wait, so it's 1, 2... Oh. But today might be your day. So how many are we predicting? Let's say we all got this one as one of our initial picks. So 6 boards, how many Armageddons?
I'll go last.
Okay, Yogi, you want to go with 3 today? You can take 3 if you don't believe me.
And it's going to be 4. I know. Okay, 3. I will get the golden number. I'm very happy now.
So you go with 3, and I will go with... Let me calculate. I'll go with 2 today.
Oh, I want to go 3. Okay, I'll go 4.
All right, chat, remember this. 3 Armageddons, 2 and 4. So I've got only 1 more buffer. You've got 2, and David's got 3.
Bring it on.
Bring it on. We ready.
Okay, is 3 the magic number? That's the question. We will have Armageddon very shortly, in around 15 minutes, I believe. And in the meantime, 5 games still ongoing. Some developments. We've had a couple of moves in the Gukesh against Caruana game. Magnus has also made a few decisions against Arjun Erigaisi. And the Leiting-Jie game against Sarah Kardem also looking quite spicy. Also some big decisions being made there. I do really like what Sarah has been doing. So I think she's emerged from that opening in decent shape. Where do we jump to next?
Yeah, that is a big question. But, you know, chat has been asking for it, and we're also asking for it. Where are the confessionals? We want to know what the players are thinking. Well, help us out. Don't want to force them to say their thoughts out loud.
Are we expecting a new face in the confessional today? We've had Magnus, we've had Hikaru in Norway Chess, and in the women, and we've had Arjun.
Several times, yeah.
Several times. And in the women, we've had
Arjun and Muzychuk.
What do you guys think? Any new faces in that today?
A little birdie told me that someone had been putting a bit of peer pressure on a player to join the confessionals. Ivanka?
I say nothing.
You gotta spill the secrets, Ivanka. We won't tell anyone, David and I promise.
We definitely won't see Gukesh, I can guarantee. He doesn't appear to enjoy the confessionals. Fabiano, I'm surprised, hasn't joined.
Yeah, he did join in last year. Yeah, well, okay.
What happened?
I did encourage Sarah. I said, Sarah, give us a shout out when you go to the confessional. Just say, hey, Yovi, I'm here.
Yeah, you're right. Sarah should come to the confessional and just talk about our commentary and how much fun she's having watching it, replaying it at night. Yeah. Probably that's what's going wrong.
Yeah, perhaps, although her position right now looks very interesting. I suggest we dive in there just very briefly before going maybe to the Magnus Carlsen game against Arjun because Sarah has reacted in very, very sharp fashion. We last left it after she did decide to push the white bishop back, and the bishop did indeed retreat. And we were saying, okay, black has to do something about this bishop before it gets hit. D4, B4 are on the agenda next for white. The pawn, therefore, stepping up, creating a nice hiding place for the bishop. This is the most popular move in the position, still very theoretical, very well-known stuff. Sarah, it took her a few minutes there, nearly 5 minutes spent. The white knight developed. The bishop preemptively retreated. We saw both kings castle to safety. I think this is maybe good news, better news for white than for black. The black king, as we mentioned, a bit airy due to having pushed the g-pawn forward, having been provoked over there. Gaining space now on the queen's side, and this maneuver, knight to h7, this played very quickly by Sarah, shows to me that she is actually in opening prep, because this maneuver revitalized the whole system for black when it was discovered. The whole idea is to actually often just support the h-pawn pushing forward. Now you've defended this little foot soldier, which otherwise would have been vulnerable. Sometimes you even move your rook, you bring the knight all the way around to g6, a nice square as well. The black king moved. The black queen came out, another perk behind black's last move, the queen very well placed. And now d4, a pawn sacrifice by Lei Ting-je. If you capture here, white has many tempting moves. For example, you can even sacrifice another pawn just to create a square for the white knight, and it becomes very tactical. Instead, Sarah decides to bring her bishop out, and after a capture in the center, she is thinking.
Yeah, very interesting dynamic position here, right? And I just want to point out that that h6 g5 aggression in the opening, you know, it's also very committal for the rest of the game. You have to be incredibly careful on the dark squares. The ideas that you're pointing out, you want to make them work. Now that white has moved the king from g1 to h1, given a chance, white would love to get an f4 break in, right? So, for example, after a move like knight takes pawn, which to me is the capture that I really want to make. I want to hit the bishop and I want to double down on the pinned knight. Let's say white falls back with the bishop to e2 and give white one more move. The knight steps out of the way to d4 and then f4 comes in, and you suddenly start seeing the drawbacks of black's pawn formation on the king side. Things are going to start getting extremely risky. So despite black looking like the one you're on the attack, but usually, in my experience, limited experience in these positions, but I have played them a little bit with good results. With the white side, I feel that that black's the one that has to be careful with this committal play.
Yeah, fully agree. Every time I've pushed g5, I've been punished. I hit with black. No matter how promising it looks, no matter how aggressive you're feeling with black, somehow you tend to be on the defensive. And yeah, it looks, again, innocent, but it's the type of position that could well explode.
But then maybe to stop this f4 break, is it more wise? Is it wise to take with the pawn just to clamp down that the bishop on g3 stays blocked?
But then you also have the issue that the pawn on e5 isn't necessarily that stable either.
Yeah.
It can be, you know, destabilized with the bishop coming to d5.
Knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4 at the right time. And still, you know, you can also see the big unraveling happening with the queen coming to b3, putting pressure on b7, the knight getting out of the way, and then getting in the f3, or just kind of just neutralizing black's kingside attack. And in talking about black's kingside attack, I mean, how far up the board is it getting?
Yeah, that's the question. For example, in that variation, like if black tries to come and trap the white bishop, then at the very least, white can just kind of step forward, ask this bishop a question, and very easy to hide, actually, for white. The black knight on h7 suddenly looks misplaced, unable to really join the action. If there's ever a trade, yes, you can hit the white bishop once, but yeah, suddenly black's pawns are stuck and very, very easy to target. So, yeah, I'm going to say taking with the knight may be the more natural, but where you continue after that, that is the big issue.
Usually in these positions, black's attack comes to great ends if you're able to get that f5 break in and open up the f line, right? But the bishop on c4 is such a powerful piece that you have to spend so much tempo making that happen, and you might just not be in time. And I'm really actually liking Ting-je's position so far. Yes, Sarah well prepared in this, but I'd pick white here.
A bit more time on the clock as well. Still in the balance. I think this could go in any direction. Both players, especially Lei Ting-je, love the dynamic open positions. So, okay, we promised we would go to Magnus next.
Let's do it.
Let's go there. Let's jump where... Okay, he's not at the board. Is this going to be the first confessional of the day? It's been 1 hour of play, and nobody's been in. This might be the longest we've gone at the start of a round without a confessional so far.
Do you think it's because the players are being a little bit superstitious? Because Hikaru, normally in the booth, yesterday he lost though. And he's thinking, let's not repeat that pattern. And Magnus, okay, he played really well actually in the classical. This is what I've been noticing, Magnus. Really, really great stuff in the classical, putting his opponents under pressure. And in the Armageddon, somehow not having enough energy to kind of finish those games off.
Yeah, great question. But I'm just wondering, did you guys pre-decide your wardrobe for today? Did you coordinate beforehand? And where was my message on that?
Okay, no, I tell you exactly what happened, right? David copied me. He saw me wearing this and he goes, oh, Yovi, I've got something in my bag that literally matches that. So that's how I end up twinning with David.
I can confirm I actually wore something else to the studio, but I brought this jumper just in case it was cold, and suddenly I saw Jovanka in purple. I was like, it's one of those
feeling
days.
very left out into this with this pajama party and not being invited to it, by the way. Not fair, guys.
I'm sure you two will coordinate other days with your Italian heritage.
Tomorrow, and we won't, yes.
It's the rest day tomorrow.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe we could wear the Norway Chess sweater, the jumper, I'm thinking. Yeah.
Just because you know I don't have one. Fine. In the meantime, while Magnus confesses some sins, potentially, I don't think he's at the board at the moment still. Let's just break down the last few moves in this game, because Arjun had a couple of decisions to make. We last left it just 2 moves ago after pawn to d3. We said Magnus staying flexible, not committing his king, not committing this knight yet. Only after Black played the move e6, pretty much guaranteeing that he's going to break with d5. Only now Magnus says, OK, I'll play knight f3, so you will get d5, yes, but at least I force you to waste a move with this one, with e6 here. Black castles first before opening the center, and Magnus slows Arjun down by first attacking this pawn with his bishop. And if this pawn is defended with pawn to b6, maybe Magnus is going to be the one to strike in the center, although it gets very sharp. Also ideas of bringing the knight forward if this diagonal does open. Some decisions for the Indian Grandmaster here.
Yeah, and Arjun with his classic, I'm going to look everywhere except the board pose. You know, he's thinking deep into the future, but not a glance. I mean, someone remind him he's playing against Magnus here. But to your point, I think this could become fun very quickly over the next few moves. I mean, you have to protect c5. d4 looks inevitable after that. And if you try to really solidify that pawn on c5 with, let's say, b6 and d6, you better watch out. The knight on c6 getting extremely tender. The bishop on g2 beautifully placed. Maybe the tactics that you're talking about, knight jumps in the air.
Yeah. And this is actually begs the question. So you have a choice, right, how to defend that c5 pawn. b6 or you can go d6.
Maybe white goes d4 regardless.
Yeah, this is the question. This is a moment which requires serious calculation, because if d4 happens, are we looking at moves such as knight to g4? That's the first move that I would be considering, going on the offensive.
Guess white moves that bishop, try to gain a bit of time. If black blocks with the pawn, if the black queen moves, white has time to kind of step forward, and looks great for white. After f6, I do wonder whether Magnus is going to play like bishop c1. It's what always engines in King's Indian defenses. When this maneuver happens, that's what they want to do. Bishop c1, and the diagonal opens. Maybe there's a better move, but instead Arjun plays something else. He plays queen to e7, the third option, defending the pawn with the queen instead. Again, big question, d4, knight g4. I think that's exactly what the players are calculating, Jovanka.
Exactly, yeah. It was a critical moment, because if you want to break through, now is the perfect time to do it.
Before black does.
Exactly.
It's a race in the center of the board. Okay, d4, knight g4, and yeah, it does get a bit wild.
Yeah, and another thematic idea I want to point out for white in these structures, d4 is one of them, and I won't be surprised if we see Magnus go for that. It just feels... you have to calculate what happens after knight g4, bishop g5. But the other thematic idea I want to point out is queen to d2 and getting those bishops traded on h6, right? Once you've played bishop e3, so that d5 can actually be met by that move as well. To me, that's something that would be on my radar, but I will say that I'm also very tempted. And as a commentator, want to see d4 on the board.
Yeah. Normally the side who breaks first in the center, the reason it's a big deal is because you get open lines, your pieces improve a bit, especially if black can't get this break. The black bishop, we've talked about it in other openings, but this problem piece on c8, it just can't get out. So it's actually more urgent for black, if anything, to break in the center.
Is Magnus wearing his Puma MCs?
The Puma shoes? Wow.
You know, he had those limited edition ones.
Do you have a pair?
I do.
I do too.
Oh, so you did get one there.
I've got some perks of being a chess commentator.
Well, okay, well, some perks of the chess playing world, some limited edition Puma trainers, but yeah, there we do see some. We see Magnus in deep thought because d4 is a critical move, and it will come at a very opportune time. And
we're gonna he needs to just move his leg a little back, and then we'd know.
Can you hear us, Magnus? Can you hear us? Move your foot back. The chess position is so complicated, we don't even want to dive into it. We just want to see your footwear.
Yeah. Well, something that I can show you is that it's been pointed out that we are resembling the Latvian flag.
Oh.
Have a look at this.
We just need to be like...
Oh, yes.
Lying down, yeah.
See, you're a vital part of this, Tanya. Without you,
finally,
it would just be...
at least I'm a vital part of something, David Howell.
Without you, it would
this
just be a
coordination between these two, not loving it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to forego the suit today, but I'm glad I did. Anyway, back to the chess, and yeah, no Latvian gambits on this board, unfortunately. It's still very tense, this English opening. And yeah,
I think it is. I think it is the Puma MCs. Sorry, David.
I was going to say, I think that favours Magnus more than Arjun. But yeah, Puma MCs, that's the more important pressing matter.
No, it's not. With Queen E7, I think over the next move, we'll know Magnus's mindset. If he goes for the bishop trade, it's going to be a more strategic, long-term fight. You know, more positional aspects of the game. But if we get d4, knight g4 in, we're in for a roller coaster.
Yeah, and yeah, timing is going to be absolutely everything in this game, because if Magnus does not break right now in the middle, he might not get the opportunity to break again. And very tense position on the board. We're going to take a pause from this one and we'll come back to it later on. But heading back to our bird's eye view, well, what positions take your fancy?
Should we check in with Gukesh's novelty? You know, he played that little move h3 very early on in the game. Fabi taken by surprise in that. How well has that birthday surprise actually worked out for Gukesh? That is the top left board for us in blue. And I see that there is an immediate, well, not a threat, but that knight has jumped forward, attacking the knight on f5, you know, potentially doubling up white's pawns, but also aiming at winning the bishop pair. So two strategic ideas.
Can we backtrack and see
Let's do it.
what moves were played? Because it doesn't look like that many were played, but definitely very important ones.
Now we left it with Gukesh breaking forward. Big threat we mentioned. If he steps forward again, pawn to e5, that is a fork. Therefore, Fabi stopped this by capturing in the center. Now e5 has been taken control of by black. And a recapture now, level pawns, level pieces, black castles, white castles, and now e5. A very committal decision, actually, very provocative from Fabi. He could just develop his bishop. We were talking about something similar a bit earlier, but instead fighting for space in the center, locking down the white e-pawn, therefore locking down the white bishop, but more kind of controversially allowing a white knight to post up on f5. And now black, hinted at by the blue arrow here, finds the best move, knight to c5. Of course, this was Fabiano's plan, defending the bishop. And as you both pointed out, attacking this bishop. Big threat on the board of bishop takes knight, followed by e4, winning a piece with a fork. So, yeah, Gukesh, can he keep the tension? That is the big question. Can he move his bishop safely and gambit the e4 pawn, kind of pressure this black bishop? Can he do something else? If he has to trade off here, then he loses his best piece. So it just looks totally fine to my eyes for black, but the eval bar says tiny, tiny little advantage for white, if anything.
And there we go. We have been given the indication that Armageddon is about to begin. And this is the game between Vaishali and Anna Muzychuk. And we did see earlier on a very quick draw, but the handshake, and we are off to the races.
So Vaishali will start with 10 minutes on the clock in the white pieces. For Anna Muzychuk, it is 7 minutes as her base time. But if it's a draw, then Anna Muzychuk takes the match. So for Vaishali, a must-win with white.
Must win with white. She paused there for a few seconds, but it's a total repetition of the game we saw earlier, which did also end in a repetition of moves. And now, new move by Vaishali. Rather than drop back her knight and capture the pawn on c4, which led to a very quick repetition of moves, she plays the main line. She brings her knight out to a3, captures a pawn. Who is the better prepared here? Clearly, Vaishali did some work in the break there, in the 20 minutes the players had between the classical and the Armageddon. This is still well-known stuff, but White is still a pawn down, but likely regains that. She brings her queen out, attacking this b-pawn.
And it's kind of not easy to defend it, because the moment you bring your queen to defend it from that c7 square, which I think is one of the main moves, you've got to know how to respond to bishop to f4, lining up against that queen. And Anna does slow down. Is she about to give back her pawn, or will she try to hang on to that b7 pawn with queen c7 or queen c8?
As far as I know, those are the two main moves, and the chess.com database does confirm Black should hold on with the queen. And okay, provocation here. She does play one of the main moves, but the White bishop coming out to hit this Black queen is one of White's main ideas now. Vaishali, how deeply has she studied? 20-minute break, it's not that much, right? It's hard to kind of refuel, freshen up, take your mind off things, and also study some chess, memorize these lines.
And I think Vaishali also, Jovanka, is really looking for that breakthrough at Norway Chess.
Exactly. She wants that positive memory. She wants to either win an Armageddon game or win a classical game, and then she'll be right up there. But there we see the queen coming out. And now big choice for Vaishali. Does she capture the knight? Does she develop the bishop, reinforcing the knight? She will have to go into calculation mode, because if you come out with your bishop, then Black can actually counterattack that bishop by centralizing the knight.
Yeah, you just need to know your theory, though, and she's already been tanking for 1 minute, Vaishali, on this last move.
And it's so important in Armageddon to keep a hold on the clock, right? To not let that advantage neutralize straight out of the opening, because then essentially you're giving your opponent result odds for nothing.
Yeah, she's lost one of her 3-minute time advantage. To remind everyone at home, 10 minutes versus 7. White gets 10, Black gets 7, but Black wins with a draw. Muzychuk did it yesterday.
She did do it yesterday, so we're kind of curious. Is she feeling confident? Well, Sverre spoke to Anna briefly before the pre-Armageddon game. Is she stressed or is she not? Have a listen and find out.
Well, we are in the same situation, but draw with Black is a normal result.
How do you feel before the Armageddon?
Stressful, but it's always the same.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Ah, stressful. Chess is stress. That's one thing I learned when I was very, very young. But in the meantime, there have been some moves. We did see a trade of knights and a trade of light-squared bishops. That is good news for Black. We talked about the kind of dynamics of the Catalan opening. Once you solve the problem of your light-squared bishop, you tend to be okay. She's also a pawn up and a Muzychuk. It's these next few moves before Black castles that are key.
You have to play so energetically here with White, right? And she's not allowing Anna to castle. So either you move the king, lose that right to castle, or self-pin yourself with knight d7. Neither of these two choices are very appealing, especially with the White knight also jumping on to c6 next. Yes, you're up a pawn, and I will tell you one thing about Vaishali. She actually is a very strong blitz player when she's got a little time on the clock. She enjoys the dynamics, but for some reason in Norway Chess so far, those critical moments with those time scrambles, it's just not worked to her favor. And I think she's looking to flip the script. Meanwhile, Anna's been such a force in the tournament so far. Yeah, she does move the king away.
Yeah, and
now that'll be fun.
Now the onus again is on Vaishali. How is she going to maintain the momentum? Remember, every move that Vaishali makes has to contain some dynamism. She has to involve all of the pieces and start counter-attacking on Black's weaknesses. That's why we see the rook centralized, perhaps with some idea of going e3, just bursting open the center. I was also wondering about the other rook coming to the c-line just to start putting pressure against the c5 pawn.
And I want to mention one more idea of this last move. At the right time, you can also strike at the base of that pawn chain. You know, always have on your radar the move b4, trying to get to that central pawn as well. So Vaishali stepping up these ideas. I really think, David, that question mark can be ignored. You know, it's a natural move, and Vaishali played it quickly, and that's what matters right now.
Yep, it's all about speed, and Anna Muzychuk playing that move quite emphatically with a bit of purpose there. She centralizes her queen. There is a bit of a threat. Pawn to g5 now undermines the White bishop. Talking of undermining the base, this White bishop defends the White knight. Now Vaishali doesn't have time to challenge the center because she would lose a piece. Pawn to g5.
Is that an evolved connect 4 that we're seeing by White?
Yes.
A ninja type connect 4.
You're spotting it quicker than me. I'm gutted, Tanya, but also impressed that of my influence there. Connect 4 with the bishop and knight at the head of the chain, but it is a very vulnerable one. And it's not easy to know how to break this, actually. Moving the knight backward, maybe moving it into c6 is one solution, but moving it backward feels like it's the wrong direction. But maybe a necessity here.
She does move it back, so at least fights that threat of g5. Once again, the clock is the key factor in this Armageddon. And for, I think, Anna Muzychuk, it's all about how does she get that rook on h8 into the game? Because right now, essentially, she's playing down a major. Vaishali, meanwhile, is she going to bring that rook to c1, an idea that you earlier pointed out? She is also setting up for the b4 break. Now that the knight and the rook are combined to attack the d4 pawn, so I wonder if b4 is on Vaishali's radar.
Yeah, and there we see that Anna just makes an opening for perhaps her king to run over to the h7, because, Tanya, you're right. If the rook on h8 gets into the game, then Anna's simply a clear pawn up. So now is a moment for Vaishali to strike. And she has a choice. She can either build it or she can just go b4 immediately.
I really don't like where Vaishali put her knight, because now e3 is off the cards. It's off the table because the black queen puts pressure on that white knight. I actually think black's also threatening g5 pretty much immediately. If the white bishop moves into the center, you continue g4, hit the white knight, you keep gaining time, you force some exchanges, and black still being a pawn up. This might be the moment for Vaishali to find something. The white queen dominated by the black queen right now, which looks super strong. She does continue to build.
But the clock advantage is dwindling now, just a little over a minute. And a5 is the best move in the position. That wouldn't be in my top 3 candidates.
Oh, well, it wasn't in Anna's either, as she just attacks the bishop. g5 on the board, and be careful. If you put your bishop in the center, then it will get destabilized with a well-timed g4. And it's not attractive to retreat either, let's face it. So can the bishop just kind of relocate itself to c7 and dance around there?
Yeah, I would probably choose that square as well. The downside with retreating is that black has this pawn mass, like e5, e4. She does find a safe square, so not supported by her knight. Now pushing the pawn to g4, maybe less appealing. The white knight will jump into the center, given a question mark by the all-seeing engines, the chess gods there, but I think very natural move by Vaishali.
And it might be time for Anna to activate that rook that we've been talking about, right? You pointed out a g8, h7 idea. The king can actually just step up after g5. It's got a really nice square, and Anna goes for it. And next, bring that rook to c8, again asking big questions to that bishop.
Yeah, I just feel like the opening, the 20 minutes that she had between the games, I don't think it was enough to prepare this. Vaishali, this was quite a theoretical line, but it felt like her opening theory just ran out one move too short, and she's just a pawn down. I don't really see any compensation here for white.
I actually think this is the kind of position where black has the extra pawn and the compensation and the initiative in the position.
But it's Armageddon. Let's not forget that. The players are playing with no increment until they pass move 40, and then it's only 1 second. And remember the time difference. Anything can happen. It certainly has made an impact. And there we see b4, the evaluation bar, and the engine awarding it a question mark. But I'm not going to criticize it, because I think it's one of those moves that you feel like you're obliged to play.
Yeah, the most natural move in the position. The bishop kicked back, though. Anna Muzychuk creating threats with every move. She's improved her rooks. She's done the hard work there. She's trying to liquidate now, forcing a trade. There we go. The white knight and bishop were under pressure. The exchanges. The white knight is forced back, though, and then the black pawns are just rolling.
You could also take, you could pick that pawn up, you could go c4. a2 is hanging in some lines as well. I just want to say, I think Anna's played a very impressive Armageddon in this one. Vaishali tried to reroute that knight to the center of the board, but now I thought c4 was really the move you want to make.
Yeah, c4 is like an automatic almost. But she does have that a2 pawn in mind, something you mentioned earlier, Tanya. If the white queen captures now, she'll be 2 pawns up with black. It's not over, though. Knights, queens can be tricky together.
But they're so far away from black's king, right? And all the pieces on the left side of the board, how do you get to that attack that you want to create? The queen looks a bit offside. I mean, you put that queen on f4, you put that knight on e4, you're talking about a different game, but this is a different game.
And there we go. Anna maintains her pawns. The white knight at least is posted up really nicely, but the black queen will most likely stay on the 5th rank, stop any knight checks on the edge of the board.
Also defending queen d7 ideas, you know, so controlling h5 and d7, but it's attacked, so you've got to lose control of perhaps one of them.
I don't think this was practical, at least by Anna Muzychuk. Computer still says black is totally winning here, but she moves her queen. The white queen coming in, as you say, Tanya.
It lands. And the thing is, you start getting a bit jittery, right? We see the Evalbar, Anna completely winning. 2 extra pawns. But you see that queen on d7, that knight on f4. You know, the rooks lined up on the c file, ready to enter that 7th rank. And you start feeling a bit nervy about your chances.
Especially when the clock starts ticking down. And there we do see that Anna is sufficiently worried about that queen that she boots it out of its position. Queen moves over to b7 and, well, it's a very natural move to try and destabilize.
Whoa, that's a beautiful move.
Careful, Anna Muzychuk. If you take this rook, knight takes e6. It's a check, a fork. The 7th rank is pinned. White would win the black queen on the c5 square. Beautiful tactic there.
Stunning. And Anna Muzychuk reacts. You could see her on the chair, and she has to find the right square. Moving back would have also landed in a fork with that h5 check. She blocks the attack by pushing a pawn.
And suddenly,
it's a bit of a shocker.
And suddenly, Vaishali is back in it, right? Her rook is well placed. There are 3 pieces hovering around the king side.
You know, just dealing with a move like that on the board can throw you off completely.
She retreats her knight, I think a good move. Not just because the knight was threatened, but trade of bishop for knight would eliminate a lot of your attacking potential there. And this is still anyone's game. Like, yes, the eval bar says it's still better for black, but momentum now on white side. 2-pawn deficit, not as relevant anymore, now that white is so active with her pieces.
And knights are so incredibly tricky, right? But I like what Anna's done. She sort of made sure that knight doesn't jump anywhere. I do see the makings of some tactics. I wonder if e5 is a pawn that she's wondering she can pick up, because that rook on e8, it's overloaded, right? It's defending e5 and also its counterpart at e8.
Yeah, and the question is when to cash those chips, because Anna is in a must-win situation. She has to find the most practical way of putting pressure on Vaishali. If she makes those trades, then maybe it might not be so easy.
Yeah, it's Vaishali in the must-win situation here. So
can
right
you take
now,
on e5?
Yeah, big question. I think she will.
Oh my goodness. Then it's just tactics. It's pure tactics, pure calculation.
Yeah, maybe the question, maybe it's Ivanka being right here. Knight takes e5, rook b8, and the queen gets chased forever and draw. Maybe that's why you can't take, at least in this Armageddon format, you can't take the pawn. This is getting complicated. Vaishali needs a move, though. The problem is you can't improve your rook on the bottom of the board.
And she's got less time on the clock now.
Exactly. And she has to take the decision, you know, should she be making moves like knight takes e5? Should she be building some momentum? But how else are you going to involve pieces into the attack? Could it be, okay, she comes in with the rook?
She has to keep the game going. It's a practical choice, not an objective one.
But long think, wrong think, maybe. And in Blitz, you just have to trust your instinct, play with momentum. Now you've vacated the 5th rank. Maybe black can step forward, keep kicking the white knight, although still easy to blunder here from both sides.
Yeah, and Anna now ticking under the 2-minute mark. And Anna's playing great chess, right? She understands what needs to be done. Remove the attackers.
Yeah, she's in beast mode. You've got those 2 extra pawns. You want to get as many trades as possible. Just take the game into an endgame if you can. And now the rook moves to d7. Will she continue pursuing it? She goes in for the attack on the 2nd rank.
Nice move there from Anna, and super gutsy, because she didn't need to. She could have also just pestered the white rook, as you mentioned, by offering a trade. But instead, she moves in for the kill. The rook threatening to take the pawn on e2.
Yeah, 9 moves before the players get that 1-second increment. So what you see on the clock is pretty much what you get for the first. For the next 9 moves, queen back to b5, pinning on the 5th rank. She's still playing really tricky moves, Vaishali.
She's also eyeing that undefended rook on e8, you know, so watch out for any moves from that rook to d7. And Anna just continues picking up pawn after pawn. She's got a 3-pawn advantage right now.
But Vaishali picks up a pawn of her own, as you can't capture the rook because the queens are aligned together. And then obviously David's highlighting queen takes rook in the air. Anna still having to navigate some complexities.
I think she's going to place it, I thought, the 7th rank, but she puts it on the 6th rank. Rook comes forward, eyeing that e5 pawn now. And can you pick up the e2 pawn? Because that knight on d3 is actually tied down to defend the f2 weakness. So there are perhaps no big discovered jumps there.
There might be a knight jump onto f4.
That's a big one.
Hitting both black rooks, the black rook on e2 vulnerable. This is very tricky. Anna Muzychuk getting a bit nervous. We saw her kind of hesitating. It looks like she was about to reach for that rook. that far advanced rook she's got. Maybe grab that pawn even.
But that's going to be a big mistake, right? Because knight f4 is a huge move. Then you can't take it with the pawn. The queen is pinned. She does change her mind. She falls back with that queen to f6. And the bar says that Vaishali is back in the game.
And the play is now under the minute. Wow. This is the moment where everything can change on one move. So now the queen drops. Okay, it doesn't drop, but knight to e4 attacking. Vaishali needs to win this one.
Well, the knight jumping is so scary for black, but Anna Muzychuk finds a counterattack, getting her queen down to c2, eyeing up some pawns. The black pawns on the edge of the board, on the queen's side, the A and B pawns will win the game if the queens ever get traded.
For Vaishali, it's all about going for Anna's king or trying to flag her. Right now, down about by 9 seconds on the clock, she does defend that e2 pawn. And Anna was ready with her response.
Ooh, I just saw some knight f5 checks, but there we see rooks coming off the board. Suddenly, white has a big attack potentially. The black queen cut off. Anna Muzychuk is in big trouble. They've got a 1 second increment, but white is on the attack.
Oh my gosh. The queen's coming in. The knight attacked right now. She does repeat once. She won't do it twice. Anna falls back with the queen. Every move, the bar's changing.
Yeah,
Mate. Oh my God, that's it.
And Vaishali does it. She checkmates Anna Muzychuk to win the Armageddon. Oh, it went to the final seconds and such a fast-paced game. And in the end, it was all about the clock. It was all about having to hold the nerves in those final moves.
It was a checkmate in one, and Anna had ways to defend it, but with no time on the clock, I think it was a complete blind spot, missing that ideas, and once again showing just how dangerous the queen and knight can be in an attack against the king.
Yeah, Anna Muzychuk in control the whole game, it seemed like, but Vaishali kept her chances alive. I'm just going to show that checkmate once more in slow motion here. Here, just 2 moves before the end, Anna Muzychuk had a winning position. There were some twists and turns before this. Vaishali fighting so impressively well, keeping the queen and knight on the board. She could have retreated her bishop, as the blue arrow shows. Black with 2 extra pawns here and a winning advantage. Instead, she moved her queen to a bad square. Queen b7, setting up the checkmate threat. Vaishali here, very sneaky. Black had to retreat the rook, although white's attack already very strong. Queen takes e2, though, the blind spot. Queen takes f7 is checkmate. It was the queen, it was the knight teaming up, as we predicted a bit earlier on.
You know, Anna played a fantastic game, but also credit to Vaishali to just keep it going and somehow find a way to coordinate her pieces for a very tricky attack, and then anything can happen. And this means Vaishali scores her first win of Norway Chess.
Yeah. Wow, yeah. Absolutely. Much needed as well, because she was clinging on by this, with everything that she had. And somehow or other, Vaishali managed to keep the game alive. But wow, we've started with a bang with the very first Armageddon. And we're going to take a break, catch our breaths, reset, and then, of course, we're going to catch up with all of the middle game action in the classical games. So don't go anywhere.
We have some ChatGPT questions for you.
You've risen quickly through the ranks of elite chess. What do you think has been the key to your rapid improvement? I think it's just that I love what I'm doing, and I spend most of my time with chess, and I'm mostly curious about chess, and I try to learn something every day. So I think that is the key to my improvement and in general. What role does mental resilience play in your success, and how do you stay mentally strong during long and exhausting games? Yeah, for sure. Any sport or any field in life, I think being mentally tough is quite important these days. And for sure, I've had a lot of tough moments, like a really long game that I've lost, and I had to play a next game against a very strong opponent. Like a lot of these situations, and I think being able to let go and just focus on what's important at the moment is quite important. And staying strong in long games, I'm generally able to outplay my opponents the longer the games go. And I think being physically and mentally strong, being able to focus for long periods of time is quite important. How much time do you typically dedicate to opening preparation versus middle game tactics and endgames? I think at this level, it's most of the time is dedicated to openings. But as I'm still young and evolving, I do spend quite some time with middle game, analyzing my games, etc., and studying endgames as well. But yeah, I think most of the time, by a large margin, is spent on opening preparation. If you could compete in a tournament against any historical chess player, who would it be and why? I've always wanted to compete against Fischer because I consider him the greatest genius of chess has ever seen, and I think it would be it's an experience it's just I think very special for any chess player, and Fischer has played I think the stories and the games I've seen of him, I've heard about him, have really impacted me a lot. So yeah, it'd be Fischer.
Throughout the year, we have this ongoing collaboration with RLs. We host workshops, tournaments for the people who are experiencing homelessness. And to be honest, it's just amazing to see the joy and the confidence that chess brings to their life.
El ajedrez lo que tiene es una posibilidad de hacer conocimientos o de establecer relaciones intergeneracionales. Puedes jugar hombres, mujeres, niños, niñas, y entonces esto es muy interesante. Y también de alguna manera pues iguala a todo tipo de persona, ¿no? Dentro del programa ocupacional intentamos generar actividades que tengan relación con las competencias o con los gustos de las personas. Aquellas actividades que de alguna manera les motiven, les sean significativas. Y hay muchas personas a las que les gusta el ajedrez.
Me relaja mucho, porque termino una partida y después una tranquilidad maravillosa. Me olvido de todo.
Hemos organizado unas partidas y han venido 3 personas a jugar partidas simultáneas que han atraído a mucha gente.
When we see a grandmaster with a first-time player, and when we see people who don't even play but are so interested by the game and, sharing and watching, that's the real magic of this initiative.
I have a rating of over 1,000. I think this event organized by chess.com and the Grandmaster Maurice Ashley was just a great experience for me to come here. I got absolutely destroyed, but it was at least fun participating. And I just think it's a great opportunity to just unite with other people that can play chess, and I'm just happy to be here.
It was fantastic to be able to play out in open air in Barcelona. A lot of great players. I had some tough games. I was a little slow, but it's what it was. I didn't want to lose any games. I had some good positions, but they played me tough. So it was quite a bit of fun.
Las personas que viven en la calle y que están vulneradas son personas de ciudadanos de primera como todas las personas. Y entonces todas las actividades que puedan hacer visible esta igualdad, esta equiparación con el resto de ciudadanos es interesante.
It's amazing to be a part of a game like chess and then to see the magical power that it has, that it can transform lives. We see it happen all over the world, and to see it happening here in Barcelona, it's such a great cause with homeless people who may have life a little bit tough but get a chance to take a little bit of break and play some chess. I think it's a wonderful initiative that chess.com has started.
It's not just chess. It's about community, it's about dignity, it's about joy and action. So yeah, chess is for everyone. When we say that, we really mean it.
We are back. It's day 4 of Norway Chess. And just before the break, you saw one of the most intense Armageddons we've witnessed. Well, I'm very pleased to have with us here in the studio the winner of that Armageddon, Vaishali. Vaishali, you had us on the edge of our seats. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels good to win a game finally. It was very crazy. I think we lost at some point. She gave this mate in one.
Yeah, but let's talk us through the action, because it looked like it wasn't going your way. You were a few pawns down. I mean, how did you keep your motivation going?
I was also less on time and I just kept playing. With queen and knight, it's always tricky. I was hoping for some tricks and it just worked.
Just hoping for some tricks, yeah.
Vaishali, you had some tough rounds at the start, but today, under pressure, you kept your nerves, you delivered today. How important was this win from a psychological perspective, especially with the rest day coming up?
Yeah, it's nice to win a game. It's my first win of this tournament and I'm not very happy with the classical game. I didn't know this bishop c8 move and it was a complete surprise. I have to check what to do. Yeah, I wanted to continue with queen b3, but I was not sure how to proceed with after queen b6. So yeah, I spent a lot of time, but I could not decide, so I just repeated.
We were having a vote, Vaishali, in the studio when that position happened, whether you'll go for the repetition or you'll fight on. And I said, I know Vaishali. I've played alongside her and she's going to play this on. And you
Sorry about that.
Yes, Vaishali, you proved me wrong on that one. But I mean, in the end, it worked out. And like you said, you had to take a pragmatic decision.
I always, I don't know, I just keep fighting all the time. And because of that, I've lost many games as well. And somehow I could not decide on continuing the game. In the end, I think it just worked. Yeah. I'm happy that I finally won game the Armageddon.
Yeah. And you've had a few Armageddons. I mean, you've only got 20 minutes to prepare. What do you exactly do in those 20 minutes?
You just try to quickly check the game if you want to repeat or you want to change somewhere. That's all you can do and just be mentally ready for the fight.
Yeah, now you've got your first win. It's the rest day tomorrow. How are you going to spend the next 26 hours before the next round?
I'll just see. We'll go for some walk and.
Is Prague helping you with preparation here?
No, he's in Armenia. He's playing tournament. Today's game started, so of course we will discuss anyways about our games. So,
so you're gonna keep an eye on him.
Yeah, for sure.
And what are your impressions of Norway in general? Do you enjoy being here?
Yeah, very much. We really enjoyed playing last year and I'm very grateful to the organizers. They have invited me yet again. And so far my results has been not so good, but certainly enjoy playing.
And talking about Norway, well, I just want your opinion on the rest of the games that are going on in progress, because it must be something special, right? You're in a playing arena alongside the world's best.
Yeah, that's, I think, one of the most exciting things as well, to follow like all the other top players playing. And I've not looked at any of the games actually.
So we have the bird's eye view in front of us. I guess you haven't had time. You've been busy. We'll excuse that. But what catches your eye here from the other games, the other 5 still ongoing?
I think most of the games are very quiet.
How many Armageddons do you predict in the remaining 5?
Maybe 3-4 Armageddons.
3-4? No, you can only give one number.
We've been having a bet here every day.
There's a competition going on, which, by the way, I'm leading right now.
Oh. For now.
And let me tell you, 3 is a good
number. 3 is a good number, yeah. Then I'll go with 3.
I picked 2. David has 4 for today.
Yeah, I've got 1 so far. We've all got 1 so far. And do you predict any specific results anywhere? Maybe specifically Gukesh. How do you think the birthday boy is going to do today?
And have you wished him yet?
No, not yet. I didn't get a chance to meet him actually.
Maybe after today's game.
Yeah, after today's game, hopefully. Gukesh game, it's actually very interesting. Yeah.
Nice.
Sacrifice a pawn. Yeah. I'm not sure how much compensation this is.
maybe we'll have that up and we can break that down. But I've got one more question for you, Vaishali. You know, I've seen Auntie, your mom, come with you, travel with you in Prague since forever I can remember. Now that you're here and Prague is playing in Armenia, how did she take the call to be with you here? It couldn't have been an easy decision.
Yeah, by now I think I mean, like we are used to like playing different tournaments also, and okay, Prague is with his second there, so it's like okay, I got my mother.
Which second is he with?
He's with Vaibhav Suri.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he worked with him recently in.
Yeah, he was in Superbet also.
Yes.
I mean, Vaibhav was with Prague in Superbet also. Like it's not a surprise. So
yeah, and it was a great tournament.
Yeah, it went well. So yeah, he won the tournament. Yeah. So.
Yeah, he's winning everything now this year so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, so interesting game. And of course, as we mentioned earlier, it's Gukesh's birthday. So I want to ask, do you play well on your birthday?
Yeah, I think I won a few games on my birthday. But I have not played much recently on my birthdays. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, we have this position. You mentioned not much or not sure how much compensation?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much it is. So it's white to play.
So black's just taken the bishop out, placed it on a nice diagonal, and I see that Fabi still has an extra pawn in the position.
Yeah.
White playing for the initiative here. To me, it's, yes, I see the bishop pair, open position, but how much of a compensation do you think that is?
Yeah, it's a question. Yeah, it will depend on how the next few moves would go. I see black is also getting like rook d8, rook c8. And, it's important where he's going to put his queen, like queen a4, queen b3, like all the squares look good.
Yeah. Play as actively as possible. So it is the eternal question, bishop against knight. Which one are you on team?
Knights.
Team knights. Oh, I like it, because I think we're in team bishop here. What are you, Tanya?
I am also team bishop. What is with you both just ganging up? So Vaishali, you know, before we started the show, you said that your favorite color is black, right?
Yes.
What do you think about this color these two are wearing? Because I completely did not get the memo and
Oh.
the mismatched one.
Okay, like special year, so.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, together we make up the Latvian flag. So
Nice observation.
We're a threesome. Well, maybe not that right word, but Vaishali, thank you so much for joining us, and we wish you best of luck for your game on Saturday.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Have a nice rest day.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you. See you.
Also say hi to Auntie from all of us.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Yep. And there we do see Gukesh locked in thought as he's contemplating how to generate compensation for the for that pawn deficit.
Yeah, and a few moves came to mind. I also was looking at the white queen coming out, and here, yeah, of course, Gukesh is going to meditate. He's going to go into a deep think here. But the white queen, I'm not necessarily thinking about where it wants to end up this move, but where it wants to end up maybe a move later. And the a4 square is quite appealing. Initially, I wanted to put the white queen on b3, putting some pressure on this diagonal. But that will easily get hit. And the white queen, not totally invulnerable there. The black pawn, the a pawn, would march down the board. If you could pick up the white queen and plant her, for example, on the b5 square, however, then it will be hitting this central pawn, Fabi's extra pawn here. And this, whoops, not queen to d3, but any other move. Queen a4, for example, would be my pick here to try and seek some counterplay, to try and create some threats.
You know, maybe it's just also the visuals that we're getting in. I don't think Gukesh is very happy with this opening outcome, the way it's worked out. You know, you play h3, you get that early surprise in, and now you're here where you have to prove that compensation for a sacrificed pawn, right? And it's not, the path isn't very clear. It's not an attacking plan or an idea. It's going to be a long game of maneuvering. How do you think Gukesh is feeling about this? I mean, to me, it looks like he's under pressure, Yamanka.
Yes, but I would actually say that it's a mark of the new generation that they're not actually fussed about material. They want activity. And I was actually going to put you on the spot, Tanya, and ask you about the Indians.
Love being on the spot.
Yes, I know. Everyone loves being on the spot. You come up with the best answers.
The spotlight is on you.
Anyway, what I wanted to say, I wanted to ask you specifically about the Indian school of chess. What is its brand? Because I feel like the Chinese school of chess, it doesn't care so much about material, very quick calculation, and activity trumps everything.
I think this younger generation is so different from the one that preceded this, right? When I think about Hari Krishna, Suryasekhar Ganguly, and maybe even Vidit to that extent, you know, I think a more strategic positional approach, a more sort of universal aspect to their game. But I feel with the younger generation, they're ready for that complications, those fights that start early on, and not really thinking too much, like you said, okay, I'm down a pawn, but just calculating their way. And I think this has more to do with the computer generation. But coming to what is the Indian brand of chess, I would say it's just to be really, really good. I mean, have you seen these young kids all over? I don't know how many grandmasters we are at already, and everyone's 11 years old and already fighting for the GM title. So the Indian school of chess is, you know, just really.
I can't believe you don't know how many grandmasters your country has.
I would have to. I think it's around 80
something.
80 something.
Yeah,
I don't know, because every
You've
week
got a
we're
new
getting-
one. Yeah, exactly.
It's always changing by the week, you know. But I think it's in the 80s. Let me look it up.
Yeah. I feel like I see these posts like on a daily basis. Chess-Based India, congrats to the latest Indian grandmaster.
And you know, there's a really cool tradition in India, David. Every time a player becomes a grandmaster, so in Vishy's house, there's sort of this very special room.
Wall of Fame.
It is this room that he's got. It's got these shelves and it's got these millions of trophies, including all his world championship trophies. And that room has an aura of its own. Like, you walk in, I've had the pleasure and I've had the good fortune of being able to do that. You walk in and you can feel it, the power. You know, that's his training room. Every time India has a new grandmaster, Vishy Anand invites that youngster to his home, or to his home. And gets the opportunity to sit across Vishy, analyze games, and that's such a special moment. I feel like that's one of the biggest incentives to become a grandmaster in India.
That's amazing, actually.
It's super cool.
David, are you going to be doing the same with our generation of English? You invite them to your home and...
If I had a room to spare, like if I had a house big enough to...
David, I just want to
have trophies to fill it with.
That David is a billionaire, okay? Or at least getting there very soon.
Maybe in rupees, but...
And he just pretends to be really humble and modest and all of that, but do not get fooled. I think you've got enough room to spare for a trophy cabinet, and you have enough trophies to put in there, David Howell.
Don't compare me with Vishy, though. He's a legend.
Yeah,
he's one of the GOATs. But I would say calculation is the thing that defines most of the younger generation, at least. Like, calculation ability is just incredible. That's one thing that unites them, whether it's maybe more positional players or maybe the more dynamic ones like Arjun. They're just all phenomenal.
And also, they don't seem to be stuck in these old chess traditions and principles, right? They're ready to sort of unlearn them and kind of set their own rules while they're playing. It's not just about, okay, take all your pieces out in the opening, don't move the H-pawn, don't move the same piece twice. They're so incredibly practical, depending on what they believe where the fight is, and they just go for it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And, talking about finding the fight, we've got our bird's eye view up, and let's find the most complicated position. We have 5 games remaining.
Okay, and the camera currently showing us Nakamura against Wei Yi. That's not the most complicated position. That's maybe one of the most quiet positions for now. But Hikaru has the bishop pair in a relatively open position, so maybe some long-term hopes there, although at the cost of a shattered pawn structure. Gukesh did bring his queen out. I was talking about how not to put her on b3, but Gukesh chose to put her on that square. We'll update you with that position a bit later. And Magnus, meanwhile, maybe the most dynamic of the top row there, I would say for now, that middle board on the top row, because Magnus is a pawn to the good.
And that's 2 pawns, 2 connected passes on the queen side. So any endgame, Magnus will have a huge advantage there. And which means that Arjun has to rely once again on the open lines, you know, his majors use that to create counterplay. I'm really liking Magnus's position here. I mean, you can be materialistic in this one.
Yep, you definitely can be materialistic, but what compensation does Arjun have? I mean, are we going to be looking at something like a Benko-like compensation? So I'm just thinking, you know, you dive in with the queen to b3, the rooks come in, and you're just going to argue, I'm going to advance my pawns in the center, and
I like that.
Yeah, exactly. And look at your extra pawns; they're like still stuck at home.
And maybe you can do it immediately, right? E5, kick the bishop, d5, with perhaps an idea of a fork on d4. And suddenly, I'm wondering if I still want to be materialistic here. David, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this now looks like a... Well, I'm badgering on about the Grunfeld, but it looks like a Grunfeld with colours reversed, where often white, in that case, here black, would have the pawn centre, but often you just give up a pawn in order to gain a bit of time in order to push those forward. And yeah, the white bishop will land on c5 and or g5. So still some questions to answer here, but it does look like decent compensation. I also really love Jovanka's positional approach there of kind of waiting and putting the queen on b3, just kind of keeping this in the air. The bar doesn't approve as much, but I think this is equally kind of challenging, at least for white, to kind of come up with what next. Because the white queen, lacking squares now, doesn't have too many flight squares for her.
You know, I have to say, I mean, it's just incredible to watch Arjun on the camera. It's crazy. You know, we know chess players have a habit of looking away and calculating the boards in the head, and we've all done that, right? But the level to which he takes it to, and as I say that, he moves to the board, which actually is usually a sign that he's ready to make his move, you know, very soon. And now he looks away. The amount of time that Arjun spends looking away, I haven't seen that. Maybe the only other player who comes to my mind who does that is maybe Chucky, Ivanchuk. You know,
Beth Harmon?
Yes, and of course the legendary Beth Harmon, but I don't know if she was also looking away for this amount of time. I mean, I would say Arjun barely ever looks at the board. It's so fascinating to watch him play chess. And you know, he's not playing against random guys. He's playing against the very best in the world.
And on that subject, Magnus is the first to the post because he has entered the confessional booth. So let's have a listen.
So I feel like I've kind of gotten what I wished for from the opening. I would generally suspect that I'm a little bit better, and most of all, the position is very, very playable. What I'm worried about is the fact that I feel like I'm just burning time and I'm being a bit indecisive. So yeah, that's kind of the only thing that's worrying me right now, that I cannot really find my speed in that sense. But apart from that, it's all quite good.
Well, there you hear Magnus's thoughts. And whilst we were listening to Magnus, well, we have a move from Arjun where he plays e5.
Very forcing, very dynamic, and maybe even just the best move in this position before Magnus is able to get organized. d5, almost an automatic next. The black pawns are coming. It's center versus flank pawns. Yes, Arjun's one pawn down, but if white isn't ready to deal with the advance here, Magnus could come under pressure. He did say, though, he was glad his position is at least playable. It's no easy fizzling out of the position, no obvious draw in sight. Magnus in for a full battle here, and Arjun embracing that too.
I mean, I think this gets decided in the classical, this game. Just simply given that Magnus has an extra pawn, like either black gets that enough compensation. It's very hard right now to visualize or imagine a scenario where you're able to just neutralize the pressure into an equal position. What are the chances of this being decisive?
You just wanted to be decisive for the Armageddon bet, Tanya. You bet two games. If this is Armageddon, you've maxed out your quota.
I mean, that could be part of the reason, but I was hoping you wouldn't notice that. But also the position, what do you think, what are the chances here?
I think low.
Low,
unless
right?
Magnus at some point feels that he's under too much heat, might be able to give up a queenside pawn to get the queens off, for example, and try to guide it towards a safer endgame. But yeah, very, very much, I think, the least likely of the three.
And you did hear Magnus in the confessional saying that he's worried for his time, he's feeling like he's playing very slow. I mean, is that going to have an impact in this particular position? Because suddenly it's heating up, you know, with e5, d5 in the air. He has to be accurate because we've seen if he puts his bishop on the wrong square, then, well, he gets into trouble, basically. And he drops the bishop back. That is going to mean that d5, if it appears, is going to come with tempo because that pawn is threatening to march forward.
How much time does Arjun take to make that move? Or does he play something completely different?
30 seconds. I don't really see what else. You can't trap the white queen. We should mention the black rook hitting the white queen. She will just sidestep one square. Queen trade favors white, pawn up. And you don't really have any other options here. Maybe bring your rook behind the pawn, but if you bring your rook to another square like the c file, white will lock in the d5 square, 3 pieces controlling that all-important square. The black pawns, if they can't move, there we go. I was going to say if they can't move, white just wins on the spot pretty much. And I said 30 seconds. I'm just
very close, actually.
40.
Almost had it. But did you notice that Arjun was looking at the board? He didn't look away. So every time he does that, the move is about to happen. So that's another tell there. And our blue arrow appears. The only move for Magnus?
Yeah.
You
feel it, right? That Magnus has to be very, very careful here. d4 in the air, obviously you have to handle that. Do you really want to be sounding the treat with bishop to d2? No, you have to kind of make those tempo moves.
Yeah, I was expecting another tempo move, actually, bishop to c5. So the engine not liking that one so much. I guess the black rook will move. I'm not sure which square. And basically d4 is unavoidable anyway. And maybe white's pieces are just too congested over there on the queen side when actually play might switch to the other side of the board. After d4, the white knight moves, the black queen might come in, and focus might come to the king side suddenly.
So Magnus being up a pawn, would he be considering, you know, I mean, traditional chess wisdom, you've got that pawn advantage, you want to take it to as much of liquidation as possible, trade as many pieces as possible. Does bishop g5 help that cause with after d4, go bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, I don't think pawn takes knight is away, and then jump to the center of the board, you've got the square on d5. And this could be the path?
Yeah, it looks possible. Tactical basis is that the white queen can still attach to her knight, like she can still sidestep. She gets hit again, she can still defend her knight just about, like you're walking a tightrope.
Yeah,
but
it's very tricky.
Yeah, but it does work.
e5 is hanging, so rook c6, you just take on e5.
Yeah, take e5 and suddenly 2 pawns up. So it does look like that's his plan. After knight d5, if the black bishop just drops back, this is... Yeah, Magnus has played bishop g5. If the bishop just drops back, you might be able to start thinking about moves like e4. I was about to say, just to try and defend the knight. Bar doesn't like it so much, but if there's en passant now, at least it feels less risky for white suddenly with just the one e-pawn on the board. Let's see what Arjun replies, though. Bishop g5 on the table.
He's looking, yeah, he's looking at the board. Artel, let's see if our theory stands.
d4. Surely d4. Rook d8 maybe as well as a possibility.
Rook d8 looks very attractive, although you have to wonder about moves such as e4 anyhow.
It's sort of like that self-pin, right? What was the Magnus tweet on that? Self-pinning for
glory or
immortality?
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 Immortality. What a cool concept.
If you could have a superpower, would it be that?
Immortality?
No.
No.
No,
Yeah.
because everyone you love would die.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
And you'd be like
sad.
Exactly, and you'd be witnessing all of these things.
Make new
You'd
friends.
probably have to witness the end of the universe. So no.
What would be the superpower that you'd want?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, think about it. Like, what do you call it? My mind has gone blank, but they do this in Star Trek. They just kind of teleport. Teleport is the word.
That would be so useful, especially for a chess player, right?
Exactly. I'm there.
Make our lives so easy.
Travel the space-time continuum. Mine would be invisibility, maybe.
You're so
but that's a bit-
sneaky.
Yeah, I just want to spy on people.
David just wants all the
Sneak
gossip.
around, exactly. Just want to fly on the wall.
But okay. We can discuss the practicalities of you being invisible. Would your clothes be invisible?
Oh gosh.
Oh, wow. Yes, I guess. Floating clothes sound a bit odd.
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, look, he made it. He played the move
plays it.
D4.
D4.
It's on the board. This is gonna get fun, and he played it pretty quickly. If you had to say a chess superpower that these two players have, what do you think is Magnus' superpower? Chess superpower.
Memory, endgame instinct. I don't know.
There's a lot of them, yeah.
All of them.
Intuition. I think somehow like good intuition.
Intuition, yeah.
Yeah, you know, and I think he also has a fantastic psychological skill of being able to sense and quickly spot his opponent's weakness.
I think one of his superpower is just that he loves chess so much.
They all do,
It
Tanya.
Lots of people have that one, though.
Yeah, maybe it's not a superpower, but I think it's such an important one at all levels. Like, it feels like it's a gift for him. It just comes naturally. He could be on the golf course every morning, but it's still at the back of his mind. I think he said it on his podcast, right? He's doing whatever he's doing. Chess is always running in his brain.
Yeah. I've been there at multiple events when like something else is going on, he's hanging out with other people having a chat, and then suddenly he comes over, he's like, did you see this game, this move, this was cool? And he's like, oh, I've just been watching like the Norwegian under-12 championship. And yeah, it's incredible, the thirst for chess. In the meantime, we predicted the next few moves.
Our line on the board, knight d5, and now big decision for Arjun. Does he go for the queen chase or will he fall back? I actually did not like that bishop g7, e4. It just felt like it gave Magnus a free hand with his extra pawn.
Yeah, but bishop to d8, it's a hit on the white queen. It's definitely the first move you calculate. But if the white queen and knight survive, maybe the black bishop's just a bit stuck on that square.
It's also a very unpleasant move to make, right? A very difficult one. You put your fan-catted bishop on this weird diagonal, disconnecting your two rooks.
Yeah, I agree. But the thing is, though, you're either going bishop g7 or bishop d8. The creative part of me thinks, is it too much to go king g7?
Wow.
Love it, Jovanka. I love it.
I mean, I don't like it, but
for another person's game, not for your own,
yeah,
definitely.
I mean, the problem is that, you know, you can't make the moves, like the natural moves like queen c6, because your queen is going to get booted around.
Yeah, I quite like it. Like, if you could just, again, teleport. Like, if you could teleport this white knight and bishop off the board, and if you give black a move or two, let's say these everyone at home, imagine the bishop and knight are thrown off the board. If black could get e4, d3, put a rook behind it, like, great compensation for the pawn. So I don't hate king g7.
It's just so crazy to imagine that you're voluntarily agreeing to put your king on f6. I get it. It's maybe temporary, or I don't know, you'd still need to defend that e5 pawn to get it out there. I don't know if f4 is a move here that you need to be careful about.
Yeah, I feel like we shouldn't be analysing it. It's not great to put your king out.
Do not try this at home.
Exactly. I mean, it only works in rare occasions. But okay, let's go back.
If it wasn't for f4, by the way, the computer says it's not that bad. So
yeah.
I quite like it. But f4 is a bit annoying.
And f4 is just the most human move here as well.
Yeah, okay, let's rewind. Okay, but there are... What other squares can you
I think Jovanka's chess superpower is definitely creativity.
Imagination.
I mean, imagination. The ideas that you come up
I'm
with.
willing to play the moves that no one else wants to play.
I think it's classiness. You always suggest classy moves. Like there's always like these cool ideas. There's always like great reasoning behind it.
Yeah, what I like to do when I am looking at chess is I always like to look at the big picture. The small detail doesn't tend to interest me that much, but like the principles, and I use that as a framework to choose moves. Well, we have a big question though. You have to deal with this bishop that's under fire on f6, so...
I think that superpower of yours is one of the big reasons that you're 9-time British champion.
Yeah.
That is crazy. Can I just say that? I mean, that's absolutely legendary.
And more to come. More to come. Still plenty of
yeah,
titles
my
ahead.
friends are all saying to me, go for 10. And
go for 20. Go for 30.
Yeah. I'm not sure, but maybe one day I'll play for 10.
Yeah. I have a feeling you will. And then you'll make a creative, super imaginative move, and that will be the winning one. You'll get your 10th. Be like, Jovanka told you so.
In the meantime, let's go to the bird's eye view because there is stuff happening elsewhere. It looks like Gukesh might be going in the wrong direction. That's on the top left board. It does feel like Fabi consolidating his extra pawn. The bottom left as well, it does look very nice for Lei Ting-Jie suddenly on that red board against Sarakadem. We were talking about that quite a lot earlier. The Zhu Wenjun against Humpy game still in the balance, but that has had some major developments as well.
Sorry, David.
No, I was just asking where we go next.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the top right board there. You know, we haven't checked in with Hikaru and Wei Yi, and I was thinking that's, of course, because the queens are off the board. It looks pretty balanced, but I see the bar seems to like Wei Yi's position more. You know, Hikaru's got the double pawn, the top right, once again, the green board there. But he's got this bishop pair. The king in the center, the rook's disconnected. Does Wei Yi really have something here to play for an advantage? Is this an endgame that Hikaru, how cautious does he need to be here?
Yeah, this is... Personally, I love it because this kind of makes me feel better about my chess. This is the type of stuff that I do. Like, anything for the bishop pair. I'll take double A pawns. I'll take a king stuck in the center. Give me the bishop pair. 6 hours later, I'll grind you down. But I don't know. It's interesting to see Hikaru adopt this approach. He knows Wei Yi is a dynamic player. I think he doesn't feel too worried here. But then again, objectively, it is risky stuff Again, unless you're most people. Unless, you're Hikaru Nakamura in this case.
And also what Wei Yi did against Magnus yesterday in the Armageddon, just, the quality of his Armageddon. I wonder how confident Hikaru feels about his chances. Yes, a favorite on paper, Hikaru Nakamura will be in that, but I think Wei Yi made it very clear. That was a big statement, that do not underestimate me in that format.
Yeah, of course, we mustn't forget Wei Yi was the youngest player to cross the 2700 mark, and he has a really interesting position. Because Hikaru, as you guys mentioned, does have the bishop pair, but black has the activity. And it's not going to be easy to extricate the king from e1 and connect the rooks, because you're never going to be satisfied in an endgame unless you have all of your pieces working.
Hikaru, his next move is going to be rook to b2 to defend the second rank, but also this bishop. Then he's going to put his king on f2. Then he's going to bring this rook out. Later, he's going to try to extricate this light-squared bishop. f3 is a very classy move in most positions when there's a black knight on f6, especially in an endgame, because you normally want to put a pawn on e4, especially if the black bishop were back on b7, you blunt both pieces. Here, I don't think he'll rush with e4 because the black knight will come round into d3. But it's slow burn chess. Rook on b2, king on f2, bring this rook out, and then figure out what to do next.
And I'm just wondering, this position that we have, where did Hikaru spend so much time on the clock? Because he's under the 40-minute mark. Wei Yi has got so much additional time. And I don't know if we can, but David, maybe just go through the opening, because we didn't really check in with how we got this, endgame that still has potential.
Yeah, we last left it here after Wei Yi, still in preparation, we should mention, only spent 3 minutes up to this point on move 12. He played the move knight e5. We were joking around here with moves like f4, what to do there. Maybe bishop to d2, bring the bishop out. Hikaru settled on trading off that strong black knight in the center. He brought his knight across. The trade did happen. The black bishop came out. This looks totally fine. Jovanka's Catalan rule about the black bishop coming out, now coming into effect, and this looks totally equal. And in his quest to imbalance things, Hikaru getting to this position, this is where he spent all the time in answer to your question, Tanya. He spent 30 minutes here before playing the move knight to a3. And he gets an imbalance because both black bishops are attacked, black forced to trade. And this is how we got to the game position. Who would you rather pick here, black or white?
I do like the bishop pair, but in this particular position, given the pawn formation and still the time that Hikaru needs to connect his pieces, the king needs one more move. It needs to stay attached to that bishop right now. It just feels that if I had to take a side, I think it would be black here.
Yeah, I'm also leaning towards black, which is a bit unusual for me because I like the bishop pair as well. And I would argue it's just because the bishop on g2 isn't great. And I can see a very nice future for the knight on f6 by parking it on c5.
Yeah, agreed. Just bring that knight round, maybe even parking it on c4 later as well, going for some pawns. I'll be loyal to the bishops, though. I'll say white, and we move on. Yeah, this game, definitely slow burn. We're going to be here for a couple of hours, I think, as maybe Wei Yi tries to create some threats while Hikaru tries to unravel.
As we
go on.
Back to our bird's eye view, we've got action all along, right? Let's first check in with the bottom row there, and it looks like Sara Kadem has managed to, neutralize some of the pressure. Bar still says white's doing fine, everything centralized, and I think it comes to whether Lei Tingzhe can get that f4 idea in. That's the bottom left board, same color as the sweaters that these two are wearing. I think if f4 gets in, I'm choosing white every day in that. Meanwhile, Zhu Wenjun versus Humpy, that looks like a very exciting position. Wenjun with the attack on the king side. Right now, a queen trade has been offered to neutralize that. I think if queens get off the board, black's got a knight on e4, white's got a knight on e4. Should be in the balance?
Should be, although still plenty of time ahead. Zhu Wenjun, in her confessional yesterday, said she preferred the bishop against the knight in slightly similar positions. So we will see in that one. Where do we jump into, though? Where do we analyze, break down the moves?
Well, we don't
like
see
top left.
Yeah, okay, we should head to top left. I just wanted to say that.
I didn't want to put pressure
okay,
on you.
we've got our cam. Maybe we just play the roulette and let it choose for us.
Okay, it is Gukesh against Fabiano. Let's go to the birthday boy. Will there be birthday blues for Gukesh today? It looks like the last couple of moves haven't gone in white's favor. Quick action replay. When Vaishali was here in the studio with us, she said she wasn't sure about the compensation for Gukesh, unclear. I was mentioning maybe the move queen a4 to try and sneak in behind to try and target this pawn, which is Fabiano's extra pawn right now, black 1 up. But queen b3, Gukesh's choice. I didn't like it because of a5, and I thought a4 was coming to kick the white queen away. But Gukesh here came up with a good move, a3. So a4 not possible. The pawn would be hanging now on b4. But Fabi retreating his knight, and the threat of eliminating this bishop, but also the threat of shattering the white pawn structure on the king's side, forced Gukesh, or at least kind of persuaded him to retreat his bishop now. And when you're pawn down, retreating feels like the wrong direction. Already tempting moves for Fabi include bishop to d5, attacking the queen, maybe landing a knight in that square as well. What do we think? Maybe knight to f5 later on. I guess he's threatening bishop c5 in some positions, Gukesh, but it doesn't feel like enough.
I really like Fabi's position here. I mean, you've got the extra pawn, and again, it's just hard to see what Gukesh is playing for. Whereas, yes, the bishop pair, but what bishop pair are we even talking about? No great diagonals right now. Bishop c5, that can be countered with one of the knights jumping to e4 at the right time as well. You know, all the moves you suggested, from bishop d5 to knight d5. And was there a third as well?
Yeah, knight f5 I don't want to play, actually. I saw bishop c5 and I pretend I didn't suggest that.
Something on d5.
But your bishop
Looks
d5
like a good idea.
is the most critical one, right? After all, it attacks the queen. And if we follow the rules on calculation, we do the checks, the captures, and the attacks. So where is the queen going?
I guess she
heads to a4, because that's the only safe square that I can see for it.
The only natural square, at least, where you don't get hit again. I do wonder whether it's just a one mover, though.
You're threatening b4.
Yeah, and then can you slide the queen over to b7? Just to...
Bishop a bit.
Nice. Bishop c5.
Rook
Maybe
d8. Is that
rook
the one?
d8.
Knight e4.
Yeah, just to mention the justification after knight takes pawn is bishop... Whoops, my arrows. Bishop takes g2. So yeah, I guess this position, it just continues and very tense.
What happens if you take the b4 pawn instead?
Oh, yeah, I forgot that was hanging. Let's take a pawn, if there is a pawn.
Yeah. And then you recover the pawn, and then suddenly white has the better endgame. Okay, so there's something there, right? You can't just play automatically by hand.
Maybe black at some point, I'm not sure, maybe you hit the queen first, maybe at some point you just flick in a capture.
I think so too. I think just get rid of that threat of losing the pawn and then get your rook into the game, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, maybe like something along these lines. Now you take a pawn.
Maybe even put your rook on c8 after?
Yeah. And like if queen takes, maybe this is the question. To try and set up a pin.
Tricky. Maybe you go knight e4 preemptively.
Knight e4, cover the square.
It does feel like black is tangling themselves up in the quest to defend all of the pieces.
But is it fair to say that this is a dream position, given this tournament, given Fabi's standings? He's on, you know, he's at the top of the leaderboard going into this round 4 right now. He's got this extra pawn, and he's basically playing for the win in this one. I mean, to even get this opportunity as black.
I would say I completely agree with you, but one must never underestimate the dynamism of the bishop pair. Because, you know, the rooks, let me make the case, you know, rooks can come to d1 and bishop to c5. And we did see that there is actually some concrete ideas of winning the pawn on b4. And the knights don't actually have any stable posts, which is something that Anna Muzychuk told us yesterday, that in these type of positions, knights need to be anchored by pawns.
No, 100%. I mean, I'm not saying that Fabi is better, although the bar does say that, but that's not even the point.
Yeah.
I just think just how dynamic the position is.
Totally
it's
agree.
a game for 3 results, and that is perhaps what Fabi was aiming for today. So I would say it's been an opening success for Fabiano.
Yeah, definitely. And just out of curiosity, I turned on the computer, and it does say that bishop d5, the most natural move, is also the best one. Queen to a4. And it just wants to play rook to b8, just defend, put some pressure on this side of the board. And it says black is decently better, at least.
And after bishop c5, you go knight e4. Is that the point?
Yeah, you can. Knight e4 is totally fine.
And if
h6.
You...
Oh.
Second move. Queen,
Stop it, David Hart.
Queen e6, though, apparently is the best. Get out of the pin. Maybe threaten ideas like bishop to b3. This feels more like it.
And suddenly white is the one that is on the back foot. But, okay, rook f to b8. Now that it's on the board, it makes complete sense, right? How easy is it to see?
That's a big question. But first, Fabi has to decide which piece he's putting on d5. Because even the other option, right, knight landing there, hitting the bishop, is equally inspiring. And how complex the battle is. I mean, Fabi's taking his time. He's on an 8-minute think right now. So not an easy decision for him to even choose the first move. He does decide. So now I think, Jovanka, your question will come into play. First, for Gukesh, is queen a4 going to be his move of choice? Looks like the most natural move.
Yeah, I think it's either that square or you go all the way back home, but that just feels wrong. You've just played queen b3, what was it, 3 moves ago? That just feels wrong. Anywhere else you get hit with gain of time. And you asked how easy it was to find rook fb8. fb8, Fabi, FB, I don't know.
I
think
like
he'll
that
find
one.
it. Find it. He'll find it. He'll play it.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, right? Use the piece that isn't really working and threaten ideas of b takes a3, bishop to b3, trapping the white queen at the right time. Well, if Fabi finds the next series of moves, then he'll be standing very, very well. Oh, and well, this is Norway Chess, and one of the unique aspects is, of course, it's fighting chess, but it's also all about the confessional booths. And you know what? Who's been in there? It is Magnus Carlsen. So for those of you who have subscribed to Chess.com, well, you are lucky. You are going to be able to listen to Magnus's inner thoughts. If you haven't, then now is the time to hit the subscribe button on Twitch and get a move on and listen to the world #1, the GOAT of chess, his thoughts on his complicated position against Arjun. And Norway Chess is better with a subscription on Twitch. Unlock exclusive emotes of your favorite players, no ads on chess.com, and best of all, exclusive confessional booth content from the players here at Norway Chess. Use !subscribe in chat to level up now. And we are going to go on a short break, and when we return, of course, we're going to bring you all of the drama, all of the chaos, and all of the action.
So I think the game has proceeded more or less logically since the last time I was here. I could tell that on the last move he was actually considering rook to h5, which I thought was not necessarily crazy, but rook b8, of course, was the logical reply. So if I'd gone b4 there, just trying to push, create a passed pawn, I think he exchanges a few times, bishop b7, and I just have too little there to work with. So queen a4 is very logical. And now there are a few options for him. First of all, queen c7 I think is not very good. Because of rook fc1, bishop d7, queen d1, and he has some tactical trouble. For instance, if he moves the queen away, queen d8, there's bishop a7, and I win the pawn on d6. And he can also go queen d8 in the position we have now, but then at the very least I can go b4, a b4, maybe then rook takes b4, and compare it to the line earlier with the immediate b4, then he doesn't get to exchange bishops that easily, and I've gained some time. So I think the critical option here is e5, and bishop e3 is the only move. And then he can play bishop f5, attacking the rook on b1. And now, my first instinct was that the exchange sacrifice, like queen takes a5, should be really promising, but I couldn't really make it work. Like he takes my rook and then queen e6. For instance, bishop g5, trying to establish light squared control, runs into e4 and he gets activity. I was looking at that for a while and I couldn't really make it work. So my current plan is to just move the rook, like rook bc1 after bishop f5. I think he captures on b2, I capture on a5. And I believe I'm not running a lot of risk there, but I probably don't have that much of an advantage either. But we'll see. I think I'm certainly pushing at the very least. I forgot to mention bishop b7 earlier, which is of course a logical choice. One reason I forgot was that I didn't think it would work. The line that I play, queen takes a5, and then, for instance, e5 looks like the logical option, and then bishop e3, d5, bishop g5, d4, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight to d5, bishop d8, queen c5. I don't lose the knight, and let's say rook c8, queen d6, rook e8. At the very least, I have knight to b4, and then queen d5 next, and he has drawing chances for sure, but it looks like I'm definitely calling the shots there as well. So maybe he's seen something, maybe I'm in for a surprise, could very well be. Maybe he thought it was his best chance, like he's not a lot worse here, but yeah. Conclusion sort of still stands that it's pleasant for white.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colours. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, Black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. The prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
We are back with a midway point of day 4 of Norway Chess, and there we go to the playing arena there in the Finansparken, where we have 10 players still in action. That's 5 games in operation. Everything is in full swing. Things are heating up. They're getting tense as we see the players trying to outmaneuver, outwit their opponent. Well, as we're kind of at the midway point and the clock is ticking down, maybe we can just check out the bird's eye view and do a little quick roundup of the action that's happening everywhere.
Yeah, and I'll just start on the top left because it is a bit of an update, but it's an update we did predict. Fabiano Caruana finding the best moves on all of the last 3 turns against Gukesh, the birthday boy. Fabi, pawn up, looking good, looking like he's stabilized his position, Tanya.
I think he's playing for the win in this one. It's still far off and still a game for 3 results, but Fabi ambitious. And he's been walking around, by the way, in the playing arena. So you can also sense it from his body language that he's feeling pretty chill about what he's got on the board. I'll point out one board here, David. That's the bottom row, Stavanger against Humpy. We were talking about this in the break. I mean, that is perhaps one of the ugliest pawn structures that I've seen for Black. It's a double-double for Humpy, and that's double trouble. I mean, those 2 pawns on the D line, 2 pawns on the B line, and they can be attacked. The rook can swoop in on the 6th rank. The knight can jump and target the other pawn. Things looking grim for Black in this one, but the bar says it's not so bad.
The bar says it's not so bad. Maybe we do jump in with the 2 women's games, which are equally exciting in different ways. We'll start just very quickly with Arjun and Humpy. I just want to highlight some pawns. You know me, I love highlighting weaknesses. All about the towers of terror here. It's the D and B. It's D pawns here, D6, D5, and the B pawns, B7, B6. And yeah, just to highlight some of the ideas you mentioned. The rook coming in looks very, very tempting. Even if you just let your pawn fall, the one downside to Zhu and Jun's position, only downside is this pawn hanging. But if that ever happens, then you'll just be hit on the D file, and the white knight will come swoop in for one of those pawns. I think this is long-term suffering. I think, yes, small advantage for white for now, but it could well grow.
Well, you can't defend the D4 pawn, right? So you're about to lose it anyway. So you need to go on the counter offense. Is it fair to say that this is a game for 2 results? Either a vengeance win or a draw?
I completely agree. You know, I thought you said Avenger. No, Avenger. Avenger.
Avenger.
Avenger.
Avenger, yeah. Of course, that's what I said.
I meant to say Avenger. Oh my God, yes, the bloopers are coming.
Clip it and ship it.
No,
I didn't say anything. Do not clip it and ship it.
This did not happen in my life.
It's never happened. Okay, but if we talk about the Avengers, I mean, I'm just wondering which superhero these 2 would be.
I would be Thor, thanks to my long...
No, these 2.
I know.
Yeah, but David still wants to get in.
I just want to get in there before Thor's taken by Magnus.
Yeah.
Zhu and Jun, she would be... Black Widow? No. She's wearing black today.
Yeah, I figured that's what you said.
She's just super strong.
The one that operates in parallel universes. That one.
Doctor Strange?
No.
The
Doctor Strange is pretty much it. I know who you're talking about.
Scarlet Witch.
That's the one. But not because in a bad way, because she's like constantly calculating different possibilities.
Yeah. Well, she's got to be doing that because you can either jump with your knight. Well, not right now because the B4 square is under control. She's also thinking about the different possibilities of how to get to those DB pawns.
How about Humpy? Who would Humpy be?
You know, Humpy's just so calm and composed all the time, and yet on the board, she's an absolute fighter. So give me someone with, with those traits.
Help out producer. I know he's a Marvel fan.
What about that guy's girlfriend who's got that one of the Infinity Stones in his on his forehead?
Wasn't that?
Vision's girlfriend. Who is she?
I think that's the witch.
Oh no! Oh, that's who you meant.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because she's but she's a thinker, right? I mean, I don't know that much about her. I think at times she can be bad, at times she can be good, but she's definitely always contemplating the possibilities. You need someone who's calm. I mean, maybe the
Black Panther's sister. Is it Suki?
Ooh. Yes, who's...
No, I know. The wonderful... The ones who come flying in, I've forgotten their names. They live in Valhalla.
Oh, Valkyrie.
Yes.
Oh,
that's a good one. Valkyrie.
Yeah, I could see her coming in on those.
Yes,
big
maybe they're incredible
like
fighters,
things.
powerful chess.
This is my favorite conversation of all time, I think. Let's keep going. Let's keep.
All right, let's get back. That is our cue to get back to the chess. We'll discuss more Avenger-like action.
Yes.
But yeah, so this, I think we can say Avengers got all the reasons to be happy with her chances, but a long grind ahead.
A long grind ahead. We'll be back at this one a bit later, that's for sure, as she tries to get her first classical victory of the tournament. And okay, let's go to the other women's game next. Lei Ting-Jie against Sara Kardem, because this one is heating up. This one looks very complicated. Big threat on the board as well. Mate in one threatened. And Kardem here, Sara just, she's somehow alive. I was really fearing for her, I've got to say, 5 moves ago. But she's stabilized. The threat is highlighted here. Queen takes F1 would be a bank rank checkmate, as we've talked about in previous days. Just a quick recap of the last few moves, because it suddenly burst into life just a few moves ago. We saw a relatively symmetrical looking position, but white slightly more centralized. The black knight sidelined. Black queen sidestepped, lining up a pin. Given a question mark, the white queen jumped. F4, we've been talking about that move for a while now. We said we like white's position. If she gets it in, if she is able to attack, rook takes after a trade there, and queen c4. I'm wondering whether this is the most natural move, just to move the rook across one square, to drop the queen back to defend. Oh, I always get scared when there's a back rank threat like this.
It makes a lot of sense to align the rooks, but you know what? White isn't actually threatening anything. Mm-hmm. Because if you sidestep a potential check, black always has this queen to f1 checkmate. So I'm just kind of saying that you have a free move. Mm-hmm. If you go, say, make a move like king to g7. I just wanted to highlight that.
You can't take the rook on e8.
Yeah, but hang on, there's pawn takes pawn as well. But yeah, this is what I wanted to highlight.
But I completely agree with your point. And another way that black can use that to advantage is that after I would play rook e1. By the way, we do have a decision. She does play rook e1, but it's a different rook. And I wonder if the reason for that, David, if you just back up, rook fe1, the most natural, the most human move in the position. Perhaps black can use your idea and trade on e5, because now white can't take with the rook, right? There is the bank rank mate, as we call it here at Norway Chess only, by the way. Mm-hmm. If pawn takes rook, then you've kind of neutralized that pressure on g5. And you can make your move king to g7, maybe fall back with the queen, defend the 8-6 pawn. One of these two moves and just keep everything consolidated.
Yep. I like it.
Yeah, I like it. Maybe actually this move just to stop the white pawn from advancing. And bad bishop for white, at least in that variation. So she chooses rook e1. Eerie move there. Double E, rook e1, and Sara about to make her move.
You're on fire with all these puns today, huh, David Howell?
Oh, I don't know.
You're
That's all I can
great
do.
so far.
Yeah, but there's still king g7 played, and there's still danger in the air, especially after king to g7. I was thinking maybe you needed to actually step back with the queen to defend h6.
Yep, she could have defended across the board here.
Or maybe even being clever with rook e6.
Ooh, that would have been a nice one as well. Tempting white to exchange rooks, and again the back ranker. But why is this given a miss here? The red cross shows that there was something better. I'm just going to very quickly jump in and check. Apparently in this position, just one move ago, black should indeed have been trading rooks and just ignoring the king side. That is counterintuitive. What Black's best move by far in this position is apparently just queen takes pawn. This is very hard, and the whole idea is to trade rooks, because now your queen defends this all-important square to try and get through on the back rank.
Wow, that would have taken nerves of steel to play that, and also the vision to suddenly switch flanks to the other side of the board. But king to g7 played, very natural. And now the foot is on Leighton J. She just needs to come up with an idea. What is she going to do? Is she going to advance her f-pawn, trade on g5? She has to make an inroad into this position if she wants to put Sara on the defensive.
You know, I'd be so tempted to try to get that bishop e5 check in, and then I realize you're just walking into a blunder if you force that. Pawn takes pawn, you recapture it, bishop e5, and again the bank rank problems. Black just goes rook takes bishop, thank you very much, game over.
Yeah,
So-
at some point she might just play h3. Enough of the back rankers.
Might be the best move here, actually.
Maybe trading pawns first, I'm not sure, but either way, bishop in an open position against a knight, it's understandable why white has the easier position to play.
And also, you know, with the king, you have to say, I mean, yes, there is a first rank problem here for white, but overall, it feels like it's Sara's king that's going to be in long-term more danger. You know, even if this bishop reroutes itself from f2 to d4 at the right moment, looks like a plan that you could be thinking about. I'm liking Leighton J's chances here. She does take a decision, pawns traded, so more open diagonals for the bishop.
Yeah, and again, questions for Sara. She probably should be capturing that with a pawn. Just leave the knight on h7. Just knitting together, just defending the king. The knight is, after all, a king's best friend. But it is decision time for Sara. And in the meantime, we have had another confession. And this time, it's from Hikaru. So let's hear what he had to say.
So, I made it. Once today, at least. First things first, unlike the other days when I've come here, when I thought perhaps it should be called just like the player's box or something other than confessional booth, today I probably do have something to confess, which is that I'm not playing very well. I don't know exactly what I miscalculated, but I just completely miscalculated in this middle game. I thought it was just going to be a dead draw once. So, I made it. Once today, at least. First things first, unlike the other days when I've come here, when I thought perhaps it should be called just like the player's box or something other than confessional booth, today I probably do have something to confess, which is that I'm not playing very well. I don't know exactly what I miscalculated, but I just completely miscalculated in this middle game. I thought it was just going to be a dead draw once Wei Yi surprised me in the opening. I just missed bishop takes f2 in every line, which is about the most basic of a beginner tactic that you can miss. I spent a lot of time playing this knight a3 move, but I think at long last, even though I'm down on the clock, I've finally stabilized to where I shouldn't be in any danger with the two bishops, because I'm going to go rook b2, king f2, bring the other rook to b1, and with the two bishops, I shouldn't have any issues, I don't think. So I feel like I finally survived the worst of it, which is, I mean, not what I was hoping for, to put it mildly, in this game with the white pieces, but at least I think I'm out of the danger zone. So that's as far as my game goes. The other games are actually showing a lot of the differential, I think, in the sort of the play style and how we approach the game. If you look at the Gukesh game versus Fabiano, Gukesh sacrificed a pawn to get the bishop pair. This is a very sort of Leela, Stockfish, Alpha Zero, a new sort of computer thing where you give up material to get like bishop pairs, play for the initiative. So it's quite interesting what Gukesh did. I don't know if it's theory or not. I didn't look at the game super closely, but it shows sort of a stylistic shift. And then also you have Arjun against Magnus, where Arjun's trying to play very aggressively, create the mess on the board. I don't know if it actually works for him, but it's showing that the younger players, the Indians, are very aggressive, and they're here to play. So it's quite neat to see the shift in the evaluations and how they understand the game. So both those games are exciting. My game hopefully will peter out to a draw, but it's nothing that I'm very happy about. So hopefully that's it for today, but we'll see.
Well, Hikaru saying he's not happy with how things panned out in his game against Wei Yi. He's not feeling very optimistic from the sound of things. And of course, in Hikaru style, he gave his verdict on the two young Indians, Gukesh and Erigaisi, saying that they're playing very aggressively. But some honesty, which we really appreciate from Hikaru. But what did you guys make of that?
Yeah, refreshing honesty. It's clear he hasn't been playing as energetically as he was in the first couple of days. I mean, this kind of stuff, I joked about it as being similar to my style. Magnus calls it old man chess, when you just get the bishop pair and you just try and survive until that plays a bit of a role. But it's clear with his last few moves, Hikaru playing the move rook to a1 just one move ago, and then now retreating his king back to e1 where it came from. It's clear he's just trying to cling on, cover all the squares. I don't trust him on the fact that will be his only trip to the confessional. He said that every single day so far, on like every trip, and he always seems to come back for more. But we'll see. Tanya, do you believe that he will get the draw that he seems to want right now?
Yeah, he's really hoping for it, right? And I think he was, like you guys said, quite honest about his take about the position. Completely agree. I think we'll have Hikaru back. In fact, he might be going there just about now as we speak. I did say that I like this position for black just a little bit more. The bar's been in the balance throughout. I also like this last move by Wei Yi, getting that knight in. I think if Hikaru loses his bishop pair, the main compensation, then it's just, once again, a game for two results, where Wei Yi will be pushing. He's got the better pawn formation, easier target on a3, a2. It's essential for Hikaru to keep that bishop alive. But this knight, it's got some jumps. It's controlling d1 square, the b1 square, also ideas of knight a4. Also ideas of b5 targeting a3. I mean, it's just such a strong multi-purpose piece right there. Once again, I would say that Wei Yi, I don't know how ambitious he is. He's got to be feeling good about the position and the clock situation.
I still take white.
You seriously, David?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What?
I just like white's bishop pair. I don't see any threats.
That
Bishops
makes-
will always dominate knights.
I think now you're just stuck because you're too loyalty here. You're just being stubborn, David Howell, now.
King E1 has quite a nice point to it. That the move that I was looking at was knight takes e2. It doesn't work at all because of bishop to f1.
Ooh.
But let's show what happens with rook takes knight.
Yeah, rook takes knight. I was trying to evaluate this, and
then rook c2.
I gave up here.
Yeah, and then here I was just thinking a5, and you're just going to argue that the rooks just overpower the bishops.
Yeah, maybe you come in and grab some pawns and maybe
this
do
is
something
looking
better.
really nice for black, actually.
Mm.
But I think David still likes this for white.
Yeah, bishops. You got bishops. You got two of them. Okay, just to point out, Jovanka, knight to a4 was played, but your other idea, I think, very important. I had missed this, actually. I totally missed bishop to f1 with a pin, and suddenly white wins material on this diagonal. So very nice idea. King e1 was also guarding the d1 square. There were knight checks threatened. So knight a4 immediately met by rook to d2. You couldn't fathom the idea of the black rook coming to the second rank, so his move was forced, Hikaru. And yeah, I'm more inclined to favour white if all the rooks come off, if there's like a trade, later another trade of the other set of rooks, but that would be very, very compliant as black. I think Wei Yi will try something a bit more concrete here.
Trying to keep the tension somehow. For me, if I have to face these kind of endings, the biggest question is, what do you do with pawns as black? By the way, he does trade one set of rooks, and he has to find a way to get his king to the center of the board, right? King is a piece in an endgame. You want to try and activate it. And one of the things that my coach taught me early on was that when you're fighting against a bishop and you don't have a bishop of that same color, you try to keep your pawns on the same square, the same color as the bishop that cannot be challenged. That's the bishop on b4. So if you're black here, I would want to take a structure like f6, maybe eventually even e5, but at the right time. Trying to find that path for the king to the center of the game. I think that would be my approach here.
I'm going to try and predict what's going to happen. I think king takes d2, just to stop the black rook coming in. I think Wei Yi might give a check.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I was.
King e3?
Yeah,
and then rook c1.
Oh.
King e3 is not a great move, by the way.
So rook c1, rook
maybe,
c8.
Maybe here there's some threats of some checks. I was expecting king to e1.
Okay.
And rook to c8.
Ooh, and king d2, rook d8?
Yeah.
Yes. I was thinking the same thing as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
because
I mean,
if you do as as David suggested earlier, if you allow white to play rook to c1, then suddenly you're going to be in one of these endgames, two bishops against.
But this is almost a forcing line, right? Because if king can't go up the board on e3 because of the knight b2 transfer, you have to fall back. Once you fall back, the rook comes back and there's a big threat on the board. You can't allow it on c2. Is rook d1 a way to fight it?
Yeah, I forgot that was possible, but rook d1. Yeah, maybe this is a reason for Wei Yi not to go for the repetition.
What do you want on the board and off the board if we speak in terms of trades for both these players?
I just want the rooks off the board for white. Pure bishops. Just the bishops left.
All the pawns, the rooks, everything, maybe even the kings, just get the 2 bishops.
Exactly, just don't need pawns as long as I've got bishops. I think he'll play king takes d2, although Hikaru, is he really contemplating taking with a bishop?
Oh gosh.
Just to play rook c1, although rook c2 does look...
Then knight c3 at the end of that line?
Yeah.
But the knight might get trapped there.
Knight might get trapped. I think Hikaru is happy with the draw if he was being honest in the confessional.
I think he was, no? Hikaru usually in the confessional, it's sort of this unfiltered version of his that we get there.
Yeah, completely. I agree. But this bishop takes d2, how ridiculous is it? I know because it allowed rook to c2. And then we go rook c1. I love this idea of exchanging. Rook takes a2 and then, say, rook c7.
Looks good enough, at least for equality to me, for white. Back rankers again in the air.
All right, well, Wei Yi is thinking about what to capture with, and we know this is going to go on for a while, or might just end in that repetition. What about we keep an eye on this? I just want to tell everyone that big updates on the Magnus Arjun board. I think Magnus has seized a huge advantage in the position, and that is our center board top row. Look at that, that extra pawn still lives on. Yes, it's under attack right now, but I'm just wondering if you can keep it alive. Can you move it to b4? And how ambitious is Magnus about his chances, you know, combining the queen on f4. By the way, he does make a move. He goes for the attack. He plays queen f6. Rook takes pawn, runs into some rook d8 tactics at the end.
Yeah, let's jump into that game. It's a tale of 2 pawns. Magnus up a pawn in his game, Fabiano up a pawn in the other game, which we'll go to after this. But yeah, this is the current position. Quick backtrack.
Let's do it.
Just quick update for everyone. We actually left it with Arjun deciding what to do with his bishop. And Magnus in the break there, in the confessional, was saying he felt this position super safe for white, pawn up, and he felt like decent winning chances. But bishop to g5 was the choice. I like the fact it takes away the c1 square from white's rook. Also threats of now going hunting of the white queen due to the pressure on the white knight, which now retreated. But Magnus allowed this move, which I was actually a bit skeptical of. The pin, and it's a bit of a transformation of the advantage. We see bishops and knights disappear, but the whole idea was that Magnus is still a pawn up. And rather than go into maybe a pure rook endgame after a queen exchange here, Magnus, and rather than allow this one, where he's still got winning chances, but rook endgames, drawish tendencies, and all that, he kept the queen on. I think maybe this is what Arjun had underestimated. And this is how we got here. Rook takes pawn, queen back. And I loved your move, Tanya, just b4. Maybe he wanted to kind of deal with some rook e1 ideas, though. And queen f6, just, yeah, final point. Rook takes, as you mentioned, walks into a check at the end. Deflection, and the black queen undefended right at the end of the line, at the end variation here.
Yeah.
Tactics?
Definitely, and queen f6, it's just a fantastic move for setting up checkmating ideas. You know, white can double up on the d line, threaten rook to d8. That queen is such an annoyance.
And I'll tell you one more thing it sets up is the advance of the h-pawn, something that Magnus Carlsen loves to do. Do not underestimate the power of that with h4, h5, h6.
Yeah, and then checkmate.
Easy clap.
Yeah, h4 will always be like pre-move h5. Like, I think that.
And then g4.
And then, ooh, maybe, you never know. And I was a bit worried about rook to e8 first, like the black rook coming here to try and set up a checkmate of his own. Both queens are kind of cutting the enemy kings off on the diagonals, the escape squares. But rook here, I guess Magnus is just going to trade rooks.
That's what I was thinking. And then you can kind of park your queen in the middle of the board and then carry on with your the b4 plan.
Yeah.
I think that's the dream. Just get one set of rooks off and just start pushing.
This is such a nightmare position to play against Magnus. Yeah. You know, we know what a beast he is in these queen-pawn endgames. You know, give him a queen on the board and somehow magically he just almost always wins. Only one game comes to my mind where he didn't, and that was a queen-pawn endgame. It was against Nodibek Abdusattorov. I want to say the Tata Steel.
He also lost a queen and pawn endgame against Nodibek in the World Rapid 2021.
Yes.
So he's lost twice to Nodibek, but beaten everyone else in queen endgames.
And now he's got this extra pawn as well, some checkmating ideas. And I think it's about combining these two concepts. You know, you push the b pawn at the right time and you also put pressure on the black king.
And what about if black goes, okay, fine, I'm not afraid of anything, and I am afraid of everything, actually, because the more I look at it, the more I see that rook bd1 is also super dangerous because the rook can swoop into d7, d8, and you have to deal with that. And the b2 pawn is always poisoned. So you don't really have a great waiting move. And if you go rook to e6, well, you're kind of sounding the retreat. And rook to d8 check is still very much in the air.
And the clock tells the story as well, right? Arjun's a player who's always had the advantage on the timer there. You know, he's been up ahead, and that's played to his to great value for him. But right now, 25 to 42. So he's definitely feeling that this is a very tough hold for him, if at all possible.
Yeah, I think Magnus wins this like 70% of the time, this type of position. If not more, then yeah, this is just horrible for Arjun to defend. It's not his type of position either. He can't defend actively. That's the problem.
That's the biggest problem, you know. I mean, Arjun is such a tricky player, but he needs those complications. He needs that chaos, that mess on the board, but it's so simplified. The plans are so simple for white, right? How do you even set up the tricks in these positions? Only the one movers.
Yeah, exactly, and Magnus will see those. I do wonder what a queen exchange would do to the position. I don't really like the endgame. Like, white has a very strong pass pawn, but maybe it's the best bet. What if it's two rooks on the board? I feel better than one rook as black.
And look at the body language. This is what I was talking about. That when Arjun looks at the board, it's one of the two things. Either he's about to play it instantly, or he absolutely doesn't like his position. Every other time, he's just looking everywhere else.
He would, like superhero, he would be like some Iceman. Like, he shoots ice beams from his hands, and he's always super cool, super chilled, no nerves. And yeah, this might be the one time where he knows he's in trouble, both in practical terms and probably objectively as well.
Yeah. Okay, could you be super cool about it and go queen to b3 and just argue that the advance of the b pawn is pretty annoying and you're getting ready for a rook trade? So the whole counterplay that I'm basing things on is that after rook bd1, you go rook e8. And then
wait.
And then wait. But I do feel that this is just going to be grovel central.
And then white plays rook d8.
d8, exactly. And you're just simply just trying to hold. Yeah, it's...
And then Magnus will play like h4, king h2, and then slowly bring the other rook into the game. Or, I mean...
Just do Magnus things.
I think we might see that, Jovanka. I think you're right. Like, he has to just sit and hope, but it's just not his style, Arjun. That's the issue here.
Should we bring up our bird's eye view as Arjun tries to navigate the problems here? Because we're also reaching that point, right, when we start talking about the clock situation. You know, players have to make the 40 move mark for that 10-second increment. Quite a few moves left. And by the way, Fabi's advantage on the top left, the blue board, it looks like it's really grown.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's done everything perfectly so far, right? He's put his rook exactly where it needs to be. The light square bishop is beautifully placed there on d5. We're going to come into b3 if need be. And everything is protected.
Should we jump in?
Yes, let's dive in.
And also Wei Yi, by the way, recaptured with the bishop, I just saw. So, sorry, Hikaru even, he wants to trade the other rook.
Yeah, Hikaru is trying to pretty much force a draw if he gets the rooks off. And yeah, we jump into this one, and Gukesh maybe in a bit of trouble on his birthday. He has wasted a lot of time with his queen over the last few moves. And again, just an action replay for those of you who just joining us now. We last left it with the black bishop chasing the white queen, which sidestepped to the edge of the board. The black rook slid across, great move to defend a pawn, but also hinting at some bishop to b3 ideas a bit later. That looked unpleasant. The bishop came in, Fabi finding all the best moves. We even mentioned this one, queen to e6. Ideas of trapping the white queen. First, the black queen was hit. Here, Gukesh actually silently offering a draw. If the black queen goes back, Fabi would repeat the position. The game would end if they did that a couple more times. But instead, Fabi wants the win. He is a pawn up. The bishop drops back. The queen slides again. Bishop b3 in the air. And Gukesh loses yet more time with his queen. I just want to mention, he's played queen b3, queen a4, queen c2. Like, he actually played... Yeah, he's lost 3-4 moves with his queen in this game. It feels like he's doing it move by move, and white's other pieces just haven't improved at all. He's played bishop c5, back to e3. In the meantime, Fabi's pieces coming forward, a5 he's got for free, rook moves, he's got his knight moves for free, queen improvement for free. It's all going wrong for Gukesh.
Yeah, and there's a concrete issue as well. Where are you going to put the queen? It's under fire.
And it's not an easy choice. You could either go back to a4, but then you're eyeing that bishop b3 idea, and you have to be careful with your calculation there. You know, you asked Vaishali earlier about playing on birthdays and just the dynamics and the psychology of that. For me, it's never been an easy task. I've always had awful results when I play on my birthday. I just feel it's hard to zone in and lock in. Gukesh, on the other hand, you know, at the turn of his birthday, just when he turned 19, back in India already, he was a couple of hours ahead of us. He got that big win yesterday against Hikaru, right? He also got one of his biggest wins of his career on his 17th birthday, and it was right here in Norway Chess at the Blitz when he beat Magnus Carlsen for the first time. So he's got some good memories, but I'm afraid today we might be seeing a different story.
How about the two of you? Like,
I hate playing on my birthday. Hate it.
I normally don't play chess on my birthday. Not because I do it deliberately, but there's just no events.
You're in August. No, June.
I'm August.
June. I knew one of you was in August.
Well, no, I'm impressed.
June. Yeah, I was like,
What's your
August,
sun
June.
sign? Gemini.
Gemini.
But yeah, I mean, actually, I'd always won on my birthday every single time until 2021.
What happened then?
I was feeling quite ill and I was playing for England and I asked to rest. Team captain said no. I was just sitting there at the board, like suffering, like my nose was pouring, like coughing. Of course I lost, and I'm never going to play on my birthday again, guaranteed.
Yeah, somehow the mind, the brain is just not there, and I feel like I've had such bad results, except one. I did make one of my women grandmaster noms on my birthday at the Abu Dhabi Open. So that was the one that I think was the only pleasant memory of playing chess.
And meanwhile, the queen has gone back to a4. I think you had to go there, to be honest. You don't want to be sounding the retreat. That's way too passive. So you might as well just kind of have her up there on a4, just sniffing around the a5 pawn. And so, you know, you have rook takes rook in the air.
I just want to point out, yeah, you have rook takes rook, and I think that's the big resource to bishop b3, right? That you'll have the b5 square, and maybe you throw in a check or not, but e5 will be hanging as well. But in these kind of positions, you know, I'm always terrified that the queen's getting trapped. It's sort of running out of squares.
Yeah, it looks scary. Just to mention as well, Fabi could repeat the position. That wouldn't be the third time, it wouldn't be game over, but the second time if he plays rook c to b8. I'm looking at the clock situation. Maybe that would be practical, just to get closer to move 40, 10-second increment once you get there. Fabi now being down 10 minutes on the clock. I think the clock is actually, for once, Gukesh's kind of main weapon here.
Yeah. Also, there's a threat, right? He is threatening to take the pawn on b4. So if you don't play rook b8, you need to find an alternative way to defend it.
So decision time. Do you repeat or do you trade on a3? Well, we're going to go straight to the Leiting Sarah Kadem game because just a big update for you there. There has been a mistake, a blunder played. And you can see the evaluation bar going all the way up. So, wow, we've got to break this down. Why is queen to c6 such a big mistake?
Good question.
I just want to point out the idea of rerouting the bishop from f2 to d4 is on the board.
Yeah, and I just want to recap as well the last few moves because we were last here after a trade on g5, very natural. White played the move king g1, apparently not best, but we understand why. Guarding the f1 square, no back rankers. And I really don't like not just the last move from Sarah Kadem, but queen c5 check, asking for bishop f2, which is an improvement move anyway. And then dropping back with the queen. Like, maybe the bishop isn't putting pressure on c7 anymore, but the d4 square is such a more stable square than the e5 square anyway. So it just feels wrong, not just tactically wrong. Giving white a free move. It's got to start with a check, surely.
Right. We've got to work out what happens after that because it's looking dangerous for black.
Super dangerous, right? All you got to do is get the rook into the attack, and I'm thinking about rook e3, rook h3, and I want to give a checkmate on the h line.
That looks good. I guess black can... Oh, no, queen g6 just looks wrong
I'm happy. Then I do the David Howe. Oh, it's not the best move. I see the bar doesn't like it.
But if queen g6, it's a great move. Then you do the David Howe. Do it.
Just happily trade, put my rook on the 7th rank, win all the pawns.
Yeah, and if black tries to block, you can do a few things. Even trading is probably good enough, but here you can just tie black up completely.
You can't get out of that one that easily.
a5. This is a Magnus grind, if anything. Go for this pawn. But okay, there must be something even stronger than grinding it out in an endgame, though. Bar says it's winning.
Yeah, I wonder what's the defense after rook e3, because I just actually thought it's over with rook. Maybe after rook h3 you go queen g6, and that's the point.
Sorry, after, yeah, maybe rook e8 first, offering a trade. Although rook h3 now, queen
g6.
g6.
That's the resource.
Still better for white this endgame, which is not great news for Sara Kadem, even if she defends, looking difficult. This position, what is the knockout blow? Is there a knockout blow? That's the main thing, or is it just a long-term advantage?
I mean, rook e7 is tempting, but what's next? I don't see the follow-up. You know, it does stop rook e8. That's a good point. I mean, you're attacking on f7, and maybe you're just paralyzing black.
Far doesn't move. Must be the best
exactly. And the queen on c6 can't really move because queen h6 is in the air.
So if you go queen d6, attacking the rook?
Yeah, that's a nice move. And now, so close.
Maybe you even just reposition.
Drop it back.
Although c5 is coming.
But it feels like you're just sort of making progress slowly and steadily, but perhaps no immediate blow in the position that wins the game on the spot, despite the bar giving a huge advantage.
Wow. Okay, just to check. I mean, this is a huge advantage, even if you just wait with the queen and just kind of set up for the next wave of attack. But apparently, super strong here is rook to e5. Rook to e7, also good. Now you're basically forcing queen to g6 because this is such a big threat. Rook takes pawn. Just if black does nothing, rook takes pawn. You give a checkmate in the corner on h8. Rook to e5 forces queen g6, and you force the trade of queens. So similar to rook e3. And let's see, at the end, okay, many moves strong, but bishop to c5, and you're coming in. No matter where you go, no real way of stopping rook e7, because if you go to f7, you get checked, and you're going to get kicked to the edge of the board or pinned. And an endgame like this, white is going pawn hunting. It's not easy, so it's not over immediately. Sara is going to be struggling, but maybe surviving for a while here. But apparently this is best. So I wouldn't say massive blunder, but looking horrible for black.
Yeah, it's looking very tricky. And, well, it's terrible, right? When you are relying on your opponent having to play bad moves in order to survive the game. But yeah, bishop to d4, that is in the air for Lei Ting-Jie, and Sara Kadem in big trouble. Will she survive? Well, we're going to go on a quick break, and when we return, we're going to delve into all of the action that has been happening over the board. And if you are a subscriber on Twitch, well, you are in for a treat because we have a confession from Magnus. So enjoy.
I think this is quite a critical moment. I think he only has one move that gives like a very clear draw, and that is queen to e7. These rook endgames with, like, let's say one rook was exchanged, then I would have a probably winning position, at least very good winning chances. But with two rooks, it's usually very, very hard to bring the king into play. So I'm quite sure that that is a draw, even though like it's still a very pleasant position, which I can try and push for a win. Otherwise, if I get to exchange one rook instead, then all potential like queen endings are usually winning for white. And also rook endings are very, very dangerous. So I think that's kind of what he has to go for. And yeah, the more time he spends, the more hoping that he will do something else, of course.
We are back, day 4 of Norway Chess, and the clock is ticking down and the pressure is rising. And there we did hear in the break that Magnus Carlsen said that Arjun Erigaisi's only way to hold the draw was to, in fact, offer an exchange of queens. That didn't happen. Arjun, in fact, went for something else, and wow, Magnus saying that he's much better. And the evaluation bar agrees.
It is an extra pawn for Magnus, a very healthy extra pawn, and I think his rook is ideally placed. You know, it might look passive, but it's the best assistance to that pawn to just keep moving it forward. Also keeps any back rank threats in mind as well, keeps a check on the king. Basically, Magnus has a risk-free position here. He can play on forever, and Arjun will have to suffer for a long time, not just on the board, but the clock as well.
Completely.
Yep. Magnus wins this 90% of the time against anyone, I think especially against Arjun, who's suffering on the clock, but also suffering in passivity. That is the main thing. Like, there's no active plan for black. You have to just sit and wait and pray, maybe just put a rook on b6, put everything, all your eggs in one basket that you can block that pawn at some point. There will be issues, though, with the black king. There's so many things. Let's just rewind, though, to the moment where Magnus, in that confessional, was talking about the critical moments, because it was after queen f6 when we last left it, and I did say before the break that queen e7 probably was the reluctant move. We should clarify either way, whether you play queen e7 or not, you're suffering, and for probably another couple of hours, another 50 moves at least. But a lot of older players, maybe more experienced endgame players who are happier to suffer would play queen e7. And Magnus's point was essentially with 2 rooks on the board, it's very hard for white to convert this. You push 1 pawn forward, but you actually get blocked from the side. But if you trade rooks, so for example, if, let's say, I'm going to make this happen by hook or by crook, let's say one set of rooks come off the board, this is the type of position that is one to avoid, because now the b-pawn will march forward, the black rook will be passive for the rest of the game, and essentially white wins active rook versus passive rook, extra pawn. So this is why Arjun's avoiding it. And he said he was hoping pretty much that Arjun would avoid it because black has to wait passively. But from experience, it's very difficult, Magnus said it, to win those positions with white. Instead, yeah, keeping the queens on, Magnus, especially with his reputation for queen endgames, Tanya, as you mentioned earlier, I think this just makes things even more difficult for black.
Yeah. But then with that dynamic, it means that now any queen trade, Magnus is super happy, right? Your rook's beautifully placed, the king can slowly march up towards that b-pawn and assist it in advancing. I think those endings you don't hold against Magnus ever. So with no trades possible, Arjun's, by the way, just made the move h5. I would be just tempted to block that pawn there, go h4. b5 is apparently the best move. Is it the only move? Is h4 possible?
h4 is fine. It's just b5 is more than fine. Yes. It's better.
b5, get it to b6 as well, right?
Exactly. I think maybe if you play h4, black will block you on the b5 square. It just takes longer. But yeah, b5. No reason to block h4 while the white queen is on the square.
So we're in for a Magnus grind on this one. I also just want to point out that there's a lot of action on the Hikaru board.
Right, because when we left it, Hikaru had recaptured, or he was facing the choice of how to recapture a piece. And we assumed it might be the king, but actually, look at this. He actually captured with the bishop, and now he's found an ingenious way of trying to drive the rook from c2.
Yeah, and just 2 moves. So bishop takes d2, as we mentioned, the rook comes in. We were actually thinking about rook to c1 when we left it earlier, but Hikaru instead playing f4, and yeah, the idea of bishop b4.
I just realized rook c1, rook takes a2, because c8 is actually defended.
Yeah, we mentioned this a bit earlier. And the idea, I think, was rook to c7.
And go for activity.
Yeah. Although still unclear who this favours. Black will kind of make some space for the king, maybe bring a knight back or just move the bishop. And this pawn's still up for grabs. This was maybe what Hikaru feared. Instead f4. Ivanka's idea, bishop e4, will most likely kick that rook out sooner or later.
I like it. Activating the bishop. You know, finally the bishop pair that we've been talking about.
I told you, Hikaru is going to grind it out in the 7th hour. 155 moves.
So you're saying that despite Hikaru's confession, where he just said, oh, you know, if I make a draw, I'll be so happy, blah, blah, blah. He's actually playing for more. He wants to grind this down.
I'm like half joking. I actually genuinely believe Hikaru will get good chances if Wei Yi doesn't bail out at some point. If you don't find a good plan for black, then I think Hikaru great long-term chances, but short-term, Wei Yi will have multiple ways to force a draw. Maybe even like knight c3 in the near future. Maybe just going for a pawn on a2 immediately. He should be able to force a draw, Wei Yi.
I mean, knight c3 looks like an amazing move just about now. What's stopping you? Because bishop takes knight runs into rook takes pawn, and then king f1, you come back with your rook, win the bishop. So it might be another move here, but let's just show this, that you go king f1, there's rook c2, maybe multiple ways, but you win the bishop back with interest. Knight c3, is it rook c1 that you're relying on then?
Good point, good question.
No, that doesn't work either. Rook takes rook.
Rook takes rook. Maybe you can get away with it, because which pawn do you take?
Ooh, if you take the a2 rook, a2 pawn, well, you are in trouble because the knight is going to get trapped with a bishop on d2. That's a lovely pattern to have.
But let's start with knight takes other pawn. You know, you've got that central pawn. Leave the double pawns. They're always a weakness.
Still same issue. Bishop b2.
Bishop b2.
Cutting these squares
And then bishop f1. Very nice.
And win. Hikaru, this is so sneaky. Like f4 in blitz, this is why he wins so many games in quicker time formats. Like blitz, someone plays knight c3, he's like, whoops, I blundered a pawn, I'm not going to take you, I'm going to go rook c1, take, and someone's going to take one of these pawns, and then he wins. He traps the knight. You would think twice, Never trust a grandmaster offering pawns. Yeah, bishop c4 is probably just...
f4 is so tricky because knight c3 I thought was such a strong way to stop the idea of bishop e4 as well. But Hikaru has definitely seen this line. Yeah, I'm predicting this is our second Armageddon. Everything else gets decided in the classical.
I think, oh no.
What
I've only got 2 classical games that are allowed to be decisive, right?
Yeah.
Since I betted 4.
Yes.
I think
it might be Ivanka's day.
Yeah, 3 might be the magic number. Again.
And I just literally jumped on the bandwagon. There was nothing original. It was only just pattern recognition. But okay, we had some interesting positions up on the board. Bishop c4 has been played, concrete threat. Something to take on a2.
Yeah, I think bishop e4, you also take rook takes pawn. Actually, how do you defend this pawn? You don't.
I retract my bet that Hikaru might win. I think he's fighting for the draw.
More importantly, what do you think about the bishop pair?
It's still fine. They provide ample compensation for the pawn. I don't know. Yeah, I forgot for a second that Hikaru had he'd already moved his rook, already moved his king. Otherwise, in some positions, after like rook takes pawn, you can like magically castle queenside and go checkmate the opponent.
I have some ideas though. Okay, so first up you go bishop e4.
Okay, rook takes pawn.
Okay, rook c1.
Bishop.
And the evaluation bar doesn't like it because I was banking on bishop d3 and then trying to get some back rank mates.
Whoops.
Yes, cheap threats.
No, but I like them. Maybe knight.
But knight b2.
Oh, mistake apparently. Why is this a mistake?
Bishop b1, bishop a7? No, a3 is hanging. It can't be that.
Right.
No, rook a3.
Oh yeah, rook a3. For some reason I thought you could pin the knight. Yeah.
Decision time. Bishop e4 on the board, by the way.
Bishop e4 on the board. Are we heading in this direction? Bishop e4 played?
I mean, it has to be rook a2, no?
Yep. Patsa sees a pawn. Patsa takes a pawn.
Okay.
Did you just call me a patsa?
No, I meant Wei Yi. No, I meant...
David?
I meant everyone. I didn't mean you.
Production.
I didn't mean you. That's just a saying. It's like everyone takes a pawn in this position.
Yeah, I mean, your timing of it, you know. I just want to talk to you later about that.
Sorry, Tanya. Like, Wei Yi agrees, a world-class player took it.
Fine, at least I'm in his company.
Yeah, I didn't mean... It's just a saying. I don't know why it came to mind. I didn't mean you. I meant me.
I love seeing David squab.
I meant me.
I love making him squab.
And for once in this broadcast, it wasn't me making the blooper. Thank you, David.
Sorry, Tanya. Forgive me.
Nah. I don't forgive or forget David Howell.
Oh, I know. Okay, rook trade. Rook trade. Okay.
Okay. Well, okay, so but Hikaru is a pawn down. And, okay, he quickly is showing us the way. He's going bishop to b4. Exactly, go pawn hunting. Okay, but the knight can also step back to c5. And
I like that.
Is he going to take it?
No.
Knight c5.
What happened to your bishop pair now?
I know, I'm a fickle guy.
And you're going to argue that the white king is very quick.
The white king is quite quick. Yeah, I don't really believe it. But also, I don't know.
Bishop
I don't
D5?
kind of believe it, but I do kind of believe it. Bishop d5?
Yeah.
Forgot about that one. Let's just retreat. I'm just arguing that it's going to be a fortress. I'm going to put my king on c3, everything else on dark squares, and pray.
It's going to be very difficult to break down.
Yeah, but I mean, you just play this for the next 100 moves, right?
That
Slowly.
might
I
be.
don't know what those 100 moves will be, but you get your king out, you slowly advance the pawns on the king's side, you try to break with either, I don't know, 8-6, g5 at the right time, or f6.
H7.
Yeah, opponent, I was hoping that... Maybe.
The Fisher-Bishop.
Yes.
Fisher-Bishop. But maybe white actually plays like quick e4 and comes in.
And then black will get his king to d6. Yeah, I mean, it's still game. There's bishop a6 check. And maybe a draw like that.
Maybe...
Oh, there's no draw after bishop a6.
Yeah, but maybe white just plays e5 and says, okay, how are you ever going to break past my beautiful...
Connect 4.
Connect 4, exactly. Okay, we'll see. Hikaru, will he give up the bishop pair after knight c5, which does look likely in this position. Wei Yi, though, has a 2-result position. Wei Yi is not going to lose, that is for sure.
All right, so we'll see how this one turns out, Ivanka. I think, should we switch up?
Definitely, because action is happening on all boards. So let's go back to the bird's eye view. And again, just tracking the evaluation bars, we can see that Magnus is in full control. Arjun completely on the passive defense. And there you can also see that Gukesh, Fabiano, is the one taking over as we expected. And also the same with Letting-J, complete domination.
We have to jump to the Magnus board because Magnus has one very powerful move right now that seems much stronger than the others, or at least that's what the computer is telling us, with a blue arrow, rook to e1. Threatening mate within a few moves, trying to come up to the 8th rank, and it's very difficult actually for black to ward that off. You have to use your queen, or you throw your rook in the way, and either way, it just feels horrible. I think Arjun's actually timed this really poorly, putting his rook on the b6 square. And yeah, Magnus, I think that's the first move you look at. It's a threat, after all. Threatens checkmate.
Yeah, very strong. And I'm just wondering if black does fall back with the queen to try to defend that rank that we're talking about, stopping the checkmate. What do you think about the trade there? I'm looking at an idea of rook e8, queen takes rook, queen takes rook. I am a little worried that you might have some kind of perpetuals there, David, which is just endless checks. Because if you don't have that, I'm very happy to get the rooks off the board and go into a pure queen pawn endgame.
Yeah, just to show this, this is 1 check, this is 2 checks. And the big question is whether the king runs or whether you push a pawn. I don't think you do push the pawn.
The bar indicates that there's something here.
Probably you just run, right? Yeah. Magnus is the king of queen endgames.
It's very nicely put.
Yeah. I mean, you're just running. Like, I don't think you can check forever. This is an optical illusion. It looks like you're going to get checked for a long time, but eventually you start running up the board.
And you go towards your pawn if you get a chance,
You
right?
use it as shelter.
And if white gets time, white's queen will sidestep and the pawn just runs through.
So Magnus has this one in the back of his pocket, but if you go to the position after rook to e1 and the queen stepping back, because obviously you have to cover rook e8, can you try to put the boot in immediately with moves like queen to d7?
King somewhere, king g7.
Now rook.
Now rook comes...
Queen, I don't have too many options. Is there only 1 square that I've got actually? d6, I was also thinking about b7.
Yeah, b7, I was scared of this one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's d6 it has to be.
Maybe what white can do, you have to count here, but you can take, and bring your rook back, put it behind. And if black's rook, I mean, we'll end up in an endgame like this where the king comes, but if black's rook is passive, then these endgames are normally winning. While the black king goes over, the white king comes in, and maybe even sneaks in the long way round. And, yeah, just too slow.
Wow, this looks even cleaner, actually.
Well, I don't know. The queen and pawn endgame also look pretty good, but it's okay.
I mean, the queen and pawn endgame looks great if you can figure out a way that your king is running. You know, it's hiding, if you're sure of that. By the way, step 1 on the board. So Magnus Carlsen, he's going for it. He's very close to getting his win in this one. Arjun steps back, stops the threat. 2 options. Does Magnus trade the rooks with a check, Or does he go forward with the queen and into the rook pawn ending? So it's either the queen pawn ending or the rook pawn ending, but apparently the result will be the same.
Okay, predictions. Which one does Magnus favour?
Rook e8.
I think he plays rook e8 as
I
well.
think so too. It feels cleaner once you kind of just identify the hiding spot for the king. I don't think there's any risk involved.
He's got 29 minutes though. Like you can, I mean, the queen endgame, you still have to work quite hard. It is winning once you get your king out, but the rook and pawn endgame is pure calculation. It's like you get that position with the white rook on b1, black rook on b6, and then you just count the black king coming across, the white king coming across. Of course, it's Magnus, though. He keeps the queens on the board because he loves those queens.
You said it best, right? King of queen pawn endgames.
Exactly. We've got 2 queens on the board, 2 queens here in the studio.
David trying to make up for the whole Patzer thing earlier.
It was just a saying. It's
Don't
just
talk
a
to me.
saying. Sorry. And, okay, Magnus, he's worked out there's no perpetual check. He just knows somehow. He barely spent any time there. He just knows.
Yeah. I mean, he's worked it out where his king belongs. He just knows these at the back of his hand. Magnus is going to play this out to perfection. I think Arjun's busted in this one.
Yeah, totally. And Arjun, we've got to say, has no choice. He has to just completely rely on the fact that he needs to give perpetual check. So he has to put his queen on e1. If he doesn't do any move like that, then queen c6, and the king will have its hiding spot on g2. So queen e1, queen e4, and then just hope that there's some perpetual along the way.
Yeah. You can maybe throw in the move h4, but it doesn't change anything. White will happily grab that pawn at some point, maybe even queen c6 first, as Jovanka highlighted, just covering this whole diagonal so there's no checks when the white king steps up to g2. And this is a matter of time. It's still going to go on for a while. Arjun, though, down at 6 minutes. It's just a case of check, 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 and pray. But Magnus is going to be forced to find good moves and will surely win this now.
Okay, so Magnus in full control there. So let's go back to our bird's eye view. And again, I just love tracking the evaluation bar. And we got to check in on the game between Gukesh and Caruana because, yeah, I mean, we left it at a stage where potentially Caruana might take a repetition. Perhaps Gukesh was praying for that.
We actually left it pretty similar position, except the bishops were on the board. When we left it last, Gukesh's queen was attacked at the same square by the same rook, and here we are.
Now let's backtrack because there's been a dance between pieces. There was actually a repetition. So Fabi rejecting the draw. We were talking about this queen going to b3, a4, c2, and so on. But the queen was attacked. She moved back to the a4 square second time. Fabi repeating the position. So this is 2 times. Fabiano, though, rejecting the prospect of a draw, 3-fold repetition with rook to c8. He just played h6, clearing a escape square for the king. Good tip for everyone at home to do this, if in doubt. If you have no other useful moves, Gukesh found nothing other than trading bishops, which feels wrong, trading off your bishop pair when you're already a pawn down. That was your one main asset there, but he felt that his bishop was passive, the black bishop too strong. Now, only move to maintain, well, some semblance of balance was to play bishop to c5, dropping back with the bishop, apparently a mistake, according to the computer, because now the queen is hit. She moves, and what does Fabi have coming next? Maybe there was something even stronger, but this still looks very good for black.
Well, my first instinct was a4, but I see your response of rook takes rook, so I don't like it. Yeah, I was going to say knight e4. I really like this idea. You know, you hit the bishop, the knight also falls back to c5, continues the pressure on the white queen.
Yeah, multiple threats. I don't think you can win a pawn on the b file, ever. For example, take, like maybe you trade rooks first, I'm not sure, but if you ever take this pawn, you just get pinned. So, yeah, the white bishop feeling really uncomfortable right now.
Yeah. What happens if you just... Okay, I like
takes once. We'll take with the pawn.
And then
you don't want to trade the bishop on d2, do you?
Probably not. I don't think the bishop's running away after pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, it's got no happy squares. So why rush with it?
Yeah, we see some hesitation that, okay, now a takes b4. But here, as white, I think I would be looking at moves like rook cd1. Just arguing, hey, the trade is going to happen. At least I'm going to be able to mobilize the rook. And the extra pawn is on e5. So it's going to take a while for that one to kind of really start improving in power.
I'd just be worried about knight c5 in every position. You know, the queen is just so strangely placed, forcing it to perhaps a square where it comes in the x-ray of that black rook. I don't know if tactically it works, if there's something fun there. But knight c5 is a very scary threat for me if I'm playing white here.
Agreed. I'm trying to make some fancy checkmates work as well, where you kind of move your knight out the way, allow a queen trade, and then like if white plays like knight h2, you can give a check, king moves, and some checkmate on the f2 square, but it doesn't quite work.
Like rook takes rook, f2 stander.
Exactly. Let's make it. I'm going to make it happen.
It's Jovanka's influence on David Howe.
The problem is knight h2 drops the bishop, but let's ignore that, everyone. Let's say rook take. Oh no. Let's say knight f4. Oh, I don't know.
You just need a lot of help.
You just need a lot of help. You need to be like, oh yeah, rook takes rook, and then checkmate.
Beautiful double knight checkmate.
But anyway, yeah, you're getting into dreamland territory, but there are tactics basically against this queen.
Do you think a patzer would fall for that checkmate?
I would.
Yeah. But
you would never fall for it, Tanya.
No, but I was just going to say that, knight c5 is really, really scary. And if that's the issue, then you probably should be going bishop e3. But it does feel like white is just dancing around with the pieces, not really doing anything concrete.
Yeah, Fabi has Gukesh right where he wants him, though. It's just like the Arjun game. It's like you're defending, but not just defending. You're passively defending. There's no active play. There's no counter play. There's no attack. There's no threats for white. You just have to dig deep, like curl up into a ball and just say, you're not going to pass here. You're not going to get an easy endgame victory.
Yeah.
Tough, though.
I agree. But what about the clock situation? Because the players only get that 10-second time bonus. Is there opportunity for Fabi to go wrong? Okay, we see bishop e3 being played. Knight c5 was a tremendous threat.
He stops it for now.
Can I just point out that, what is it now, 16 moves ago, Gukesh's queen was on b3, bishop was on e3, rook was on c1, and he had a bishop on e2. So in 16 moves, he's traded off, his pawn was already in a3. In 16 moves, he's taken on b4, and he's traded off his bishop on e2. Nothing else has changed for white's pieces or improved.
So in 16 moves, he's given Fabi an a-file, and he's lost a very key bishop in the position that could have fought these two knights at the center of the board.
Yeah, in 16 moves, Fabi's got, a-file, beautiful knights. He's got the move h6, really important. He's improved his queen. And I don't want to be critical, but this is when I've done this myself when I was young. I used to get these positions and I was like going back and forth and I was like, I'm creating a threat. Like, why is nothing working? And it's because you're just trying to calculate. You're not just sitting back and being like, how do I improve a piece? And yeah, it's tough. Maybe it was a tough position all along, but Gukesh struggling move by move.
This has been just such a classy game by Fabi. You know, you can really see what a beast mode he's been on, not just the two last wins, but once again, starting from facing a surprise early on in today's game and then handling it to perfection, keeping the tension on the board, slowly building the pressure. You know, no direct lines or no direct traps in the board, no big blunder by Gukesh, but slowly and steadily, move by move, improving every single piece, continuing to to amass that pressure that he started with, having that extra pawn that still lives on, you know, not losing it, keeping that intact, not allowing compensation for that. He's just been in full control this game.
Yeah, full control. His knights control everything. This is vintage Fabi, and this is how to play against the younger generation. I know it's hard to get them in these types of positions where they can't get the adrenaline going, they can't get the action going, but this is a masterpiece so far, model game so far from Fabi. Finishing it off, though, is a whole nother question.
Yeah, because they do say the hardest thing in chess is to win those one games, but it'd actually be a great run by Fabi. He lost his first game, the Swiss Gambit, and then he will be pulling together 3 wins in a row. A win would take him to 9 points, a clear point ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, and it's a tough spot for Gukesh, and you know, I think we've spoken about this, but it's actually insane that since becoming the world champion, just how every single game, and again, every single result that Gukesh has is so heavily scrutinized and assessed in proportion to his worthiness as world champion. And honestly, like, we've got to move, by the way. He does fall back with the knight. You know, the internet's a wild place, and I I can see, and I've seen many times, that there are people who got so much sort of negative stuff to say on that. And I've got something to say to you know, the Gukesh detractors or people who speak negatively in a difficult situation like this. I mean, let's just think about it, right? Gukesh is one of the youngest ever to become a grandmaster. He did it when he was 12 in the history of chess. He's a player who's got the Olympic bronze medal, the Olympic gold medal, and played a key role in both these events for India. He's got 2 individual gold medal, Olympic chess Olympic gold medals. Apart from that, had an incredible run in the 2024 candidates. One when there were the biggest heavyweights of chess participating there, barring Magnus Carlsen. Went on to become the youngest ever world champion. I mean, that's been his career, and today he turns 19, he's just a teenager.
Totally.
So, you know, to all those detractors, like, sit down and let that sink in.
You know something? A lot of people could learn from the culture that made Magnus great. And I'm going to say this because when Magnus was a teenager, just turned 13, every achievement that he had, be it big or small, was up there in the news. Everyone, I mean everyone, cheered for him. And what does that do? It encourages you to go further and further. And to this day, the Norwegian culture, my hairdresser, whoever is watching, everyone is cheering for him, willing for him to be better, even more legendary than he already is. And that's what we need.
Yes.
We do not need to pull people back down. Sorry for my little rant.
No, this is absolutely correct. And it doesn't matter how this tournament goes for Gukesh. You know, he might lose today. It might be an absolute disaster. But, you know, he's just 19. I mean, look at how far he's come. And he's got an entire career, David, ahead of him.
Yeah, fully agree. Like, yeah, occasionally we'll criticize moves, but we'll never criticize his ability, him as a person, all the discipline, which is so professional. He's taken it to new heights, the professionalism in his game, so focused, so impressive, and he's only going to get better day by day. Like, I mean, we forget that every world champion has had blips. Magnus has had really tough years. Anand didn't win a game for nearly a year at some point when he was world champion, and Kramnik barely won a game for a year when he was world champion. I think didn't win for 3 years with Black. I mean, everyone has blips. Everyone is so strong at this level. Like, we can't always praise every move by every player. Like, occasionally there's blips. So, yeah,
and
I mean,
that's
Gukesh, that's fine. That's sport. But Gukesh, he's fighting hard. I mean, already since we last talked about the position, his position's improved a lot.
I just think it's unfair to judge his worthiness as a world champion based on the result of games and scrutinize every draw and every loss to that degree.
Exactly. Like, he got the results, therefore he earned it. Like, it's that simple.
Yep. And you have to understand, chess is a learning journey. It's something that should be fun. We do not want to make it stressful for our superstars. And we go back to our bird's eye view, and there we can see in the top middle that Magnus is king. It is going on an odyssey around the board, and it's going to snake its way over to the left side to find shelter. Once that's done, it's game over for Arjun. And that's just a question of time. And David, I must commend your prediction skills, because the game between Hikaru and Wei, that is following in the path that you suggested, although Hikaru did want to keep his bishop pair. But basically he's saying fortress time. And in the bottom, well, the bar is telling us it's all level between Ju Wenjun and Humpy there in the middle. And still it is a big advantage for Lei Tingjie against Sarah Kadam there on the bottom left.
Yeah, I wonder whether we just quickly check in with Ju Wenjun and Humpy before that game finishes. It looks like that could be a draw in the near future. Especially by Ju Wenjun's body language, like hand on the pen. Normally that means, or hand near the pen, normally that means you're ready to sign the score sheets, peace offering. White is a pawn down as well, temporarily. That horrible pawn structure that Humpy had, she's done a great job of giving it away, but in return for all of White's pawns. And active rook, active knight. Shades also of Magnus versus Wei Yi in the classical yesterday. And I'm expecting the White King to try and journey up the board. But it will get checked from behind, maybe from the side, and enough activity for a draw here for White, but probably no more than that.
Yeah, that's the feeling, right? That, in fact, I think Humpy would also be happy with the draw despite having that extra pawn in the position. One thing is the clock factor, but like you said, it looks like Black's king is really caged up. And they can be making of checkmating ideas as well. And that extra pawn, there are 2 attacked currently. So, you know, G7 hanging, D6 hanging. Don't really see a way to save both of them. I think draw very likely. And I think, in fact, it's Wenjun who's trying to get it done as quickly as possible.
Yep, and there we do see the White King step up. Well, in terms of time, though, there's one player who is in serious time trouble. Unfortunately, it's not the only thing that's in trouble in this position, and of course, it's Arjun as he plays black against Magnus. Maybe we can see what's happened because King came up to G7. The Black Queen couldn't carry on driving the White King forward.
Yeah, I would just play King to D6 and bring it over as quickly as possible before you blunder a checkmate. And I'm not sure how White blunders a checkmate even, but F6 ideas later, perhaps. If you move your queen to the wrong square, like B8, maybe you walk into some perpetuals. Yeah, Magnus, if he can just kind of bring his king over, bypass, use the queen to block any checks, and then push the pawn. I think B pawns are known to be not necessarily the best pawns, but yeah, often you are able to shelter as long as there's no counterplay for the opponent.
Arjun's playing on seconds, by the way. He's got 23 seconds on the clock, and White's plan, very, very simple. I actually don't think, I mean, the bar says it's completely winning as well for Magnus. I just don't see a way to survive this. You know, that queen on B6 defends all the pawns on the king's side. The queen C6 idea, 3 steps away from queening. The king beautifully placed center of the board. Magnus has done everything right, as he usually does in these endgames.
Yeah, and very professional as well, just thinking about the last stage of this game. Magnus has been thinking for 5 minutes. He's likely to invest as much time as he needs or as much time as he wants in order to come up with the winning maneuver. Maybe he'll even just take a stop off and play. There we go, H4. I was going to say it's a very Magnus-esque move. And there we go, zooming in on the king in the center, zooming in on the clock that is ticking for Arjun.
15 seconds. Tick-tock goes the clock.
Gotta move, 10 seconds.
And what move are we on?
Well, the players are getting
6.
that 10-second increment, and Arjun, well, he's trying to be tricky, right? You know, the queen on D3 stops the White King from going to D6. It also ties the queen to the pawn. I'm really trying to find something good in Arjun's position, but it just goes to show there are some positions in chess that no one can save.
Yeah, and not that I want to take any credit, but I did play King of the Hill with Magnus just before the tournament. We did some content, and he's got his king in the center. Normally that means you win, and King of the Hill. But of course, this is don't try it at home chess. King in the center isn't necessarily a good thing in queen endgames, but it is here because everything is protected and the king is running. I'm expecting to move queen to C5 in this position. I'm trying not to blunder here. I just want to create a bridge for the White King to pass. If there are any checks, the White King will slip across.
And otherwise, you can also go queen D5 and king D6 next, right? You get your bridge.
Yeah, build the bridge. Also, just getting out of the way of the B pawn.
Yeah. It looks like a great move. Magnus trying to calculate his way through. Looks very confident, reaching out for his queen. And your move on the board. Yep.
Centralized queens. It's not quite in the center, but close enough for White Queen.
Yep. And often it's just enough in these queen and pawn endgames just to visualize the home. And by that, I mean you just, like, oh.
Ooh, 1 second. Ooh, Arjun. Look at the queen as well. That queen is not placed in the center of that square. That was pure panic from Arjun Erigaisi. Only allowing the White King forward as well. That only helps Magnus Carlsen. We're going to be counting down again every move now for Arjun.
Yeah, that's a panic move. Again, he's down to 3 seconds and he resigns.
Magnus with the win, notching up 3 points. And what a performance it was there from Magnus. It felt smooth. From start to finish, he got his game.
Very smooth, dominating, convincing win. You know, he got that extra pawn. Arjun fought for the compensation, but Magnus kept that under control, had that extra pawn that won him the game eventually, and it was impossible to fight this queen pawn ending. Arjun playing on seconds, resigning in the end. I think this is exactly what Magnus Carlsen needed after the 2 Armageddon losses. A full 3-point victory going into the rest day.
Magnus might have 1 bad day. He might even have 2 bad days, but he very rarely has 3 bad days in a row. And second classical victory. He is really trying to keep pace at the top of the table. Very impressive, as you said. His calculation as well. He was so focused. In the confessional, everything was about the moves. Everything was about the calculation. Energy was back to grind out this long endgame. And the speed, the practicality that we associate with Magnus. He gets the first classical win of the day.
Yes, for the time being, he's at the top of the leaderboard, and there's only one person who can overtake him, and that is Fabiano Caruana. Maybe we go to that game, which is on the top left, and see how Gukesh is faring against Fabi.
Yeah, something's gone wrong for Fabiano. He's in reverse mode, and that is not always a good sign, even if you're a pawn up. And suddenly we see the white pieces come to life, especially this white knight, which was sitting on f3 for around 20 moves, doing not much. And the white queen now centralized. You see the outlines of a mating attack on the dark squares, maybe even a sacrifice on the h6 square later. Fabiano, he started by retreating his knight earlier. I'm just going to do a very quick action replay before we sit with the current position. Here, we were talking about black's advantage. Black can do anything. Maybe most active would be f5, although that comes with some downsides, opening up this diagonal. But you could imagine f5, the black knight sitting here for the rest of the game, and full domination for black. Instead, he retreated, the rook slid across. Now he gave some squares. He had to give some squares to white. The dark squares, the black pawn was threatened. Now this knight leaps forward, active suddenly, and going back with his queen in order to get the rook into the game. But I don't know, I fear this turning. We're at move 41, so the players do have a 10-second increment, but clock situation, maybe, still a factor for both players, and Fabi lost some initiative there for sure.
And he just made a decision, right? He's moved his queen forward, attacking the white knight there. So putting some pressure, also trying to get his rook, I think, to the second rank eventually. I only see one good square, actually, for the knight to fall back to put pressure on that central e4 pawn as well. Knight g3 would be my move of choice. I think knight e3 also could run into knight f4, not something I want to allow if I'm white. Knight g3, attacking e4, how are you defending the pawn? But is it really hanging? Because the bishop on c1 as well is tender.
Yeah, I could see Gukesh playing g4, you know, like,
oof.
Feels wrong, but...
It does feel wrong, but I was also tempted by that, because once you signal the retreat as white, then you allow black to take over the activity again. So
I like g4.
I was kind of leaning towards g4.
Although, yeah, questions about what to do after h5, maybe. But, yeah, I mean, Gukesh has been going forward. Suddenly, for the first time in this game, he's been going forward and staying forward for a few moves. Retreating psychologically might be hard. Like, feeling like, oh, I've got this. Suddenly my opponent's nervous. Let's go forward.
But it's also such a committal move, right?
I think he's going to play g4.
Yeah? g4 for the score? I don't know how much of a score, because he's still on the defense here, but...
Difficult decision, though, because if you go g4, there's no way of coming back from that. Whereas if you do sound the retreat, your pawn structure is still stable, and it's just a question of how do you defend. Do you go all in, just up the risk, or do you just try to hold the fort? It's a question of taste.
g4.
g4? Yeah, I have a feeling as well.
But
you know, no, I think he'll go knight g3. I'll take you on this one.
Changing your mind isn't allowed.
Well, no, but knight g3 was my first move of choice.
Okay, I'm going to go knight e3.
Knight e3.
Just because.
You know, I liked it because I would love to get rid of one of the two knights, but I just didn't like knight f4.
Neither did I. But okay, I need to choose something different, right? Otherwise, it's no fun.
You can break the tie.
Yeah, I don't hate knight e3, you know. I think after... Oh, there we get Magnus having a chat with our good friend Simon Williams, Ginger GM.
Yeah, okay.
Ooh, Magnus looking in good spirits. But yeah, 3 guesses. What will Gukesh play? Either way, it is a very much more promising position than it was just 10 minutes ago for the world champion.
You know, the one thing that Gukesh has to be careful about is the clock. I mean, obviously the position looks in dire straits for him right now, and he has to be incredibly cautious there as well. But yesterday, the differentiator for him was that he had great time management. Right now, clocks are level, but if he again comes down playing on just those extra 10 seconds, you know, somehow I've seen that the quality of his play really suffers. Well, it does for everyone, but for Gukesh, it seems like a really big challenge.
Yeah, it's going to be on his mind, for sure. And okay, he looks ready to move. He's suddenly low on the clock for the first time in a while against Fabi here.
Which one's it going to be?
Gukesh.
G4, knight e3, knight g3?
Hand movement, he's going to play g4. Oh no, hand's gone back. Sleeves up.
Yeah, that's not usually a sign of a retreating. Oh, and knight g3. Tanya 1, David Al 0.
Yeah, the bar confirms it was the best move. I should have gone with the best move. But yeah, Gukesh, he's calm enough. Like, he will resist temptation if he knows that he's only walking up the wrong path. So, good move. And Fabi pushes forward, pawn to b3. He's clamping down on the light squares.
It's almost like he was ready for the response, like he was expecting knight g3.
Yeah, I think so, because g4 perhaps was one step too far, and b3, nice move. Just securing the c2 square.
You know, I think it was a player like Arjun or maybe Hikaru. I think in that position, they go g4.
Yeah.
It's also so stylistic, right? Where you want to keep things more under control. And like you said, pawn moves can't take them back. Super committal. Do you want that? Do you want to walk into that, you know, weakness around the king, which is 6.5 minutes on the clock?
Yeah. And a big question for Gukesh after b3. I mean, how is he going to untangle? Because what he'd love to do is just get the bishop out of the island of the rook. But it doesn't have an effective square. You can only go bishop d2 and that's it. But the rook is going to be invited into c2. So...
Yeah, difficult.
Difficult.
He's just got to move, though.
Yeah. I think the clock is so important right now, and he has to try to at least stay within reaching distance. 1.5 minute now advantage to Fabi. You can't take the pawn on e4. Let's just remind everyone, rook takes bishop is the big threat at the end. A lot of pieces hanging, so to attack that, you need to make the bishop move. And you can see a little bit of panic and hesitancy in Gukesh right now. You know, he reaches out, pulls back, reaches out, pulls back.
Can you play... It's a ridiculous move, but I'm just going to suggest it, f3.
Ooh, what a call.
Nice.
Love it.
Not ridiculous at all. Gets the world champion stamp of approval, f3. Concrete threat. He's a concrete player, calculation-based player. He wants to do something every move, and this is a pin. This is threatening to win back the pawn he's down. Gukesh, I do wonder, in some positions you can kind of bypass, give up a pawn. I do wonder what Fabiano has in store, or whether he even saw that one, because I think the reason you were reluctant, Jovanka, is because it is a pawn in front of a king, just like we were saying with g4. It's committal. But if it wins back the pawn, it's going to be a great gamble.
Yeah, but the question is, do you weaken the dark squares? Terribly. And that was the reason why I was reluctant to do it. But then, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. And, yeah, now the ball is on the other foot, and Fabiano needs to calculate the consequences. But how can Fabiano save the pawn? I don't think he can.
We were totally in sync with that, and I agree with what you just said, Jovanka. Pre-move, pawn takes pawn next. Maybe even knight takes pawn, but I don't want to pin that rook. Pawn takes pawn looks like the way you want to go.
Yeah, Fabi, his body language hints that he might have missed it as well. He's getting a bit kind of twitchy. Shout out to our Twitch viewers. He's getting a bit twitchy here. He's getting a bit jittery. If in doubt, I mean, he set up last move, putting his rook on c2. I was going to say, he's just going to put it there and hope tactics work out. There are some worlds where there might be an attack against the white king. Rook takes pawn in some positions. Tactics, knight checks.
You take on e4, but with what? That would be the big question. Do you want to trade one set of knights with knight takes pawn, or do you take it with the pawn?
Yeah, sooner or later you'll have to take with the pawn, right? Because the white rook is stuck defending its bishop.
A knight is a king's best friend. So on the principle of that, I would like to keep the knights on the board. So I'm leaning towards pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, normally, when you have a knight and bishop, they tend to work quite well against knight and knight. If it's just one, like bishop versus knight, it tends to depend on the structure a bit. He takes with the pawn. Knight and g3 is strong.
It can jump back to f5 at any moment and start targeting Fabi's king side as well. And though Fabi's still with the advantage, at least the pawn deficit has been neutralized right now. Balanced material. I mean, this is, I think, a game for 3 results.
Blitz game for 3 results. 4 minutes versus 5 minutes. And the black knight might be coming. I think I would prefer black just because of the better pawn structure. Active rook on c2. But I prefer black less than I did earlier. And remember, trend is so important in any chess game. The trend is your friend. And momentum definitely back on Gukesh's side. We've had a result in the meantime. It was a draw between Zhu Wenjun and Humpy, as we expected. There we go, the players leaving.
So we need all decisive games now. I have run out of my predictions. That's our second Armageddon coming up.
It is Armageddon around the corner. It's going to be no draw without a fight. And yeah, as we see on our boards, knight to e7. Fabiano getting ready to reroute that knight to g6, followed by lifting up to h4. There's going to be trouble along the second row.
Okay, he shuffles his rook, Gukesh. Shifts it across one square.
Threat of bishop takes h6 on the board.
Ooh. Unexpected counterattack, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice, undermining the black knight on f6. That's suddenly something scary to deal with. I wonder whether Fabi will put his king on h7, although that looks a bit vulnerable on the diagonal a bit later. How else to deal with that? Maybe you can move the knight out the way, but that just feels a bit wrong. Wrong direction. Maybe you gain a bit of time. Maybe you use the black knight to hit the white queen first of all. Ask a question of the opponent. Yeah, Fabi will play that. He'll move his knight in, maybe plonk it in the center.
He does it, improves the position. Queen falls back, also eyeing the b3 pawn.
And yeah, Gukesh has some ideas now. And that's always great when you're defending, right? So you've got ideas to go knight to f5, back to that golden square. The queen can slide across to g3 and, yep, threaten checkmate on g7.
Yeah, this is definitely 3 results. This is who cracks first, whose nerves are stronger. And neither of them have been renowned for their speed skills. I know there was a kind of cloud over Fabi for a while. People were critical about his speed skills, but then he kind of got some medals in World Rapid and Blitz Championships. He's been so much better in recent years at Quick Chess.
You know, he has to be careful about the e4 pawn as well, which needs to be defended. And I just wonder if his last move, queen e3, which also sneakily protects the bishop on c1, what Gukesh wants to do is actually challenge the rook on the second rank at some moment, you know, trying to defend that with a move like rook f2.
Also, great defensive idea. That's probably why queen e3 is probably the best move, because not only does it involve offensive ideas with knight f5, but rook f2, get rid of the attackers. I love it, Tanya.
How to improve. It's not obvious how black improves the pieces, like the rook is perfect, the queen is perfect. One of the knights might be perfect on e5, but what to do with the other piece? It's like you've maxed things out as Fabi. That's always tough in blitz chess when you don't have an obvious plan.
Oh, look at the clocks.
Oh, the nerves. Going to be not just downstairs, here in the studio as well.
I mean, Fabi now got less time than Gukesh. And this will keep shifting move by move because there is a lot of tension on the board, right? It's not a clarified position that you can just make hand moves.
Well, he does step up with his king to h7. Well, e5 now under control. But it does mean that knight to f5 does come with some venom because suddenly you have knight takes g7 ideas in the mix.
Yeah, but for now, the e4 pawn is hanging, so calculation needed if white's going to move the knight. I think that's why he waited before jumping into the center, Fabi with knight e5. And for those of you wondering why a mysterious king move, this is normal. This is quite normal at the top level. You just slightly improve the king. You foresee some checks, especially with knights. Like the knight now is going to take an age to check the black king. It might never check the black king, so it just feels like a safer square. So when the tactics begin, you feel like they might work in your favor. It's always a race tactics.
Yep. And, you know, talking about tactics, there is one piece that white maybe can even think about utilizing. This bishop on c1, you can move it to d2 with the idea, if rook takes b2, bishop c3 is going to be very dangerous.
Wow, that is nice. That's a very nice idea. I wonder whether there's tricks like bishop to d2, rook takes pawn on b2, bishop c3, knight d5 with some pins. And, I mean, this is getting sharp. This is pure calculation mode, and that's where the players thrive.
And this is also a race against the clock, right? You have to navigate all these lines that you're talking about, the tactics and the position, because it's not just white who's on the attack. I mean, Fabi's rook on the second rank, e4 hanging, that knight jumping onto e5. It's pressure on both these players. And now Gukesh reaching the 2-minute mark. I think knight f5, that e4 pawn, you can pick it up even with your knight just to make sure that white doesn't get queen g3. And Gukesh getting very nervous. He hasn't yet found the way. Bishop d2, I really like the knight d5 tactic at the end. So if these two moves are not working, what else can be in Gukesh's mind?
King h1.
Just wait. Return the favor.
Exactly. It's hard to know what the best square is. Is it h1? Is it h2?
And he has to make a decision fast. That's the most important thing.
He was breathing very heavily a few moments ago as well, like chest in, chest out. You can see the suit rise and fall, but he just needs to move. He knows as well. He lost his first 2 classical games here in Norway Chess because of the clock.
Yes. Especially that first one against Magnus, right? So close to getting the draw, and then one mistake because he had absolutely no time to calculate anything, and that's what cost him the game.
He's coming close to the 1-minute mark.
He's getting more and more nervous as well.
And, you know, this is the thing with this time control. You cannot build up your time because it's just a 10-second increment. So he has to be super careful not to run his clock down and at the same time leave himself with a defenseless position. Okay,
predictions for move right now. Your rook f2 is still possible. Maybe that's going to be his choice. You can move the king and not commit anything, but the white queen, white knight has pretty much stuck his defenders.
David, look at the clock.
He's frozen.
Oh my goodness, this is bullet territory. Yes, they get an additional 10 seconds, but we've spoken about this. That is such little increment you can barely build on. In this position, there are a lot of questions that lie ahead. He does go for a safe approach.
Trying to trade off one of black's best pieces. I don't think Fabiano will trade on white's terms, though. I don't think he'll take the white rook. He'd rather leave the black rook where it stands in order to create a very powerful pawn on the c2 square. So Fabi will more likely just improve a piece, if that can be done.
Can you bring your queen in to double up on the c-file?
Very tempting. Probably the most natural move in the position, hitting the white bishop. Questions remain whether you can play like rook takes knight in that position and after your bishop falls, return with the rook. Although, feels scary for both sides. Fabi now thinking.
But you know, if he makes a move quick, that's going to put immense pressure on Gukesh. But if Fabi again spends a minute and a half, 2 minutes, I think while he's thinking, Gukesh is also calculating these lines. So Fabi has to be very practical with his time.
He does, but that's the problem. This is the kind of position where everything is perfectly placed. So the queen on e6 guards against rook takes f6. If the knight jumps into the center with knight to e5, okay, he moves his queen in. Nice stuff. At least the queen controls everything and eyeballs the knight on g3.
Some pressure. The white queen fixed defending her bishop. The black knight about to jump in. He's setting up the knight hopping into the center. Great move by Fabi.
I mean, I think draw is the least likely outcome in this one. You know, we get a decisive result one way or the other. And I'm just saying that, I mean, I know at the end we always do because of the Armageddon, but I mean in the classical. And 14 seconds for Gukesh.
Ooh, you can hear a pin drop. The tension is so real.
Oh, and this is what happens, mistakes.
It's a big mistake by Gukesh, at least according to the computer here. We see a question mark appear. That means that allows black a very strong blow. I'm not sure what it is, whether you trade queens, whether you keep the queens on. I think because black has the initiative here, such a strong rook, you probably keep the queens on if you're Fabiano Caruana. He has some time to think. This is Gukesh, this is human nature. When you're low on time, trying to simplify the equation, get queens off, make things easier for yourself. But here he worsens the situation for himself in the process.
Yeah. 100%. This is panic playing out. And I'm seeing a very different Gukesh. I mean, in the World Championship match, right? He was so composed in the most trickiest, most difficult, challenging positions. Even under time trouble, he kept his composure. His composure was one of the things that everyone was talking about. But look at him on the camera right now. We just saw him. He was shifty. He was fidgety. You know, he's been hesitant in making moves. Definitely feeling the pressure. Yeah. Immense pressure right now.
And just to mention for everyone at home, just to backtrack one move, white should here have actually retreated with his rook or kept the tension, maybe even bring his rook up the board. Now, just to confirm, Fabiano should be bringing his queen into the center, keeping the queens on, pinning the white rook. This would give a huge advantage. Will Fabi find this move? He's under 1 minute now. He needs to take advantage of the fact the white queen has sidestepped to the wrong square.
That's a very strong move. Fabi's calculating what happens after the check on f5 and perhaps the following checks if you fall back with the king. He's trying to work it out, but the queen also needs to stay connected to the bishop on c1. There are tactics everywhere, and Fabi trades!
He trades off. This is good, but not as good as the other variation. Now, Gukesh has an only move to survive. Everything else is losing. He needs to bring his rook to d2. The blue arrow indicates it. The computer says by far the best move.
He finds it. It's on the board.
Yeah, he needed to prevent that knight from jumping into d3, and rook to d2 played with seconds left on the clock. And now it's Fabi's turn to find the best move.
Yeah, that was a great move. He stops the black knight jumping into d3. That was the key. He covers that square. Rook trade. The white bishop actually comes back to a nice defensive post. Right now, you cannot trade rooks if you're white. Black doesn't want to trade either. So h5 by Fabi. The pressure continues. This is still Gukesh fighting for survival.
Oh, and he plays h4.
Barely any time on the clock. He's playing on that extra 10 seconds. Fabi, a couple of extra seconds on the clock. But how can he continue the pressure? Material, balance. Fabi with the pressure because of that rook on c2.
What to do now? Plenty of choice for Fabi, but suddenly he's catching up Gukesh on the clock.
Ooh, Ideas, checkmating net around the white king.
Ooh, careful. Blue arrow appears again. The white king had to move. He finds it.
Again for the second time.
And he's finding that with just 13 seconds left on the clock. King F1, the king joins the fray, and now things are not easy for Fabiano.
This could turn, you know. If the white king comes into the action, if the rooks disappear off the board, black's pawn on the queen side, that b3 pawn, might become weak. Black's king is miles away from the action. Fabi's playing for tricks with his knight, but suddenly low on time. He gives a check. The white king comes up the board. He brings his rook across.
Do you defend that pawn with your king? Do you snap up the h5 pawn instead? So much to calculate, such little time for both these players. Which one do you choose? What do you go with?
He takes a pawn, Gukesh. Fabi might have missed this. He's now threatening a check, Fabiano, but if he takes this pawn, the white king will step up, and we would see a rook trade by force. That is not what Fabiano wanted.
No, certainly not. And also, let's not forget that the two knights, they are separated. They're also vulnerable to attack. And we are seeing rook takes pawn. King is gonna...
It's 3 versus 3. King f3, forcing that rook trade. Gukesh makes the move. And now that b3 pawn that you were talking about, which has been such a big strength for Fabi this entire game, might just turn out to be the one that falls and gives a passer to Gukesh on the queen side.
Fabi needs to start defending now. He needs to switch mode. He's been on the attack for so long. He was winning earlier, Fabiano, but now he does trade rooks, and he needs to defend this. He's playing with just 2 knights against all of white's pieces. The knights, though, still looking strong. The white king in check.
You've got to be careful with where you put the king, and yes...
Centralizes it, not walking into the knight c4.
Exactly, no checks. And now the bishop can just sit pretty on c3, anchoring itself to the pawn on b2.
I'm still finding it hard to evaluate this position. I see the bar, it says it's level, but I mean, with all the 3 pawns separated, you know, with black king just threatening to come into the activity, and he falls back instead of going forward.
Yeah, surprising. The white bishop is so beautiful on the square, as Ivanka said, and
I think the point is that he keeps the knight on e5, guarding the c4 square, so the white king can never get to the b3 pawn.
He's trying to build a barrier.
He is trying to build a fortress, and the question is, can Fabi make some inroads with his king? Up he comes.
Great move, getting ready if the white knight ever moves to step forward even further. Maybe this is just the status quo. Maybe neither side can improve the position, but it's definitely white who can try to create things. Fabiano on the defensive. The knight jumps in.
I'm getting flashbacks of the Gukesh Arjun endgame, where in those last final moments, Gukesh bungled it up and lost a position after holding it for so long and defending it and almost getting the draw in, because there's still some big questions to be answered here.
And just to mention, it was a draw between Hikaru and Wei Yi, so we're going to be seeing Armageddon on that board as well.
Love it.
And just to mention, huge turnaround between Leiting Jay and Sarah Kardem. Leiting Jay has blundered a piece. She was totally winning in an endgame. She's blundered her bishop and is probably going to lose in the classical.
That would be a huge win for Sarah, her first win at Norway Chess, getting 3 points.
And some epic defense.
Resourcefulness. Fabi trying to create a passer, right, on the queen side. He wants to get g5 in at the right time, or is he just repeating now? Is Fabi going to agree for the draw if the king falls back to e2 and going back with the knight?
I think Fabi would love a draw here. I think it's black under pressure. White only really can win this game. The white bishop is so strong.
That's a draw offer by Fabi. That's the second time he's gone back with knight d7. Gukesh, does he have the guts? He's done it before. Will he play for more? Or will he repeat? He doesn't. He just keeps doing this. And I feel like he's playing with fire, as he usually does.
He keeps going. Here, I think it's under control.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, well, it also poses the question to Fabi. How is he going to maintain the defense? Fabi doesn't have too much time. Knight comes into the center. King goes back.
Would that be a threefold if the knight goes to c6 or just a second time?
Ooh, great question there, Tanya. If the black knight goes back to c6, that would be a draw. I don't know if Fabi understands that. He doesn't.
Oh my goodness, now it's Fabi who's playing for more.
Oh.
And you can see there the look from Gukesh. He has to find a move, just 10 seconds, and he drops his knight back, just creating that barrier, preventing the black king from advancing.
Yeah, the good thing for white, if everything goes wrong, you give up your knight, you give up your bishop for all of black's pawns. You give it up for the 3 pawns, give up your own pawns in the process. 2 knights alone cannot deliver checkmate. So I think for white, there's a bit of a safety net. For black, that's not the case. I'll be going for the white bishop.
A threat. Knight takes bishop, b2 coming in. Be careful. Do you get the king closer to the bishop?
Knight takes b2. You can play it next move anyway. There's a fork on c4. Bishop for knight trade.
Knight comes back, attacks, defends the b2 pawn.
This is going to be a draw now. Everything disappearing.
And now the white king is going to catch the b3 pawn, and the white king has to step back.
And the white knight gives itself up for the g6
Exactly, and we're seeing, after a roller coaster ride, this position heading to a draw.
Wow, more chess between these two. We can't complain. They've kept us on the edge of our seats for so long already. But everything is going to be eliminated from this board very shortly. Neither side can make progress. It's going to be a draw.
So you go knight c5, you give up b3, you pick up e4, you try to capture the h-pawn with your knight, and the white knight eventually sacrifices itself.
Okay.
Or Fabi, he's still keeping the game going, you know, he's still keeping the chances alive.
He wants to win.
He wants to win.
I think they both want to win at this point.
With the number of times Gukesh repeated with the king, I think he changed his mind at the end. He wanted that draw at that moment.
And
okay. 20 seconds for Gukesh.
Also, I think we have to point out, with Fabi's win yesterday, he's actually gone up to world number 3 in the live rankings in chess. So once again, the Holy Trinity at the top with Magnus, Hikaru and Fabi.
And Gukesh dropping down. So fighting for spots on the world ranking list, these two.
And just to update you on the results, Sarah Kadam did win against Leiting J. So she nets 3 points. Brilliant defending from Sarah.
And that means that so far there have been 3 Armageddons?
All right, I think now this is where it ends. So yes, David, I do not win today, so it's between you and Jovanka.
This one's going to be a draw, though.
And that's it. We are going to have handshakes. There it is. Takes it to Armageddon.
I know, our 4th Armageddon. Oh, what a game. What a thriller. It had twists, turns, surprises, and it kept us entertained every move of the way. But Gukesh manages to save a draw from what is essentially a lost position.
Yeah, that took incredible resilience, Fabi, you know, with that mammoth pressure that he put on every single move, and so close to actually cracking with that breakthrough, but I think required a little more accuracy. And in that time scramble, Gukesh managed to find those queen trades at the right time. Up and down game, David, but I think a very fighting draw, and both have to just not think about this. Get ready for the Armageddon.
Exactly. And in order to get ready for the excitement that is coming ahead, we're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, it's Armageddon time. We are back, and of course, it is Armageddon time. And there we can see on our screen, it is Ju Wenjun against Humpy Canary. Ju Wenjun has started with 10 minutes on the clock, Humpy just 7, but Humpy gets the draw odds. And of course, the players do get a 1 second time bonus once they get to move 41.
And this game, it starts with a flank opening. It's the Reti opening. It can transpose to others, the English, the Queen's Gambit, but Ju Wenjun staying very, very flexible. It feels like she's freestyling. Maybe just the fact that she's got this negative head-to-head historical score against Humpy affecting her, especially in the classical game when she had an advantage, but here as well, the opening choice. It does feel like she's not trying to challenge Humpy head-on.
I believe Wenjun's won all her games at Norway Chess so far in the Armageddon.
She lost to Leighton J in the beginning.
Yes, and then
after that, she's been back to her winning ways.
Yes. So Humpy, meanwhile, has had all results in Classical. So this is, in fact, Humpy's first Armageddon game of Norway Chess. So I wonder if that experience that Wenjun has in this tournament, if that'll come to help.
Definitely. And I can tell you, last year, both of their Classical games were draws, and Ju Wenjun was superior in the Armageddon.
We did know her as the Armageddon Queen. I think that's why we were shocked on day one when she went down there. But anything can happen in this time format. We know that. With white, though, you need to win. Keeping all the pieces on the board makes a lot of sense. Normally, you either go straight for the kill in Armageddon, or you kind of play this slow, creepy, crawly chess, a bit like this.
I think when you're playing against time odds, that's a great strategy, right? Creepy, crawly chess, keep all the pieces on the board, not allow any obvious trades, and just keep maximum tension. And use that momentum on the clock for when you want to explode the position open, when you want your opponent to not have enough time to kind of work through those complications. And it almost looks like Wenjun wants to play on the clock. You know, she keeps glancing at it. She slows down, though, now that all the pieces are on their best possible squares, the first trade of the game.
Yeah, I must admit, I play this all the time with white in blitz, and then I get to this exact position, and I'm like, I don't know what to do next. I should study it, but she does eventually exchange in the center just in time as well. The black queen, if she lined up in the corner, the queen bishop dynamic, the battery there would be great for black. So now Humpy takes with a piece. Taking with a pawn would have been blocked off, and the black pawn on d5 with a pawn on d4 would have been not ideal. So the rook now vulnerable.
Exactly. I see the bar likes this move, but to me it's also very gutsy, right? Because I see that the knight doesn't have very active jumps, but you're kind of lining yourself up against that bishop. She could use this momentum to reroute itself, and it does. Knight d2, attack the rook, eventually get that knight to the central square, e4 or c4.
Yeah, so often in these positions you want to go queen g4 as well, create some very basic threats on g7 to hit checkmate. But yeah, for now, it's a very nice pawn structure for Humpy, as long as she can consolidate everything. If she can activate the rest of her pieces, maybe improve the black queen, black is totally fine here. So it's a matter of time. Ju Wenjun needs to be energetic.
Yeah. And Humpy, she's got to pace up, right? Because this position's still incredibly rich and complex, and she does get her queen, checkmate in one being threatened.
It is threatened on the board, so you've got to deal with that. And the most natural is to perhaps step back with the bishop, or you can perhaps block the bishop's diagonal by playing e5.
Pawn to e5 looks very natural. Bishop back. Maybe the one downside is that the white knight is going to come and step forward with some checks. A bit of an attack. I'm not sure how scary that is, but Humpy here pausing. That is not a great sign. She's more than 3 minutes down. The 3 minutes that she started this game with as a deficit. Feels like Ju Wenjun is fast, aggressive so far. Humpy needs to move.
She is the former reigning, in fact, World Rapid Champion. Humpy is twice. She's won the World Rapid Championship. For Ju Wenjun, she's been a former World Rapid Champion, a former World Blitz Champion.
She's a current World Blitz Champion.
Current World Blitz Champion, and of course, the five-time Women World Champion.
And
Bishop f8, your move on the board. The bar doesn't
like it. Knight to e4, as David points out. And suddenly, 3 pieces are making their way towards the black king.
Doesn't that run into a fork with f5?
It does, but white can keep going in. Oh, white.
Do you come out?
Yeah, do you come out? That's the big question. So some calculation is needed. Knight e4. For those of you at home, we're just going to mark this with arrows. f5 is a fork, hitting the knight, hitting the queen. The white knight will be forced to continue its journey into f6 with a check. and the chaos there, I think we might see it unfold.
And that will be insane, right? Because the king sidesteps, the knight will be attacked, the queen will be attacked, and Vengeance needs to calculate this through. Or will she just take a more sort of a solid approach? She goes for it. She's all in.
She's all in, but I think taking that knight might end in checkmate in a couple of lines. If black plays the move f5, knight to f6, check. The king goes to the corner. White plays the move queen to h4, threatening mate on h7. If you, I don't know, maybe I'll quickly show this on the board. Pawn to f5, check. King into the corner. If you take this knight now, then this ends in checkmate simply. This king caught on the diagonal, and this is checkmate. Queen hits the king, bishop cuts it off. So this is still very scary for black.
And Humpy likes to keep things under control. She's a player who likes those strategic fights, but I think it might be too late for that, as knight f6 is being threatened anyway, with the queen coming to h4 next.
It's probably time to just shut out that bishop. Just
e5.
Yeah, exactly. Block it out and just hope that the knight and the queen can't do too much damage.
I think is e5. Oh, feels like checkmate on the spot. If e5, knight f6 check. The bishop's coming to e4. Feels like checkmate.
Oof.
Black only has one defender. She's facing 3 or 4 attacking pieces.
That means knight. She plays it, and as David's pointed out, that's not sufficient.
And I think Vengeance spots it. You know, just the way she shifted on the chair, all of Humpy's pieces offside, far away from defending the king side. The bishop, not a great defender. Put a knight there, and you're already talking, but Vengeance doesn't find the best move.
Yeah, knight check was very, very strong, followed by threatening checkmate with the white queen, but it wasn't an immediate knockout, I should mention. Black would have had ways to defend, at least according to the computer. f4 also very strong, though. So this is given a red cross this move. Knight to f6 check was the way forward for everyone at home. Definitely worth investigating further, but the variations were complicated. Arjun doesn't want to invest time to think.
But this is also incredibly hard to deal with, right? You keep all the threats as they are. Knight f6 still on the board, queen f6, pawn takes pawn ideas, just opening up the bishop further. I think this just adds to Humpy's pressure on the board and the clock. How do you respond to it? I mean, practically, this is incredibly tough.
This is horrible to defend. She actually finds the best move, though, Humpy, at least according to the computer, bringing her bishop back to prevent this knight jump idea, this horrible knight check that Black was staring down at. But 2 minutes left. This is only move 19. She's got to now make at least 21 moves in the next 2 minutes.
In an incredibly complicated position, with an attack brewing against the Black King, all the pieces targeting there, while all of your armies on the other side.
Completely difficult for Humpy to survive.
It's always when the queen is distracted, like the black queen is so far cut off on the other side of the board. You need a queen or a knight to defend your king in every position.
And also no open lines, right? No rook takes rook happening, no trades. You can't really neutralize the pressure, ease it off a little bit. Vanjan trying to make some quick decisions there.
I do wonder, f4 is like a very practical move, but it does lose a little bit of momentum. I do wonder whether she's now like, oh, why didn't I just calculate? I could have gone for an immediate knockout. Still very strong for white, of course. We talk about just opening the bishop's diagonal. At some point, this bishop will start to create some threats. I'm not sure how you build up exactly, but Zhu and Jun suddenly frozen.
I think one of the things you don't want to do as white is go f5 with the idea of f6. I think the moment you put that pawn on f5, black will respond with f6 and completely block out all the attack, making sure you don't get that pawn rolling up the board. That would probably not work for white.
Yeah, positionally, it's still probably great, but no immediate attack, no immediate knockout, which is probably what you're looking for here with whites.
But I wonder whether it's time to involve the rook on d1, because you can park it on f1, okay, give up the d3 pawn, and then just start initiating the chaos.
Feels good. Just gravitate all the pieces. That's what Kasparov used to do so well. He just put pieces on good squares, and it's always checkmate.
But, you know, it really does feel like, because Vengeance so far just blitzed out all her moves, right? It was so quick on the clock, just playing these moves fast. And now she slows down. I think she realizes that Humpy set up some kind of a defense here, and the breakthrough isn't easy. Making a move like rook f1, very strong, but you do have to understand that you're losing a pawn. What's the follow-up? How do you go through? You know, you want to win this game without sacrificing a pawn.
Zhu and Jun doesn't look happy. A bit of a shake of the head there. I think it's just the fact that she's frozen for...
She goes for it. Rook to f1, inviting everyone to the party. And the question is, can you grab that pawn? And no, Absolutely not, says Humpy Canaru. But now you can take on e5 as the arrows are indicating, and suddenly the big guys are in.
Just to mention on the last move, Black's best not to capture this pawn, but to play the move rook to f8. That's incredibly difficult, partly to threaten the move f5, but also to defend the f-file in general. And now opening up the center will result in some sacrifices, some very scary attacks for white potentially. But taking on e5 is not obvious unless you see the immediate follow-up. This is going to be difficult. Big moment. If Zhu Wenjun doesn't take this pawn, Humpy's right back in it. She needs to take this pawn as the blue arrow dictates there.
And look at the clock as well. You know, most of the time advantage is gone. So she has to find this best move, and she has to make it in time. Well, she doesn't.
Ooh, she's losing so much time, momentum to her attack. And there we go. Humpy guards her central pawn. Very shaky on the light squares, but at least blocking the dark square diagonal. Ooh. What comes next? So many twists and turns already, it feels like, and we haven't yet got to the craziest part of the game. Zhu Wenjun needs to go for mate. She needs to win this game.
I just spotted Gukesh running by, getting ready for his Armageddon, which will start in a few moments as well.
Yeah, not the first time I've seen a world champion running, but nice to see that even the top guys get nervous before big games. Queen h5, though, we see another miss attached to it. White had stronger moves, maybe actually pushing the h-pawn forward, using that as a bit of a battering ram, getting the white bishop in would have been even stronger. But that's her idea on the next move.
Strong plan. Arjun puts the pressure. Humpy still low on the clock. Do you move the rook away so that bishop h3 can be challenged by a strange bishop c8?
Ooh, that's possible.
Ooh, and
trades pawns, though.
Ooh, very interesting move because, okay, also given a question mark, double question mark. Black's defense was so nicely hinged on blocking this bishop on b2.
Yeah, she kept missing the key defensive idea, at least according to the computer, Humpy. But I'm going to say very unnatural for a human. Black should have put the rook back on f8 just to prepare, just kind of to brace for impact. But instead, she's inviting the white rook in, and the white rook is actually going to slide across to the h-file. And this is terrifying for Black. Rook takes pawn. Big move now for Zhu Wenjun. The move she played, though, equally strong, bringing her bishop in for a decisive attack against the Black King now.
This is what I was scared of. This is why I wanted the black bishop on c8 when this bishop arrives on h3, because now bishop e6, bishop f5 is a massive threat hitting on h7.
Yeah, bishop f5 is devastating, targeting h7 and getting ready to sacrifice a piece, and that's why Humpy just simply blocks this dark square diagonal.
That was the only move, by the way, not to be lost on the spot. Still looking very tough for Black, especially after a bishop check, or even this move, trying to drive away the Black Knight, which now gets greedy and grabs a pawn, but computer now shouts mate in 9. Wow.
I mean, Patsa sees a check, Patsa gives a check. Well, bishop e6, bishop f5, is that the way forward?
It's one of many ways forward. Knight g5 is also apparently very strong. It's either knight g5 or bishop f5. Otherwise, Black's right back in it. She plays the more natural of the two, threatening checkmate in 1. Humpy here. If she moves that pawn, the white queen will sneak in anyway on the light squares, g6, h7.
Yes. And if you go g6, the bishop grabs that pawn, h7 spin. The bishop on e7 cannot open up the file for the queen to defend because f6 is hanging in all those variations. That's just checkmate as well.
This is going to end the game. Humpy's down at 40 seconds. Still 15 moves to reach the time control to get that 1 extra second increment. It's physically going to be tough to make 15 moves in 30 seconds now, and she's facing checkmate.
Okay, but now bishop takes, and there's big threat of queen takes h7 on the board, and now f6 is hanging.
Everything, king g8 only move. Still not checkmate, but you could just win material here. Just take the rook on d8. Is there something stronger?
Knight to g5. Bring the knight into the attack as well. That ends the game immediately, but you can take material. She goes for checkmate. Look at those 4 pieces swarming the Black King. This is over. Humpy's going to resign. It's forced checkmate now.
And what a dominating game this has been by Wenjun. Humpy resigns, Wenjun gets the win.
Yes, and well, we can't relax because there is a second Armageddon in progress, and that's between Hikaru Nakamura and Wei Yi. We have to go there, and we have to check out the mid-action.
And in this game, Hikaru has been a cowboy. He played pawn to b3 on move 1, but it hasn't gone so well for him. Black has some double pawns on the c-file, but other than that, Black's position looks very harmonious.
It really does, but how much of a factor is the clock right now? Because Wei Yi is under 4 minutes, and such a block close position means you've got pieces that are going to stay on the board forever. That A pawn would have come under attack. He pushes it, tries to get rid of it. If you take it, black rooks will start doubling up on that line to capture it. Is Hikaru just playing to flag here?
Yes, he's going to play another 800-move game like he did recently and try and win on time eventually. But jokes aside, Hikaru, he's playing super quick, super practical. Bishop to d2 is coming next, I believe, once the black bishop retreats. And white's just going to put a pawn on the a5 square and hope that that's enough. It's only bishops left.
It is, and black, on the other hand, Wei Yi will try to reroute his own bishop to d8 to target that pawn on a5. It's all about, can he win that pawn back? Can he win the a4 pawn?
Yep. And interestingly enough, the game between Gukesh and Fabiano has also kicked off with Gukesh adopting a same kind of close position strategy. So obviously we'll keep an eye on that game as well.
This is getting spicy with this last move.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Zhu and Jun playing an early b3, Hikaru playing it on move 1, Gukesh playing a very early b3 in his game as well. It's clearly the way the top players go in Armageddon chess, but this position now livening up, Tanya.
It's an Armageddon approach, right? You try to keep as many pieces on the board, just play a structure that's cagey looking but keeps the complications on for a later fight when the clocks tick low. And look at this, this is exploded. What kind of a pawn formation is that? A double-double for Wei Yi. For Hikaru even right now on the A file and the E file. Actually a triple double because Wei Yi has one as well.
Yeah, someone call A&E. It's doubled A pawns, doubled E pawns. That is not a healthy pawn structure for Hikaru right now, but he is one pawn up.
Call A&E. There's also a double C pawn, C for call.
Yeah, nice. Those black C pawns. Okay, at least Hikaru is trying to do some trading. He wants to get rid of some of his weaknesses. But he's been so speedy. His advantage 3 minutes at the beginning of the game has grown to 4. I don't know if he was watching Wei Yi yesterday though. Wei Yi, even with a few seconds left, is very, very calm.
But what about from the position perspective? I mean, are you taking white or black here?
Oh, nice move there from Hikaru.
Unleashing the bishop. I would normally say black, but then I would need some time to calculate. Hikaru doesn't give Wei Yi the time. The white bishop unleashed to hit c6. That would come with a fork of the black rooks if Wei Yi isn't careful here.
Well, he did sacrifice an exchange against Magnus yesterday. Will Wei Yi do the same today? Because that's a light squared bishop. That's a key piece in white's position. You know, you give that up and Wei Yi's bishop will become a monster. Ideas of bishop f5 will start coming into the game.
Yeah.
Is he going to do a second sacrifice in a row?
I think he might even play bishop f5 here, you know. Wei Yi, though, down at 2 minutes, and this is only move 25. He does give up the exchange, Tanya.
He did it against Magnus, worked to perfection against Hikaru, but Hikaru doesn't accept it. I think it's important for him to keep that light squared bishop on the board.
Absolutely. And also, it's so important that this bishop on g7 is just locked out of the game. Doesn't get in. And Wei Yi, he has to defend c6. That bishop on g7, g2 was just a sleeping monster.
Yeah, this position hanging in the balance, but it's just the clock. I worry for Wei Yi. He's 13 moves to make in under 2 minutes before you get the 1 second increment and still all the heavy pieces on the board. And you're facing Hikaru, the trickiest guy out there, the most experienced flagger out there. I mean, position, even if it's balanced, Hikaru is going to try every trick in the book here.
I mean, Hikaru is already a beast, but when it comes to raw speed, you know, he just becomes a bigger beast than ever. I mean, Magnus, he took down Magnus in those time scrambles. This one, it's going to be tough for Wei Yi, but he's done everything right so far. The quality of play has been incredibly high by Wei Yi in this Armageddon. Hikaru is setting up some ideas against the f7 pawn.
Ooh, Wei Yi ignores it.
Can you go bishop h6?
Ooh, bishop h6, fruity. I wonder whether black can take that, though.
Just to check.
Just one check on the f7 square. Hikaru.
Oh, he's going to take the c-pawn.
Just going pawn hunting. You know, this is what he did against Magnus as well.
And it worked.
It worked.
Yeah, Hikaru, I'm really shocked he gave up 2 pawns there on the last 2 moves and didn't flinch.
And look at the way the queen on c4 is placed. It's also defending the f7 pawn once the rook moves out of the way. Wei Yi, a little hesitant where to go.
He's got a lot of choice. 3 or 4 safe squares here. Hikaru looks up at the move counter. He wasn't looking at the other Armageddon. He was looking at the move counter. We're at move 31.
Okay.
Wei Yi has 1 minute.
Well, things are heating up here. We should definitely head over to the game between Gukesh and Fabi because Fabi is in big trouble.
Whoa.
Fabiano here with black. It's level material, but he has doubled f-pawns, and white has a very fluid center. Pawn to d5, a huge threat to blow open the center. The black queen vulnerable, positionally dominant for Gukesh. Fabi ignores anything in the center.
I think the threat that you pointed out was going to be followed up by g4 as well, trapping that bishop eventually. So it needed to be stopped. Fabi with h5 takes control of at least white not advancing that pawn.
This has all gone wrong. Even if Gukesh doesn't have an immediate knockout, even if he just kind of moves his bishop back, pushes a pawn, Fabi's going to be suffering long term. Just poor pawn structure here. Normally I love this kind of doubled f-pawn. It keeps the black king safe, but here you don't have any influence over the center.
I love the idea of just moving the bishop out of the way, pin that bishop on e6, go bishop d3, take the f5 square or f1, take the f5 square under control, go d5 next. Big questions for Fabi to answer.
7 minutes against under 4 minutes in this one.
Oof. And so many of White's pieces can just come into the game. You can see knight e4 is coming, d5 is coming. Everything is making their way towards the black king.
I'd play bishop d3 here. I love that idea that you mentioned, David.
Yeah, bishop d3. I would be tempted to play d5. But then again, it does give the black knight the c5 square if there's no immediate knockout. I was going to say Gukesh, he's so direct.
Oh, he does combine the two ideas.
And now we have triple pawns on the board.
First time at Norway Chess?
Perhaps.
Yeah, the Tower of Terror. The f-pawns.
Oh,
it's like a totem pole.
It really is, right? With the queen at the head there, and you've got an entire traffic jam with 2 majors and 3 pawns on the same line. Yeah, but this is a very unhappy structure. Now a rook lift, rook f3 idea, rook g3, rook h3.
Maybe now Fabi can just centralize the knight, put it on e5 and hope, and it is just a wild hope that there's some bishop takes knight being played. But that's what Fabi does.
Does it? I think that's a great defensive move.
Great move. Great shout. And Gukesh is going to remove that knight. He was about to take it, just judging by the hand movement there. But yeah, at least that corrects the black pawn structure. You will win the f-pawn in the process. I think that's the justification. White is going to slide the rook to f3 if he removes that knight.
But there might be a queen d4 at the end attacking the rook on a1 as well. So it's really not that clear if he takes it. And he does. Rook f3. Does Fabi centralize the queen on d4?
I think he will. I think he will. And the white rook hit. If the white knight moves, then the black queen can slide back to e4 and save the pawn.
It's game on.
Game on.
It's not over yet.
Fabi hits the rook. Will the white rook move, or will he defend it with his knight?
And Fabi needs only a draw, right? So the queen trade works to his advantage perfectly if the knight gets out of the way. I think Gukesh wants to keep the queens on the board. I think he's going to move the rook to the central line.
It makes a lot of sense, right? You're still attacking the pawn on f5. If you can encourage that pawn to go forward, well, at least you're getting some squares for the knight to jump into. And he moves the rook, eyeballing the queen.
And the f5 pawn hanging. Can you go e4 here? Rook takes pawn. e3, what happens there?
I think that's exactly what Fabi's going to do. I think he has to try something just to point out f4, knight to e4, the black queen trapped in the center. And yeah, this is the justification. Fabi's going to lose a pawn, so he might as well press the chaos button. Down at 3 minutes now, Fabiano.
He's going to go e3. You just have to go all in this position.
Wait, is e3? The queen is trapped to... Oh, she has b2. I was going to say e3, knight to e4.
On takes pawn?
King f1. And the black queen had one safe square, but Fabi moves his rook. Apparently this is a blunder. The white knight now can move, whether it attacks the black queen, whether it slides back. This is decisive, this advantage for white.
Well, a must-win position, a must-win game, and a position that Gukesh can really make it happen.
Yeah, he can force the trade of queens.
In the meantime, I think we have to switch the other game about to end, the other Armageddon. Hikaru Nakamura is about to admit defeat. It's a repetition of moves. A draw wins the Armageddon for Wei Yi.
Unbelievable. Wei Yi takes down Magnus Carlsen and then Hikaru Nakamura back-to-back world #1 and the world #2. What a performance by the Chinese #1.
Yeah, he's on a roll. Okay, we have to go immediately back to the game between Gukesh and Fabiano. As Gukesh, he manages to coordinate his knight onto the e3 square. Everything is beautifully covered.
Love it. h5 is hanging. Queen e2, queen h5 coming in as well. Knight will jump to f5 once the rook's out of the way. He reaches out, grabs the second pawn. Does he get the job done? Is Gukesh taking this?
Surely. He's got so much time as well, 4.5 minutes. 2 extra pawns. This looks like a Sicilian Sveshnikov where Black is just riddled with light squared weaknesses, but normally you have dynamism to compensate. Black doesn't have any active play at all.
Yeah, and we were talking about Gukesh as the world champion, right? I think this is the kind of position you don't mess up. You know, you have to make the most of this. You've got those 2 extra pawns. Fabi without play, D7 coming in as well with a big fork.
Oh, that is a forking problem for the black rooks. The other white rook about to lift itself up the board as well. Join in the fun.
Gukesh is the only one having fun right now. Fabi stops the first threat. Will Gukesh go in with his own rook? And then towards the queen on the G file.
It makes so much sense,
And
right?
then the knight on F5.
You don't need to calculate. You just simply protect your assets. Protect that pawn on D6.
Oh, I was thinking about rook D5, but
D7.
D7 on the board.
Forward, onward, the pawn. It is blockaded, but it's going to be a thorn in black's side forever. And now he brings his rook across. He's just lining everything up. He's just trying to paralyze Fabi here.
Fabi's activated his bishop. He's going to use his queen to put some threats on that H2 pawn, but it might just be a one mover.
And for Gukesh, he's just looking for a way to break through. Remember, Gukesh in a must-win situation. Okay, H4.
You know, I really liked the idea of Gukesh getting that other rook up the board and not allowing this counterplay by Fabi. And I wonder now if Fabi's feeling that, hey, I've got something to fight for here.
First time in the game. He's got some ideas, maybe F4, F3, breaking through. Gukesh, though, still has enough time to not really need to get nervous. Still over 3 minutes, still 2 pawns to the good. Surely he's going to win this game, surely.
His jacket's off, by the way. Haven't seen that happen before.
And now C5, very calm move. A big idea, knight to C4, but F3 is coming.
You know, he's
Gukesh's
making a
way.
mess. And this is what happens, right? Jovanka, you feel you're completely winning, you're completely in control, and suddenly your opponent's coming in with all this attack and all these ideas, and you start panicking.
And it's so easy to panic because it's so easy to see ghosts. Because immediately you look at that, you're like, oh, the knight is under attack. F3 is coming. And what does he play? Okay, H5. So keeping calm, just dislodging the queen.
Great move by Gukesh, counter-attacking, not allowing the black queen to sit on a safe square. No matter where you stand, you're a bit vulnerable to knight forks or you get pinned. But Fabi, he's going to move his queen back. He's going to force through F3 on the next go. Still complicated.
Super complicated. And not a very clear path. I mean, you can just ignore the bar, you know, but Gukesh, the good news is he's got time. He does attack the bishop, which falls back. And what's next? You could give a check, but the black king just sidesteps.
It looks like white's attacking black, if anything. He captures a pawn. Now black cannot take that, I was going to say with the rook, because the central pawn on E4 would have been hanging. He takes with the bishop instead, Fabiano.
Gukesh needs to find a way to get the queen activated. You know, once that queen comes into the game, I think it would be game over. But I'm not sure what's the path. Is it the C4 square? Is it the B5 square?
They all look good. Okay, he tries to trade rooks, trying to keep things simple. Makes a lot of sense. He's still 2 pawns to the good.
You know, every move that the game goes on is an opportunity for Fabi. Ooh, look at that! Hitting the
Beautiful
bishop,
move.
H8. The queen does find a path in.
Such a beautiful move, just sliding over to left and danger all round for Fabi.
Yeah, this is full board awareness. You know, we were looking at C4, B5, completely forgetting about this slant of the queen.
Yeah, Fabi clinging on, but this looks almost hopeless now. The white queen is going to pick her moment, and then she's going to swoop in. Whether you trade rooks first, maybe that's the safer of the 2 options, and then decide whether to jump in. Only Gukesh will be able to tell us, but this is winning. He still has nearly 2 minutes to convert this advantage.
And for Fabi, it's got to be playing on his mind, right? Complete control of the classical, almost getting that 3-point victory. And here he is trying to hold on in a very difficult position. I mean, he needs a miracle to save this one.
Queen check. The black king, if it steps forward, will continue getting checked. Dropping the black queen back to block will just result in a trade. The white knight will jump in with a check.
But you can't avoid the trade, right? Because king E7 runs into queen G7 and king F7, there are knight checks.
Better to do it on your own terms, though. I would move the king forward and pray. Fabi under 45 seconds now.
Well, you've got to step up with the king.
No happy squares.
Yeah. And in he comes.
G7 check, give a check with your queen, get the queens off the board. He doesn't, he just wants to go for a mate.
Yeah. Well, Black's king is so unsafe, and almost you feel like you go h6 at the right time and try to bank it that way. Isn't there a queen to c5 check?
And
Pick
winning
up the bishop.
Yeah.
Isn't that just game over?
Yeah.
Game over. You win the bishop. He hasn't seen it. He's looking at the other side of the board. He's looking at like pushing his h-pawners.
He misses
it, but okay, this is also good enough. All roads lead to Rome.
With knight g6 coming in next. Queen attacked. Knight c6, knight g6, knight f7.
Birthday celebrations about to begin for Gukesh. Fabi moves his queen out of the way, but now the white queen, white knight have the black king at their mercy.
I mean, this is incredible stuff. The rook attacked. Where is Gukesh going to move, or will he just continue checking the black king? He needs to win. A draw isn't enough.
He can't go for petrol check, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Goes in with the rook. What a beautiful move.
That rook cannot be captured because queen takes rook will be making an appearance. And yeah, 15 seconds and the clock ticking down for Fabi. And now the rook has entered the game. It is all over.
Beautiful from Gukesh, finishing it in style. Most likely Fabi plays one more move, but this is going to end in checkmate. It's forced. It's a rook check. Queen check will deliver the final blow. It's a handshake. Gukesh wins on his birthday.
What a day for Gukesh. Armageddon win. And he managed to hold on in the classical to take it this far. Wow, what an attack there at the end.
I think this has got to be perhaps one of his best birthdays of his life. He takes down the world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana back to back, you know, after 2 incredibly difficult losses. And look at that, keeps his calm, keeps his composure as we'll see him walking out. There will be fans waiting to get photos with him. There will be autographs that will be signed. But what a birthday it's been. You know, he gets the cake, he gets the high stake win. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, it may no longer be technically his birthday in India, but he's in Norway. He's going to be celebrating hopefully tonight. And yeah, he did it the hard way. Fabi's going to be heartbroken after that. Fabi came so close to the classical win, as you mentioned, but Gukesh, he took his chances when he came. He was patient, composed, most importantly, and yeah, so professional at the end there.
Yeah, that victory was no cakewalk.
It was no cakewalk. No, it certainly was, but it certainly was a great birthday treat for Gukesh as he celebrates 19 years old here in Norway. And there you can see he has been interviewed. It'd be great to hear his thoughts. It's so funny to see everyone kind of swarm around him, just trying to get a piece of his thoughts and his minds.
Oh, and I think there are celebrations.
Then we see tournament director Shell Madlan giving a gift, a birthday gift to Gukesh. Really nice touch there by the organisers.
So many birthday gifts coming in for Gukesh with his big win there, the tournament organizer. How do you say happy birthday in Norwegian?
Gratulerer med dagen.
Okay. It's Janamdin ki shubhkamnaएं in Hindi. In English, you can take it away.
Happy birthday to you. Great day for Gukesh. Nice to see breaking the birthday curse that does tend to exist among chess players.
Yes. Well, what a day of action it has been, and it really has entertained us every move of the way. Let's have a look at the results. And it all began with a very quick Armageddon between Vaishali and Anna Muzychuk, but we did see Magnus Carlsen playing a great victory against Arjun Erigaisi. And surprising enough, we had 4 Armageddons.
Was that surprising, though? Yeah, I thought it was obvious from the beginning.
Oh, it broke the pattern. You know, we were depending on 3 classical victories. But in the end, just 2 victories. Sarkadem managing to hold on and turn the ship around to get the first 3 points of the event. What a day of action it has been. And we're going to take a quick breather. And when we come back, we're going to break down, recap all of the drama that has just passed.
What a powerful win in the Armageddon game. Congratulations. And if you can take us through, what was your strategy to go to the Armageddon game?
Well, Okay, once Armageddon start, I think it is important to control the time and not just think too many. But for today's game, I mean, when Black is under attack, it's already become not easy. Yeah.
Did you change your opening from classical to the Armageddon, and what was why that happened?
Because I feel maybe I want something not usual, like if E4 E5 maybe it's too theoretical.
We very often see you with your headphones before you go to the round. You're listening some music, I guess. Is there any particular music that you're hyping up?
Yes, it's okay. I'll speak in Chinese. It's 七里香 by Zhou Jielun and by Jay Chou. So this music is a kind of one of his famous songs, and I listen it because it helps me to in a relax and some joy mood.
So going to the rest day tomorrow, you must be really happy to end the day with a victory.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Armageddon, I mean, still, it's maybe only half point, but the win and lose, it change a lot.
Well, best of the luck for the rest of the tournaments and have a good rest tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hey, Sarah. You do find a way to win, and at the end, that is the most important thing, isn't it?
Well, I don't know what to say about the game. I mean, I was worse the whole game, and then I think she overpushed at some point. But also, like, from the second round, I've been having some pain in my throat and my ears. And during this game, it was terrible. Like, I couldn't even think about the game. And I was just, like, sitting there and playing, and then in the end, she blundered. But I was not really thinking about the game.
Well, it still does put you back in contention here, and you're very much a part of the field. I hope you get some painkillers, and good luck. Fortunately, it's a rest day tomorrow.
Yeah, fortunately, yes.
Congratulations, even though you're not happy.
Thank you so much. I am happy, but but not about the quality of my game. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, congratulations on winning the match against Hikaru. How do you feel right now, and what was your strategy going today into the match?
I feel so happy, and today, because my opponent is what number 2, and I was black piece, so I just want to struggle to hold the classical game. But in Armageddon game, I decided to play some more positively. Yes.
Yeah, we saw that you were a little bit low on time, but you hold the position and you knew what you were doing. And it's not so easy to play against Hikaru because he's so fast player.
Yeah. His play was so quick, and I was much lower on time. But then I tried to play faster. I think that works. Yes.
Are you happy in general of your play in this edition of Norway Chess?
Yes, but I think even though I'm last place now, and didn't win in a classical game, but I mean my opponents are very strong, so the result is understandable.
Going to the rest day with a victory against Hikaru must be very nice start of the celebration of the day off. How are you going to spend tomorrow, the day?
I think tomorrow we need to go for some activity outside, and tonight I think I need some rest because after 4 rounds and 3 Armageddon games, I feel very tired.
Well, once again, congratulations and have a good rest tomorrow.
Thank you.
are back, and after those incredible Armageddons, we are joined by a very special guest here in the studio. Of course, it is none other than world champion Gukesh. And first of all, I must begin by saying happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
And congratulations. In the end, it turned out to be a great day of chess.
Yeah, the classical game was a bit tough. I think that could have easily gone bad, but okay. Luckily, I managed to save it in the time scramble, and then and then the Armageddon was pretty good, I think.
Yeah, you were happy with the Armageddon. And going back to the classical game, we saw you there. You didn't have so much time on the clock. It was a tricky position. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I was just trying to make some moves, not to lose on the spot, because it just looked so bad. But I also found it hard to see any direct killer blow for him. So, I'm for sure it should be losing, but maybe it was not as easy as it looked.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It was impressive, nonetheless, how you held your nerve.
And Gukesh, I believe it was 23 Norway Chess, where on your birthday you had your first OTB win against Magnus. It was the Blitz. And today, another big result against Fabi. Is it safe to assume that you love playing on your birthday?
No, it's actually the opposite. Even the last year, the Blitz tournament, I beat Magnus, but then I scored 2.5 out of 9. So it wasn't really a great birthday. And also most of my birthdays, I end up losing the game. So glad it did not repeat in the Classic today.
Was that on your mind today? Were you thinking, oh no, not again, I've got to play on my birthday? Or were you able to block that all out and focus on the chess?
No, when I was playing, I felt fine. But when I was losing, I was like, okay, not again.
Fair enough. We've all been there.
Have you managed to eat some cake yet?
No, not yet, but hopefully later today.
You were telling us that the organizers have sent a cake to you. So in case you change your mind, we're right here waiting.
Yeah, and also they're nice enough to give me a birthday present, which I haven't opened, but
Nice.
How do you normally celebrate if you're not playing chess, your birthdays?
Most of the time I'm playing actually on my birthdays, but sometimes I just like to hang out with friends.
Gukesh, I want to ask you that the tournament started with quite a big challenge for you. You lost your first 2 games and you won the last 2. What did you do to sort of get in the zone, or what caused the mind shift? How did you get ready? Because every round here is so incredibly tough.
Yeah, I think the first 2 rounds were the games were quite decent, but I think my time management was just horrible. And then after I improved that and also kind of let go of the past, I think it was. Yesterday I played a good game, and today again, it ended up well, so yeah.
Do you have any tips for viewers at home, for example, of how you let go of the past? How did they do that? Because a lot of us, we tilt when we lose 1 or 2 games in a row, and it must have been hard for you as well to overcome that.
Yeah, for sure, losing 2 games in a row is never easy, but I think since I have to play every game against a very top player. I just had no other choice, I guess.
Yeah. And talking about no other choice, I also kind of want to revisit the Armageddon game, because you just finished your game, you have 20 minutes. How did you prepare, by the way?
Gayu is in the building with me, so we just briefly looked at some lines.
Yeah.
And Armageddon, I guess it's mostly about what happens after the opening. So I just decided on something. I guess one of the critical moments was when I played knight d5. It was already, after I got the knight d5 shot, it's already quite pleasant for me. And then I think, it's just very hard to play with black, and it just slowly got worse and worse for him. So, and in the end, I was quite happy with. It felt like I should have won it much easier, but I was happy with this rook d6 at the very end. So, yeah.
Beautiful move.
It was a nice touch, right? We were all very impressed when we saw that move on the show. And what is your feeling about Armageddons in general?
I quite like them. And also I like this format of having a result every single day. Like when you make a draw in the classical, you go to the Armageddon. I like it quite a bit. So yeah. It's also Armageddon is also quite fun.
It's fun.
I have a question for you. You know, over the last, you've played Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi, the top 3 in the live ratings right now. And I've always wondered, which out of these 3 is the hardest to prepare against?
I think pretty much all of them. I mean, all of them play a lot of things. All of them have vast knowledge in almost all the lines. So, yeah, I guess pretty much all of them.
Gotta give us one name.
I'd say Fabi because he just keeps jumping.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you had a great day of chess on your birthday, no less. And I'd just like to thank you for once again joining us on the show.
And we would like to sing for you, Gukesh, and everyone's welcome to join in on this one.
It's Tanya's idea, not ours.
This is not my idea, it's a group idea. So you guys are doing this, right? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Gukesh. Happy birthday to you.
And good luck in your games and slams today. Thank you. Wow. What a champion. We don't just sing happy birthday for anyone, we sing it for the champ. And what a day of chess it has been. Thrills, spills, adventure all the way.
Oh my gosh, love it. But why would you throw me under the bus like that, David Howell, again and again? That was fun. I think we had to do it, and that was amazing. But like you said, I mean, what a day. We've had thrilling Armageddon, some amazing results all around. Incredible chess, you know, emotions, drama, everything. I mean, who needs Netflix when you've got Norway Chess? Except tomorrow's a rest day, so we might need Netflix.
We might need Netflix, but we'll be all missing the chess. And after an incredible day of action, well, the results of it was Sarah Kadem who did pick up a win in classical, so she moves up the leaderboard. But at the top of the table, it is Humpy and Anna Muzychuk. They are still on tied at the top at 7 points. It was epic defense, I would say, from Sarah. You know, she was in trouble, but then she managed to hold on and turn things around.
Yeah, she did. And I don't know whether we have time to jump in and show how she did that, but it was a bit of a blunder, a bit of a helping hand that her opponent, Lei Ting-Jie, gave her. But great news for the Spain #1, because just to recap this game that we missed the ending of, here, Sarah Kadem with black was facing a horrible position. White's rook, white's bishop dominant. And if Lei Ting-Jie had played the move pawn to c5 and basically sprinted through with her c-pawn, probably we would have seen the opposite result. We would have seen white winning this game, the computer giving an huge and enormous advantage to white here. Instead, Lei Ting-Jie, maybe indecision, just retreating her bishop, and a few moves down the line, we saw the black knight start to come out, and this game totally turned. Just to fast forward 15 moves to the big blunder. Here, Sarah made her move. She tricked Lei Ting-Jie by playing the pawn to a3 here. Lei Ting-Jie could have stayed calm. She could have played pawn takes pawn, rook takes bishop, and this position would have been a dead draw, fizzling out. But Lei Ting-Jie wanted maybe to keep her winning chances alive, gave a check with her bishop, and only realized here, after taking this pawn, that she had blundered. It was a knight fork that was her undoing, and Sarah Kadem went on to win the game.
Yeah, well, that was quite the turnaround, but it wasn't the only turnarounds that we saw. It's what keeps on happening here at Norway Chess. And there was one decisive game in the Norway Chess Open, and of course that did change the standings. There's been a shake-up at the top, as always. It doesn't seem to stay in constant, you know, it's always in flux. And now we have a new leader, Magnus Carlsen. Well, he did have 2 Armageddon losses in a row, but his victory today against Arjun Erigaisi means that he is now at the top, and Fabiano Caruana there on 7 points.
It's incredible. I don't know how he does it, you know, losing 2 Armageddons, but yet somehow in every single chess tournament, Magnus Carlsen finds himself at the top of the leaderboard. It reminds me of, you know, at the pre-show, we've got this video where Dani's like, congrats, man. Again and again and again.
He's back on the route to 2900, we should mention. Like, he's winning 2 classical games here. He's gaining rating points, Magnus Carlsen. he wants to crush this field. He's been banging form. He's winning every tournament he plays in at the moment, and he's going to be a hard one to stop, especially after Fabi here was pegged back a bit.
Yep, and well, the day of action, it doesn't continue tomorrow because tomorrow is a rest day, but on Saturday, everything is going to resume. And of course, we are going to be in full throttle motion. And here you can see Arjun Erigaisi will face off against Hikaru Nakamura. And then I'm going to put it to you guys because these ones, as always, they're exciting.
And I want to give a huge shout out to Wei Yi. I mean, he's just been so incredibly impressive in this tournament so far, you know, winning in the Armageddon today, winning in the Armageddon yesterday against Magnus. I mean, this is perhaps one of the most stacked field that we've seen in elite chess at Norway Chess right here. You've got the top 5 of the world playing and then world number 8, Wei Yi. And these two incredible wins against Magnus yesterday and what he showed today, he's up against Gukesh, who's also finding his rhythm and form. I think that's going to be quite the fire on board.
It always is fighting chess.
Oh, and look at that. A rematch of the 2018 World Championship, guys.
Yeah, Fabi versus Magnus, not just that. It's the number 1 versus the number 2 in the rankings, in the standings so far. That's going to be a fun one to watch. And meanwhile, Anna Muzychuk, one of the joint leaders in the women, takes on Arjun.
Well, excitement all round, and it resumes on Saturday after everyone has a rest day to recover, to recoup, to rejuvenate. And once again, guys, Tanya, David, you guys have been absolutely incredible. You've made this whole show just...
Can you both let me know what you're wearing next time, though? So I'm not out of place here?
We will.
I will.
Promise.
That.
I will. Well, a big thank you from all of us here. And also, I'd like to thank everyone at home. A big thank you from us here in the studio. You guys have made it fun every move of the way. And join us on Saturday where there's going to be more chess, more drama, more twists and turns. You don't want to miss it. See you then.
Bye.